Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
It's a house.
$2018. Can I ask you about that?
Okay.
You're in a room with Ezra McCandless, right?
That is correct.
Without just general, you were talking to her about the John Hanson investigation, correct?
That is correct.
Near the end of the interview, just to put it in context, I'm going to ask you some things about what you said near the end of the interview, okay?
Okay.
By that time, you had already asked her many, many questions about what happened regarding John Hanson. Agreed?
That's probably correct, yes.
And I'm not going to ask the content, but she gave you her answers about what she says happened. Agreed?
Yes.
You told her, you said these words: flirting doesn't mean that he has the right to have sex with you.
Yes.
You agreed with her that it's not right for him to sleep with her when she was that drunk.
I don't know if those were my exact words.
You agreed with her, correct?
Correct, I did agree with her.
You said that's definitely a possibility of a crime, is him taking an advantage of someone in that position, correct?
Yes.
You said to her, it's a very vulnerable situation that you are in.
I'm sure I said that, yes.
You told her, I'll do everything I can to help you.
Regarding that case, yes.
And I would imagine regarding any case.
Correct.
Yeah. And at the end of that, you did what you could to set her up with a crisis worker. Agreed?
Yes.
And I don't know if you knew it then, but you probably know it now. She had already been previously also set up with some crisis workers. Agreed?
At that time, I didn't know that,
But you do know it now, correct?
I do now, yes.
Yes.
All right, just pausing this video to say welcome, everybody. I know you're probably like, where's all the preamble? Where's all the squirrel talk? Where's like night driving, you know? Well, we've got a lot to get through, so we're jumping right on in to this cross, to Detective Prock cross. I just wanted to say, here we are with the pamphlets, right? So the defense has brought up these pamphlets a whole bunch with every law enforcement officer. Did you know that she was meeting with so-and-so? Did she know she had this business card of what's her face? You know, there was the name that no one could pronounce, and you know, there was pictures with, I forget which law enforcement officer it was, but there's a picture of all the different multicolored pamphlets, right? And you know, when Ezra showed up with on March 1st for the interview via, you know, about the John Hanson matter, quote unquote, law enforcement did what they do correctly, right? And they provided her, they kind of forwarded her along, if you will, to the people who help with that type of thing, right? And so they provided her with, here's a pamphlet, here's a pamphlet, here's a pamphlet, here's a business card. You know, that's what they do. That was the right choice, blah, blah. You know, better than not doing it, right? I mean, obviously, you think someone's a victim, but the thing that's so interesting is how the defense is now trying to use this kind of in their favor of like, well, that's proof that it's real. I think that's kind of their angle, because we've heard this time and time again. But it's really interesting that when you've got, this is the very beginning of Cross, mind you. This was not in the middle of, this is the very beginning of Cross, and this is how he's starting out with this detective. Is, did you know about pamphlets and whatnot, right? So interesting, right?
Did you give her brochures?
No, I believe I took her up to the victim witness office, or I gave her directions up to the victim witness office.
You were, you've been here in court for this entire trial, right?
Yes, I have.
You were here when Mr. Vang from your department testified, right?
Yes, I was.
And I will say,
and I think you were here when
I will say, Mr. Vang did a great job with Ezra, and I think Mr. Prock also did. I thought that they had an incredible amount of, I mean, even on the stand, right? It's not like they were pretending to be not dicks with her, right? Like they were genuinely caring, sensitive. They were listening. They were thoughtful. They had a really good, quote unquote bedside manner. Both of them. Honestly, both of them have these demeanors where it's like you would be surprised they're even kind of like in law enforcement compared to what we see oftentimes with, interviews or interrogations, and not that there is, I mean, obviously there's a lot of different strategies, different approaches one can take, but still, they did a great job. I think both of them did. So.
Investigator Stalker from Dunn County testified, right?
Yes, I was.
What Mr. Vang talked about regarding victim witness and what Mr. Stalker showed regarding the pictures with those brochures, that's all consistent with the same type of information support that you were providing her with. Agreed?
I was taking her up to the victim witness office where she would meet with an advocate.
Good
Again,
answer.
Consistent with
I
all
took
of
her up to that. I
that
took
information
her,
that had been
I showed her
previously
off.
provided, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay.
He's like,
After
I took her up to the office. I led her to the office, and then I let the office do their job.
March 1st, you continued to investigate the matter between Ezra McCandless and John Hanson. Is that right?
That is correct.
You interviewed at least 3 men. Agreed? You interviewed at least 2 men. Agreed? That's a poor question because I think you're struggling for time. Let me frame it in a time.
Okay.
In March
He
of
looks really confused.
2018, you interviewed 2 men regarding that. Agreed?
I mean,
I believe
we
so.
did interview a lot of people about these different issues many times. So,
So yes.
And then at some point in 2019, in August, you interviewed a 3rd man about that.
That is correct.
Okay. So now I want to fast forward to March 23rd in that first interview that we heard yesterday, okay?
Okay.
During that interview, you were at that point considering her as a victim of a potential sexual assault, right? Or at least an attempted assault.
Yes.
And during that interview, she told you about her journaling.
That is correct.
why?
She
Why,
says,
why?
I've been
Why?
journaling a lot. Is that right?
I don't have the exact transcript in front of me to follow along. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We have a copy of that. It's been marked as Exhibit 176. Is that the transcript of your interview of
All I
Ms.
have
McCandless on
to
March?
say is this: people with their journals. For anyone who has heard anything about the recent Corey Richins, hearings, I haven't watched the whole thing or whatever. I just saw part of it. And meanwhile, I'm editing, right, all of the Ezra footage, right? I'm telling you, people with their journals, man, I'll leave it at that.
23rd, 2018.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That was the interview that we listened to yesterday. Is that right?
It appears to be a yes.
Okay. On line 81, if you want to follow along,
Yes, please.
she says on 87, I've been journaling a lot, right?
Yes, she does.
She then on 120 says, I'm feeling really good today and really confident. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asking her essentially in the beginning, like, why did she go to Alex's, right? That's part of what you were trying to figure out.
And I'm just going to reiterate that it's interesting because that also I think could go to premeditation because she wrote that in her journal. And honestly, it seems like a lot of what she writes in her journal isn't, doesn't align with it. But also, we heard from early on in the trial, so many witnesses who knew her, and they all said the same thing. Besides her demeanor, right? Saying she seemed erratic, she seemed anxious, she seemed agitated, she had fire in her eyes. We heard from, again, early on, different friends, and they were like, she always had makeup on, right? and she didn't have any makeup on, and she didn't. It was weird to them that she always looked put together. She didn't look put together. She always had a specific type of outfit. She wasn't wearing that specific type of outfit. Like her look was off, if you will, right? In a way, it almost sounds like someone who really cares about their appearance, but didn't care that day. So it's an interesting, it's almost like trying to kind of craft the narrative ahead of time, aka premeditation, maybe.
The interview, I'm not just in general. One of the things you were trying to figure out is why did she go to Alex's, right?
There was a lot of things we were trying to figure out during this interview.
But one of the things you were trying to figure out is why she went to Alex's. Agreed?
I don't know if that was specifically one of them on this one, but it may have came up along the way.
You were asking her about what she did that day.
Yes,
You were asking her to go chronologically through what she did that day.
I believe I did in this. I know I did in the second one, asked chronologically. I just asked her what she did this day.
And you asked again on March 23rd to go along chronologically, and she gave you answers, right?
She did answer my questions. I can't say I used the word chronologically in this interview.
I'm not saying you used the word chronologically, sir.
Don't be a dick.
And you asked her questions about what she did on March 22nd when you spoke with her on March 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay. Are we on the same page?
I think so.
I'm not literally, figuratively. You with me?
I'm here.
Okay. And she told you, again, she was feeling on line 120, she was feeling really good today and really confident.
Yes,
She told you on line 121, she says, I should go return some stuff that just kind of makes me feel sad, right?
yes,
And in your investigation, you'd learned that she did, in fact, write.
I mean, it's interesting. If you didn't know anything, right? If you had no context and you heard that somebody said something about, this makes me feel sad. How old would you think that person is? Just a question for the chat. Let me know in the chat. If you just heard somebody say, this makes me feel sad. Or if someone was like, how does that make you feel? And their response was sad. Or how does it make you feel? And the response was, this makes me feel sad. How old would you think that person is?
A journal. Is that right?
I did end up learning that, yes.
And, in fact, she never hid that from you. She told you she was journaling. Agreed?
Agreed,
She told you on the 23rd and on the 24th. Agreed?
agreed.
And you saw the journal when it had been posted. You've read it in the past, right?
I have.
And at least one of them ends with her phrase, I am worth it.
I'm sorry, I don't remember what it ends with.
That's the journal that we've been calling titled Silence Broken. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at the last line of that, essentially, she says, I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then on exhibit 366, that's another one of her journals, right?
Can you slide it down so I can see the top, please? Thank you, yes.
And that's the one that we've been referencing as Journal 2. Agreed?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with Kat Rand. Also, shout out to Kat Rand. Glad you're here. You think of like a toddler, right? And it's like the first emotion words that you learn in life are like happy and sad, right? Hot or cold, happy and sad, basic, right? Complete the two opposites. I mean, it's a 3-letter word. They can easily spell it when they get to be, 4 years old. It's really interesting. I don't know how often you would have an adult, writing in a journal and saying that they feel sad or they're going to return items that make them feel sad. It's very odd to me. And you know what? I can't wait to see what you guys think when she takes the stand. That's all I'm going to say.
Agreed.
And at the end of that, she says, I know I can be human. I know I can be free. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. Agreed?
Agreed.
You learned through your investigation that she told other people she was going there to give this journal to Alex. Is that right? You learned through your investigation that she has told other people she was going there to give this journal to Alex.
Yes, I believe we did, yes.
Yeah. You learned that from Jason Mengel. Agreed?
Yes.
You learned that from Max Martinson. Agreed.
I don't remember if that's what Max said or not.
You learned it from Julia.
Another thing I really like about him, he thinks before answering every question. You can tell if you watch his face, he's thinking and he's listening to every question. He doesn't just assume what the question's going to be. He listens to every question and he thinks before answering.
Post. Agreed.
I don't remember on Julia Post, I'm sorry.
You remember that Ezra McCandless was talking about these journals to several people. Agreed.
I do remember that, yes.
And in fact, she at one point, I believe in the Instagram accounts, had a conversation about this with Jason Mengel. Is that right?
There were a lot of conversations in the Instagram account.
No kidding.
That's a very fair answer, sir. Showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 465.
I will say I love Nelson's tie. Hey.
Is this a...
Look,
it's been previously marked and admitted. Does this appear to be particular pages of Instagram business
You know what? It matches the ticker, doesn't it?
record regarding Ms. McCandless's Instagram account?
Almost matches.
Yes, it is.
You were here in court the other day when I believe it was Attorney Hahn went through this 5-page document with Jason Mengel when he was on the stand.
Yes, I was.
Okay. One of the messages from 983 is Ms. McCandless writing, Tuesday I plan on coming to town and doing an airing before I meet up with you.
Yes, that is from her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're pointing at, dude. I have thoughts about this thing that we're about to hear about here. We've already heard about it a little bit. But this whole thing where she sent these texts to Jason and invited him to come along on her, I have thoughts about this, but we're gonna break that down on the next episode.
And she essentially invites Jason to be along with her, right?
Yes, she does.
And Jason asks basically, well, what's the errand, correct?
Can you slide your finger just?
Sure.
Yep, I just want to make sure of that. Yep, that was from Jason.
And she then mentions she wants to return stuff to Alex, right?
She does.
And she says to be done with that negativity, correct?
And to be done with the negativity, yes.
Wait till you guys hear her on the
And it's her and Jason text back and forth for several pages until I get to page 979 where they're talking about the material that that Alex had of hers and the significance of it. Would that be a fair summary?
I believe they're talking about the little prints.
Correct.
Okay.
And then at some point, Jason eventually responds to her and says, well, I don't have to be there for all of this, correct?
Yes, it is from Jason.
And then Ezra says, well, I kind of want you to be there, but that's selfish, correct?
Yes.
And then Jason says, I don't want anything to do with him. Agreed?
Can you slide your finger,
Sure.
please? Sorry. Yes, that is from Jason.
All right.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to save my thoughts on that for the next episode. Hold my thoughts.
And then she says, I can do it alone. Agreed?
That is from her, yes.
Okay. And then you learn in your investigation that she does, in fact, go there alone, correct?
Yes, on March 22nd.
And in your March 23rd interview with you, she talks to you about taking, on line 131, I could take a step for myself to be confident. Is that right?
It says I could take a step for myself to be inaudible, you know.
Do you recall from listening to it yesterday that the inaudible part was her words, confident?
I don't.
On 121, just before that, she said, I should go return some stuff that it just kind of makes me feel sad, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Right, it was. I was about to
Wasn't
say.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
On line 121, before I was talking about line 131, so if I misspoke, now I'm asking you about 121. Are you with me, Mr.
Yep,
Prock?
I am here. And yes, that is what that line says.
Okay. And again, your investigation confirms that she had stuff and she told other people she wanted to return it to Alex, and then she went there and she gave this stuff to Alex. Is that right?
I can't confirm that she actually brought stuff to give to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were here in
Fair.
trial when Dave Studing testified, were you not?
I was.
Oh, right.
Did you remember him telling you that she had a heating pad with her?
That's
I
right.
do remember that.
And that's something that she had told you that she was going.
So, okay. I will say, there might not be a whole lot that can help corroborate Ezra's, situation. But one thing that I will say is he's right. He's right about that. She did say she intended to return a heating pad, and when she came to Alex's, she did show up at the front porch at the door with a heating pad, and that was witnessed. She did bring a heating pad, so good for her.
Going to return to him, correct?
That and bookmarks, yes.
So there was some corroboration of that. Agreed?
Agreed.
Fair to say, again, this
That's
is
funny you use
broad
the word
strokes.
corroborate.
Okay.
I'll go through the whole thing on the 23rd. But on the 23rd, she talks to you about what she did, on the 23rd, she's talking about the 22nd, right? Amongst
Yes.
other things.
Amongst other things, yes.
And on the what she tells you about the 22nd is she's at her dad's, she drives to Eau Claire, she goes with Max, she eventually goes to Alex's house. Some other details are in there, correct?
Correct.
And through your investigation and through much of this trial, that's been corroborated, agreed?
Yes.
Through the videos of her driving, videos of her at Racy's, speaking with witnesses, correct?
Correct.
But then when it starts to talk about the time between Alex's and Farmer Sipple's, she doesn't remember. That's what she tells you, right?
Are we talking on the 23rd?
On the 23rd, yes, sir.
Yeah, she does say she doesn't remember.
Okay. She uses different ways to express I don't remember, whether it's fuzzy or dark, but she's repeatedly and consistently saying I don't remember about that time frame between Alex's house and Farmer Sipple's house. Agreed?
Yes.
But what she does tell you on line 361 is all I can feel is the feelings and not like seeing.
What line?
Line 361.
Okay.
The feeling of
She
sad.
tells you, all I can feel is the feelings and not like the scene. Agreed?
Yes.
She tells you on line 325, all I can feel is like anxiety and like pain and stuff. Agreed?
What line again, counsel?
325,
Anxiety
sir.
Thank you.
a million times in that interview too.
I just feel like all I can feel like anxiety and like pain and stuff.
She says that.
Yes.
Technically, if someone's going to see how they feel, it should be I feel anxious, right? Anxiety is like a noun and anxious is an adjective. So technically it should have been anxious, right? Not anxiety. She should have said I feel anxious. I feel anxiety, honestly, is interesting because if you had behavior panel, they'd probably say that was a way to separate themselves from that description. If I had to guess, right? Because it's not really associating with them because it's like a state, but it's not describing them. That makes sense.
On that 23rd interview, I think she mentions to you at least 9 times that she felt scared during that time what we're talking about where she says she doesn't remember. Agreed?
I know she mentioned this word scared 9 times. I don't know if she mentioned she was scared.
Okay. Well, on line 338, she says, I was so scared.
Yes.
On line 354, she says, in describing it almost in a third person manner, it's a feeling like, and then you're scared. Agreed? You could read the whole line for 354 if you would, sir.
What's happening and you're scared. And you just need to keep walking and walking.
And I should say, to put that into context, why don't you read the sentence that you think incorporates the entire statement?
I just remember being really cold and just kind of like, it's kind of like feeling of like, you don't know what.
One
I don't know if it's dropping out. I'll just say that the last live stream, there were StreamYard issues, and I know that other people on YouTube have been having StreamYard issues. So hopefully it doesn't, I'll back it up in case it dropped out so that you guys don't miss any of the testimony.
Like a scared animal.
Correct.
And on line 401, she describes when she's at Farmer Sipple's house that she was like really scared and confused.
Correct.
And on line 410, she says, I just remember being really scared.
Correct.
And then line 547, she talks about a time in the past about what Alex did, the cutting of himself that really scared her.
Yes, and referring to Alex cutting himself.
And on line 597, she tells you she remembers being really scared and being in a lot of pain, right?
Yes.
And then on line 901, she talks about how I just felt scared. Agreed?
What line? I'm sorry.
901.
Correct.
And previous to that, on both lines 601 and 609, she talked about being hurt.
Yep. Yes, I'm sorry.
And that wasn't the first time that she had told you that she had hurt when she had been with Alex. Agreed? She told you that back on March 1st, didn't she?
I don't remember specifically.
Judge, permission to play a section of that recording?
Well, just a question. I assume that you're going to be going on for quite a while.
If this recording would kind of end that chapter, if I'm
Okay.
able to do that.
All right, and I don't have any word yet on lunch, but so go ahead and play that portion if you wish. Is this the March 23rd interview?
I want to play a portion from the March 1st interview that you were asked questions about
Okay.
yesterday. Do you remember what interview I'm talking about, sir?
Yes.
This is not at the Mayo Hospital, but it's at the Eau Claire Police Department. Agreed?
Correct.
This is a couple of days after she had spoken with Investigator Vang about John Hansen. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you called up, I think, the next day and asked her if she'd be willing to come down, and she cooperated and came down and spoke with you.
That is correct.
And during that conversation, she told you about, you asked her who else she'd had sex with.
Yes.
And she told you about Alex Woodward, right?
That is correct.
And she told you that during that sex, she was hurt.
I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Pressing play at the 12:43:20 minute mark.
Because he knows all about this.
Okay. Have you had any sexual intercourse with anyone else since this incident?
After me and Jason broke up, after what happened with John, I went over to a friend's house to talk to them about what happened. And I was just hanging out with them and talking to them, and then they wanted to just, after they were like, well, you can just forget it if you just, sleep with me. You can just forget all about it. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I guess this is fine.
Okay. Who was that?
That was just someone named Alex. I don't talk to them anymore or anything.
So was it just Alex that you had sex with that night?
Incredible.
Yeah, I just had
That was just someone named Alex. I want you guys to remember that. I'm gonna make a banner so that we don't forget. Hold on. That's important. Wow. Hold on, let me add that. Let me make sure we have that banner here. There we go. All right. That's gonna matter later.
relations with Alex because he said that he loved me and that he'll take care of me now and that he's my best.
So Kat Randall, I can't remember if you were here. I tried to address this on the last live stream. The issues are with StreamYard, not my mic. Other creators have been having issues, and I actually heard it myself. I can't remember if it was yesterday or today, but Lori, who has a huge fancy setup, was having audio issues. EDB's been having, the list would go on, but even in just in terms of the sound specifically, there was another creator, I'm trying to remember who it was, someone else too. And it was the same type of thing where it was sounding weird. And I will say that when I went back on whenever it was when you said that before, and I was doing the timestamps and I was watching the live chat, play, I saw the part where you and Spencer were commenting about the sound. And as I was doing the timestamps, I'm watching the video. And in the replay version, the audio was the same. There was no change at all. So it was only in the live stream version. That's when I figured it. That's when I realized, oh my gosh, this has to be StreamYard. And so then I've noticed it with other creators too. But the feedback that they get, is the same that you're saying, which is like something's wrong with your mic, something's wrong with your audio, and everyone's like, I can't figure it out. But I thought it was really interesting that when I watched it back on replay doing the timestamps, the audio, there was no change at the times where you guys heard a change. So there's nothing I can do about it. It's StreamYard messing up, unfortunately. So I'm glad that I sound clear so that you can hear what I'm saying. But it's not the microphone. It is StreamYard, unfortunately, and hopefully they get their crap together, because it's been one thing after another, and it's frustrating. I mean, it's worse when it's like won't letting you go live, like that's worse. But like it's still right. They've been having issues for weeks now. So okay, well we'll see you soon, Kid Smiths. Have fun with your lesson.
Best friend, and I can trust him. And I said, okay, I guess.
Okay.
Even though it hurt.
Okay.
Pressed pause. Did you hear that, Mr. Prock? Did you hear just not anything in particular, but you heard that, right?
Yes.
And at the end, when she was talking about the sex with Alex Woodward, she said, and it hurt.
Those were the last words that she said before you paused it, yes.
Okay. And then just briefly, in the beginning of this, she's using pronouns like them and they. Agreed?
I wasn't paying that close attention to that.
Okay. You've spoke with Ms. McCandless, Ezra, several times, have you not?
I have.
It's not, if you come to learn that when she uses the pronouns them and they, she might be referring to a singular person rather than a multiple people.
I have learned that, yes.
She uses it in a sense of a gender-neutral pronoun for some people who may prefer gender-neutral pronouns, right?
She has been known to do that, yes.
Okay. I think that ends this chapter, Judge, if we want to break, or I can continue on.
All right, any word on lunch?
I don't have any word on lunch yet. No.
All right, well, I assume it's going to be here soon unless you've forgotten about us. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break for lunch. And we'll try to keep it, basically be 1 hour from when we break here. So you'll get a little bit more than 1 hour. So we'll excuse you at this time. All rise. All right, I think there are only really two sidebars that we have to address. Right around 9:36, 9:37, there was an objection, and then it was withdrawn. That was by Mr. Nelson. And then there was another objection, and this was related to, I believe it was Exhibit 692 that eventually was received. It was published to the jury. The objection that Mr. Nelson made related to that being speculative on the part of, it would be speculative on the part of the witness, Detective Prock, as to who those messages were sent to or intended for. And the objection was sustained, and basically because the exhibit has been received, they were considered statements of the defendant, Ms. McCandless, and so they were published to the jury. Anything in addition that counsel would like to say about that sidebar?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. And then I think a little bit more important sidebar was about 11:35 in the beginning, before cross-examination started. And this relates to, I think, how some of the questioning that Mr. Nelson started cross-examination with, and that related to the things or statements made by Detective Prock to the defendant at the conclusion of the March 1st interview, which was an interview regarding the sexual assault investigation involving John Hansen. And really the argument was over, and the state objected to those statements being received for the truth of the matter, and the state did not object if they were received not for the truth of the matter. And this is how the court's going to address. The statements came in, and it made more sense to me after obviously hearing what the statement was. I believe that this will be handled by an instruction to the jury at the close of the case and how they are to use this panorama evidence. So the jury will be instructed that they're not to decide here in this trial whether there was a sexual assault or there wasn't a sexual assault. The court believes that those statements are appropriate to be in for the state of mind for Ms. McCandless, as argued by Mr. Nelson at the sidebar, essentially, asserting that she did not use the term rape. And as I take it, the detective was essentially saying, well, if this happened, then that could be a crime or would be a crime and what have you. However, and that's why the state obviously is objecting for the truth of the matter, because it's not being received to show that she was in fact sexually assaulted. We're not going to have a big debate about that. At least the idea is, again, that this is panorama evidence and not necessarily to decide whether there was a sexual assault or not in the incident involving Ms. McCandless and John Hansen. So now I'd like to give counsel an opportunity to put on the record anything they would like to say about that sidebar and that statement. Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dufour?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then, counsel, we will then adjourn for lunch. We'll give you 1 hour. But basically, what we'll plan is we'll reconvene at 1:15 and just ask that you be ready for the jury to come in at 1:15.
Okay.
And Mr. Nelson, how long do you plan to go? I know you have your witness here, so.
Dr. Tovar is here. I hope I'm done by 2. If we start at 1:15, I hope I'd be done by 2, if not sooner.
All right, Mr. Dufour, does the state have any, or Ms. Nodoff, or Mr. Hahn, any additional?
No, this will be the last witness we intend to call, Your Honor.
All right, so, very well. So we wouldn't be taking Dr. Tovar out of order. Basically, you anticipate, did you want to take a look then at the exhibits to see, whether there's any question in your mind that exhibits have been received or not?
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
I apologize. I understand time is of the essence, and the defense would have no objection to saying the state can do that as long as it's done by the close of business today. If they want to do that sometime, today when we're finished with witnesses rather than over the short period. Either way.
We'll try to look over lunch and we can just, do we have the current witness or exhibit list through at least the ones today? Because I think there were only a couple today and I know I moved them all. Can I have an exhibit list?
Sure. Can't guarantee it's pretty, but
What's that?
I can't guarantee you it's pretty.
I don't care if it's pretty.
Could we get
All right.
a copy of that too if you make a copy?
I think we have a pretty good record, though, of what's been offered and received. Okay, then we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nelson, you may continue your cross.
Thank you. Mr. Prock, I believe when we last left off, I was asking you questions about Ezra's statements to you regarding Alex Woodworth, both on March 1st and March 23rd. Remember that?
Yes.
So I want to ask you more questions about her statements to you on March 23rd.
Okay.
That's the first time that you met with her regarding the investigation of her arrival at Farmer Sipple's house, correct?
March 23rd is when she arrived at Mr. Sipple's house, yes.
She actually arrived there
On 22nd, correct. Yep.
23rd was the first time you spoke with her about what may or may not have happened on the 22nd, the day before. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. And on Exhibit 290, you have that there in front of you. That's been admitted today. She told you at some point, again, we talked about how she was talking about her feelings, and I'm not going to go through that again, but how she talked about how she was scared, right?
Yes.
And then she also was telling you about her feelings regarding what she says Alex, her feelings about Alex, or what she thought Alex was doing or feeling. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I just have to say real quick, that sure sounds like speculation to me, doesn't it?
On page 14, can I have the screen, please? What's been previously offered and received is where she starts talking to you on line 597, where she says to you, I just remember being really scared and being in pain. Can you see that?
I can.
Maybe that's better for my old eyes at least. And then you asked her, what were you scared of? Is that right?
That is correct.
And she told you she was essentially scared of being hurt.
That is correct.
And you said by who or what? Agreed?
That is correct.
She said Alex.
That is correct.
That's the Alex that she had been referring to you about before, that we'd heard in the tape that we played before the break, correct?
That is correct.
And then you asked, by him doing what? And she responded, by him like harming me and making me want to do something he wanted. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you said then, follow-up question, what do you mean by that? And she said, he's been upset at me a couple of times when I would go over, because I was kind of seeing Alex for a little while, because I was very confused. And he would kind of get upset when I was too sensitive or in pain and stuff during those interactions. That's what she said to you on the 23rd, correct?
Correct.
And she'd previously told you on the 21st that, I want to make sure I get it correct, it hurt. Something along those lines. Or I'm sorry, she previously told you on March 1st, it hurt in reference to sex with Alex.
I don't remember exactly what it was in reference to, but she said it hurt.
Okay. Go through just some other
Thank you.
times in the 23rd when she talks to you. She talks about her feelings, and she tells you about Alex, what she thought Alex was feeling as well, correct? What she perceived Alex to be feeling.
I believe so.
She told you, I think it is 11 different times, that she thought Alex was upset. Is that right?
I believe that is a correct number.
I'd provided you with some of these listings earlier in the week for you to check the transcript, is that right?
Yes.
And you had a chance to check that transcript?
Yes.
And it was 11 times that she had said that about Alex during that interview on the 23rd, right?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you my sheet as it, just to be open with you here. My tally is 8 of those times she was talking about the present occasion, and 3 of those times she was talking about past occasions when Alex was upset. Does that sound about right? I know you're not double checking my work exactly, but again, in general, does that sound about right?
In general.
But what we do know now that listening to the tapes is, while she told you her feelings and what Alex was doing, she didn't tell you where the car was, did she?
No, she did not tell me where the vehicle was.
And she didn't tell you where Alex was, did she?
She did not tell me where Alex was.
But then you came back and spoke with her the next day on the 24th, right?
That is correct.
And eventually, she tells you more information. Agreed?
She does.
And then you come to learn that the reason she didn't tell you the stuff before was, as she says, because it was too scary. That's her words to you, right?
That is correct.
So on the 23rd, she's there, she cooperates with you.
She talks to me, yes.
She stayed in the room, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions.
That is correct.
She signed the release.
Yes, she did.
She had previously, back on March 1st, given you her iPod.
That is correct.
You knew on March 23rd that law enforcement already had her iPod a second time, agreed?
I don't think I knew that on March 23rd.
Okay, you've now come to learn that on March 22nd, the police recovered her iPod, correct?
Correct. I didn't know it at March 23rd, but on March 24th, I did know that Dunn County had taken possession of that.
The bottom line is she couldn't give it to you on the 23rd because she'd already given it to the police before. Agreed?
The police collected it, yes.
All right. She'd offered up her Google account information when she was speaking with you on the 23rd.
Yes, she did.
You didn't actually collect it until the next day on the 24th. Agreed?
Agreed.
But what she didn't do is she didn't tell you about what happened between the time she left Alex's until she got to Don Sipple's when she spoke with you on the 23rd.
Correct.
Now, you're aware that victims of sexual abuse or domestic abuse may be traumatized. Agreed?
Agreed.
That they may be confused. Agreed?
Agreed.
That the trauma from being a victim may even affect that victim's behavior. Agreed?
Yes.
And in fact, you're aware that even secondhand exposure to trauma, like as a law enforcement officer, exposure to other people's trauma could be stressful and require help for that police officer or other person. Agreed?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The approach on the side, Judge?
All right, go ahead. Sidebar. All right, objection is sustained.
You have some training, I believe is how you've previously said, in how to speak with victims of trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
But you don't have in-depth understanding of the neurobiology of trauma. Agreed?
I do not.
You have not had specific training regarding trauma. Agreed?
In what sense?
Well, have you gone to, well, let me ask you this. You're a member of the Eau Claire Police Department, right?
That is correct.
You're in a detective, I believe, is there's investigators and detectives. Is it detectives is the term that the Eau Claire uses?
That is correct.
Are there investigators in Eau Claire?
There is a patrol investigator.
Okay. But what may be another context thought of as an investigator is in your department called a detective, right?
That is correct.
And I imagine there's a detective sometimes are assigned to particular crimes. Agreed?
Agreed.
So like in the Eau Claire Police Department, you probably have a detective that is specifically assigned to investigating child sex assault cases, right?
Agreed.
And part of the reason that there's a separate particular person to do that is there's specific training that that detective has. Agreed?
They do have some different training, yes.
Some different training than you have, correct?
Yes.
Some training on how in particular to interview children victims of trauma.
Objection,
Agreed?
relevance.
Again, sustained for the same reason.
So you don't have any particular training on how to deal with trauma victims, do you? You have general training, we understand that. I want to know if you have a specific specialized training that you have attended.
Well, I attended a crisis intervention training.
Okay, and that was back in 2014?
I don't remember the exact year it was, but I've continued to be part of the program.
Okay. And do you know who Miriam Falk is?
Miriam Falk?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I do not.
You don't, the Wisconsin Department of Justice attorney who does trainings for police in Wisconsin about trauma and how it impacts trauma victims?
I do not.
Okay. Did you attend, do you know who Dr. James Hopper is?
Not until this case.
You've since learned about him from this case, correct?
That is correct.
Did you attend his training that he put on for police officers and prosecutors in Racine, Wisconsin this year or last year in 2018?
I did not.
Okay. Other than what you've called the crisis intervention training, do you have anything in particular, any other specialized training in dealing with trauma?
Other than experience and just in general in work.
But I'm asking about training, not experience, right?
Other than that, no.
Okay. Because there's a difference between experience and training. You agree, correct?
Sure. There is.
Yeah. somebody could have lots of experience, but if they don't, I'm not implying this on you, this is general, but if they're not doing it correctly, the fact that they just keep doing it over and over and over doesn't make their experience any more valuable. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
So training is a large part of that, agreed?
A large part of.
A large part of making sure that somebody is successful and when they go out and they collect their experiences and doing the job that they're signed up to do.
If it's good training, yes.
Okay. So the training that you have based on trauma, would you agree? Do you have any, I'm going to back up a second. Do you have any training regarding forensic experiential trauma interviews?
No.
Okay. And have you heard the acronym FETI, F-E-T-I, for forensic experiential trauma interviews before?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that you have any training on using a trauma-informed interview approach? Other than the crisis intervention, did they use a specific methodology called trauma-informed interview approach?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you, when you went to this crisis intervention, did you learn a new methodology in dealing with trauma, or did you learn some helpful techniques in how to interview people?
There was a lot of techniques.
Okay, but it wasn't necessarily an entire different methodology than what you've already been doing. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. Do you know that, are you familiar with the, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. All right. When you met with her on the 23rd, fair to say that you didn't tell her that she had a choice to meet with you on that day. Agreed?
I would disagree on that.
Where in the interview does it say that you gave her a choice? On the 23rd, not the 24th. I understand things changed on the 24th.
It was done before we even made contact with her, based on the unit at Mayo.
I'm not asking about other people, sir. I'm asking about your contact with her, okay? You had contact with her on the 23rd, correct?
That is correct.
All of the contact that you had with this person here, Ezra McCandless, was on the recording that we heard, correct?
I guess I can't answer that completely with a yes or no. There's an explanation to it.
There's facts, and I'm asking you, you're a police officer, correct?
That is correct.
You're here to give facts, right?
That is correct.
And the facts that you normally have are observations that you make with your eyes, right?
Correct.
Things you hear, agree?
Correct.
Things that you smell,
Correct.
things that you touch,
Correct.
and things that you taste.
Correct.
It's basically the 5 senses, correct?
Correct.
You go out and collect information, correct?
Correct.
And then you bring it to either a boss in your office or a prosecutor in the state, or to a jury in a trial, or to a judge in a case. Agreed?
Agreed.
You go out, gather facts, and bring them here to tell us the facts, right?
Correct.
You're not an opinion witness. Agreed?
No.
You
No. Okay.
Do you agree that you're not here to give opinions?
Correct.
Okay. So you agree that you're not an opinion witness in that sense. Agreed?
Correct.
So I want to ask you some facts about March 23rd.
Okay.
The conversations that you had with Ezra McCandless, when you spoke with her, it was all on that recording. Agreed?
Yes.
When you had, and everything on that recording is in the transcript that's been marked as exhibit number 176. Agreed?
Agreed.
So you would agree that in the transcript and on the recording, at no time do you say the words to Ezra McCandless, giving her a choice to be there or not to be there. Agreed?
Agreed.
And at no time during there do you tell her that she can wait and talk sometime in the future.
Agreed.
At no time do you tell her that she doesn't need to answer your questions. Agreed?
Agreed. She was a victim at this point.
Again, I appreciate that you want to explain why you didn't do things, but I'm just asking you facts right now. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So you agree you did not tell her that she didn't have to answer questions. Agreed?
Agreed.
You were here when Mr. Vang testified, right?
Yes.
You watched the video of a portion of Mr. Vang's interview of Ms. McCandless in court here, correct?
Correct.
You heard Mr. Vang give her options of not having to speak, correct?
Correct.
Not answering questions, correct?
Correct.
Of leaving at any time, correct?
Correct.
And certainly back on February 26th, when Mr. Vang met with Ms. McCandless about this other matter, she wasn't a suspect then, agreed?
That is correct.
She was a victim then, correct?
Correct.
So now back to you on March 23rd, when you talked with her, you, just to kind of sum up, I can't remember where I left off in here. You didn't tell her she could leave, you didn't tell her she could refuse to answer questions, you didn't tell her she could wait and talk later, you didn't tell her she had a choice. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. Yet, she cooperated with you, right?
Correct.
Okay. After you met with Ms. McCandless on the 23rd, you went back, and that's when you found a car, and you found Mr. Woodward in the back of the car. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So then the next day, on the 24th, you then come back and you speak with Ms. McCandless again, right?
That is correct.
And at that point, fair to say that things had changed, right?
Yes.
There was now a death investigation that was going on, agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. You were wanting to find out what happened that led to Mr. Woodward being in the backseat of that car deceased, right?
Correct.
When you first met with her on the 24th, you then told her some things you hadn't told her on the 23rd, agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah, you told her she could leave when you spoke with her on the 24th, right? Again, I think that's a general comment, but we can
Yep.
get to the particular if you want. I think,
Nope, no, that's fine. I agree. I told her that she'd be able to leave anytime she would like.
I think what you said is, you're in a locked facility for your safety to get you the help we both think you need, but that door, it's not locked, we'll end it, we'll walk out, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. When you first talked with her that time, you didn't immediately tell her about your findings, did you?
No.
You spoke with her for, again, I'm going off my memory, so correct me if I'm wrong, about 45 minutes or so before you told her about your finding of the car. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. And when you first did that, I think how you'd mentioned it is you used the word, so we honestly, on line 1705, you'd taken a break. You said, "Excuse me for a second," on page 38.
Thank you.
And I believe the words you said, "So we honestly went out and found Don." Is that right?
1705. Yes.
You'd chosen to use the word, at that point, 45 minutes into the conversation, the word honestly, right?
I guess so.
Yeah. You hadn't, I'm not saying you had deceived her, I don't mean to imply that in any way, but you hadn't shared with her everything you knew when you first met with her that day, right?
No.
Okay. And then when you met with her on the 24th, she continued to tell you, at least in that first 45 minutes, that framework there, basically she didn't remember, just like she had the day before. Agreed?
Correct.
This is broad strokes. I understand
Okay.
that we have this. We're talking very broad strokes. Are you with me?
Okay.
What you talked to her about in that first 45 minutes that you hadn't talked to her about before is the word boy in her arm, right?
Can you repeat that?
What you talked to her about on the 24th
Yep.
that you hadn't talked to her about on the 23rd is the word boy written in her arm.
Correct. It came up on the 24th.
Yeah, you didn't ask her about that the day before. For whatever reason, you didn't ask her about that, right?
No.
You then asked her about it on the 24th. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's when she told you what later in the interview you turned out to be, you realized was a lie, but she told you that Alex had done that, right?
That is correct.
And then she later, by the end of that interview, after you, for lack of a better term, maybe confronted her, she told you, yes, she had done boy on her own arm. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. When you spoke with her about finding the car, it doesn't take long after you're telling her that you found the car where she says, yep, I was scared, and again, broad strokes. I stabbed Alex, right?
I couldn't tell you a time on how long it was.
Sure. On page 39 at line 1754 and 1758, probably very soon after, she said to you, I remember being really scared and a lot of pain on those two lines. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then at the bottom of that page is when you're like, what happened to Alex, right?
Yes, I did ask her what happened to Alex.
Yeah, and I think you would at that point kind of, tell me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of in a soft confrontational mode, right? You're kind of like, look, Ezra, we've talked to you. What happened to Alex?
I think it was more of just trying to figure out what happened. I wasn't trying to confront anybody.
Okay, and
I
that's
was
fair.
just trying to get facts.
And that's fair. And that's what you were doing. You were trying to get facts, right?
Correct.
Because previously she hadn't given you facts, right?
That is correct.
She had said, I don't remember.
That is correct.
And then once you told her about that, she started to give you the facts about what she says happened, right?
She gave us,
I guess,
gave
Your
you
Honor, I'm going to
facts.
object to the characterization of it as being facts. She started to tell him what she claims happened, but to say they're facts, I think, is a mischaracterization.
Well,
Just stating, it seems a bit argumentative, Mr. Nelson.
when I mean the word facts, I'm not saying that whether those are facts that are truthful or not is up to the jury to decide. We all agree on that. Are you with me?
the jury will decide, yes.
Okay, and so I mean it more in the sense of she's telling you what happened, what she saw, what she heard, what she smelled, what she tasted, what she felt back on that muddy road. I don't mean to imply whether they're true or not, okay?
Okay.
And so I want to be fair to everybody. It's just a simpler way you would use the word fact for us to talk about this. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And in response to that, she told you right away on page 40, the top line, I got him off me, right?
That is correct.
And then her next words were, it was just really painful. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then from there, she kind of starts sharing more and more and more over the next half hour with you about what happened.
Yes, she told me her story.
Well, she's telling you her story. You're trying to gather facts, right?
Trying to gather information on what had took place.
Correct. You're asking questions, she's giving answers, right?
Yes.
It's not a free-flowing narrative that Ezra McCandless is just providing to you, right? She's answering your questions.
Yes.
You're not and again, I don't mean this to imply critical, I'm just trying to get the facts. You didn't ask, like, tell me in your own words everything that happened, just a big open book, did you?
I don't think I used those words, no.
You were, not, I don't mean in a critical sense, but you were asking specific questions, looking for specific answers, is that right?
Well, I asked what happened
Yep.
and what happened next
And then when she would tell you things, you would follow up with questions, is that right?
to get more detail and more information.
Sure. Are you aware through your training that somebody who suffered from a traumatic event sometimes doesn't have all of those details?
I believe that, yes.
Are you aware in your training that somebody who suffered from a traumatic event sometimes doesn't remember the sequencing of events?
I believe I've heard that before, yes.
Okay. And some of your questioning, now I'm switching to that last half hour on the 24th, okay?
Okay.
And so in that last half hour, you were asking her questions about sequencing of events. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. And sometimes when she was giving you answers about that, she would preface it with the phrase, I think. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You started asking her about where she ended up stabbing. Is that right?
Yes, I asked her if she remembered where she stabbed him.
And her initial answer to you was, I don't really fully know, because it was just anything and everywhere. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you asked some more follow-up questions. Is that right? And on line 2028, she responded, I don't know. Agreed? On line 2028, she says the words, I don't know. You agree?
Correct. I'm just trying to read what that's following up to.
And then if we you're asking some questions, I think, again, broad strokes, 46 through 47 about kind of where this occurred. Was it in the back seat? Was it outside? You asked, how did he get back inside the car? Is that right?
You said 2119?
Yes.
2117 is where I have him at. We're asking that.
2119, her response is,
Yep.
I don't know. Agreed?
Correct.
And then you followed up with, where do you think you stabbed him? Is that right?
Correct.
And then her next words are, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And then on 2129, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And then on 2139, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2148, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2156, she says, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And on 2156, did I just do that one? I'm going to move on because I think I did. On 2165, she says, I might have. Agreed?
Correct.
And then 2169, she says, I think so. Agreed?
Correct.
2183, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
2188, I think. Agreed?
Correct.
And again, if you go to the next page on 49, I don't want to say every time, but she starts most all of her sentences with the phrase, I think. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then it continues on to again on page 50 where she says it again 1, 2, 3, 4 times, at least on that page. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then on 2290,
I'm pausing it real quick to do something very special, just real quickly. I'm trying not to pause it too much because we have to get to Ezra, but real quick, I have a thing.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
One more time.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
Also, by the way, for anyone who's following the Brian Koberger coverage, I made the Spicy Santa overlay. Y'all, is it spicy or what? Look at him. Spicy Santa. Okay.
you'd asked, do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat? And she says, 2290, no, I don't. I just remember it happening, but I don't remember the time or when. Is that right?
I have this game separated. You said, what was it?
It's all right.
2290, you said?
2290, her
Okay.
response, you had previously asked her a question, do you remember when you stabbed him in the throat? And her response was, no, I don't. I just remember it happening, but I don't remember the time or when. Agreed?
Agreed.
On page 61 at line 2763. Actually, let's start at 2753. Is that right?
2753 on page 61?
Yes.
Okay.
She says the words to you, I didn't want to have sex at all. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you asked her, did he? To which she responded, I don't think so. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you asked, why did he have the knife and why and to cut your pants, question mark, to which she says, I think he just wanted to look at me. Agreed?
Correct.
And then you follow up, is that what he said or why? You said you think. Is that right?
Correct.
So you follow up on page 61 when she starts using the phrase, I think. You followed up with the, basically, why do you keep saying I think? Is that right?
For that question, yes.
Yeah, for that question, correct? You hadn't done it for all of her previous I thinks, but on that page you followed up with the, again, broad strokes. Why are you saying I think?
It fit that question, yes.
Okay. And so I know you said it then, and my second question now is, you didn't ask that follow-up question to any of her previous I think statements, did you?
No.
And when you asked a follow-up question about that I think statement, her response to you is, I don't know. Is that right?
Correct.
But you never asked follow-up, you don't know what she would have said if you'd asked follow-up questions to her previous I think statements, do you? Because that would be speculation, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just taking a step back from that particular interview, okay?
Okay.
But on the 23rd and the 24th, she both days gave you information leading up to this time gap that I think I've referenced before after Alex's house. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on both of those days, she said basically, again, broad strokes, the same stuff, right?
I did not go and compare both stories side by side.
But again, broad strokes, basically the same thing, right?
For the most part. There are some things a little different, I'm sure, but I can't.
Sure. And as part of this case, you're like the lead investigator, right?
I was assisting Dunn County.
Okay. Have you heard from a lead investigator in the case thus far when we've been here in court?
I guess not.
Okay. And you're the officer that's been here in court the whole time, right?
That is correct.
No other law enforcement officer who's been involved in the case has been in here the whole time, right?
That is correct.
So fair to say, whether it's official or not, you're kind of the lead investigator, right?
If you want to say that, then sure.
Certainly the most involved, right?
I was involved, yes.
Okay. And what you've learned through that investigation and watching the trial is most of that, what she says happens on the morning of the 22nd, that's corroborated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also asked her questions about what happened afterwards. Both on the 23rd and the 24th, you asked her not as much, but you were asking her about Farmer Sipple's house, about what happened at the hospital. You were asking her some questions about that as well, right?
Correct.
And what you found out through your investigation is what she said about what happened afterwards at Don Sipple's and with the police and at the hospital. That was, again, corroborated, right?
As far as, I guess you kind of lost me there on
Sure.
what you're wondering, or what you're asking, I should say.
I'm asking if in your investigation you would agree what she told you on the 23rd and the 24th about what happened on the 22nd after she got to Don Sipple's house, whether your investigation corroborated what she said.
I think most of the facts were the same. And again, I never compared them side by side.
I understand that, sir. But that's part of your job as an investigator is you get information and you go and you check it out, right?
We follow all the evidence, yes. We follow the evidence to where it takes us.
Correct. Because what one of the concerns is of course, you've heard of the term bias, is that right?
Yes.
You were here in court, I think, when the judge even mentioned it in part of the first day is, explicit as well as implicit bias, right?
Yes, I believe it
And
did.
that it's an event, it's an issue in this case, but you have training for bias regarding race, right?
Correct.
You have training for bias regarding gender bias, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've probably also even had training, or at least you're aware of the concept of confirmation bias, right?
Can you expand on that, please?
Sure. Have you heard have you heard the phrase confirmation bias before?
I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay. So confirmation bias is when a person looks for facts to validate a conclusion that he or she has already reached.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Or they avoid or discredit evidence that challenges their preconceived idea. That's the other side of the coin on confirmation bias, right?
Okay.
I imagine you've had, even if you don't know the term, you're aware of the concept, you've had some
Yes.
talk about it, right?
Yes,
And that's certainly, as you said, something you want to avoid as a law enforcement officer, right?
that is correct.
Probably want to avoid as a human being in general, but it happens to all of us, right?
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that? That's just one of the reasons we know about it is it's a common concept that human beings sometimes have confirmation bias.
I don't know how common it is.
Okay. But whether it applies to all human beings in every employment opportunity or just in life, you would agree it certainly is something that should be avoided in law enforcement, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think that was specifically asked.
I'll overrule.
Yes, it should be avoided.
Okay. So, as you had said, I think it was that you wanted to investigate all matters, all leads, right?
I followed the evidence that I had.
Sure. And you had evidence that you gave her that she should go to get this crisis intervention at the treatment places, right? At Bolton House, correct?
I'm kind of
On March 1st, you spoke with her.
correct.
And on March 1st, when you spoke with her, you gave her information to say,
I'm pausing it real quick to say, here we are. We're coming back full circle, back where we started from, back to the Bolton House, right? With the pamphlets and the business cards, just like where we started from here on Cross. We're right back 360. We did a 360.
Objection asked and answered.
he's not following me. I'm trying to put it into context, Judge.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And on March 1st, you gave her that information about resources available to victims of assault.
I took her up to the victim witness area, yes.
And then you reviewed the evidence in this case where you saw all of the pamphlets that she had been provided before from Mr. Vang, right?
I didn't see those until later on in this case.
Okay. You certainly were aware through your investigation that she'd been talking about going to therapy, and that's why she was writing these journals, right?
I didn't know that until after these interviews and everything had taken place.
I understand that. And those interviews that took place were over 18 months ago, correct?
That is correct.
And so in those 18 months, since you've learned of that information, fair to say that you've never done any investigation whatsoever about whether she did get that treatment and counseling that she talked about.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Can we approach, Judge?
Objection. Sustained.
Y'all, you see the attitude? Hold on. Let's watch that little thing. Watch his attitude. That is not, you don't oftentimes see them get an attitude with the judge like that. That was wild. The way he said that, hold on.
Can we approach, Judge?
Objection. Sustained.
When you were speaking with Ms. McCandless on the 23rd and the 24th, you had also been getting other information about the case from other officers that were involved. Is that right?
I guess
Just in general, not while you were actually speaking, but, you know, prior to speaking with her, you were getting updates from other officers, right?
there were some updates, yes.
Yeah. And you came to learn that on the 22nd, when she was initially at Farmer Sipples and had her initial contact with police, that she'd used the name Monica Carlin. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also know from her statements that she told you, I believe it was both on the 23rd as well as on the 24th, where she talks about prior accidents in her car. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so did you do any investigation about those prior accidents that she had had in a car and how that may or may not have affected her ability to talk about that event?
I will say we've heard this in previous housekeeping sessions. There's like a motion in limine about this, and they're not really supposed to be going into this from what we've heard.
No.
She had told you that it was a traumatic event, right? Maybe not using those terms, but fair to say that she told you about it was a big deal.
She didn't use the word traumatic. She did mention them,
Okay.
and she said she would remember them.
We'll go into it. So.
Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's mother about those accidents?
No.
Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's father, Joshane Carlin, about those accidents?
I mean, I'm sorry, but this just pisses me off. I have to just say real quick. That is not his job. He is there to investigate, first of all, a missing person, then they realize it's a homicide. Why on earth would his job be, if Ezra references that she's had an accident before, a car accident before, why would it be his job to go track down her family members to validate the accidents? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, stop.
No.
Did you do any follow-up with Ms. McCandless's former boyfriend, Jason Mengel, regarding those accidents?
I think we talked once about some of the accidents, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you do any follow-up with any witness to determine if she had ever been in a previous situation where she'd used the word, identified herself as Monica Carlin after she had legally changed her name to Ezra
Objection,
McCandless?
relevance.
It goes to, again, just, I'm not
All right,
asking.
I'm going to let you ask a couple questions on that. Overrule the objection, but
It's brief. I appreciate that, Judge. Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Did you do any investigation to determine if Ezra McCandless had ever previously identified herself as Monica Carlin after she had legally changed her name to Ezra McCandless?
No.
Did you do any investigation to determine if she'd ever been in a situation where she'd been disorientated or lacked a memory of a particular event?
Objection, relevance.
It's just that
I'm going to overrule, but go ahead, answer.
I don't know how I would do an investigation of that without being told about an incident.
Okay. So the answer, it sounds like, to my question is no, you didn't.
No.
Correct? And your claim was the reason that you didn't is you were never told about it by anybody?
I just can't make something up out of the air.
I understand that, but Jason Mengel told you about it.
Tell me about what?
A time in which she had been in an accident before and didn't remember her name and called herself Monica Carlin.
Okay. I think you did, yes.
Okay, so your answer that you didn't do it because you didn't know about it, maybe you didn't have a memory about it, but you did know about it, right?
At some point, he might have mentioned it, yes.
So you did know about it, agreed?
Agreed.
And when you found out about it, you didn't do any investigation at all about that, did you?
No.
Just very briefly, Exhibit 691, that was the iPod extraction regarding the note from March 2nd, 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That is, again, a note that was found on Ms. McCandless's iPod. Is that right?
Correct.
You would agree that you have no way of, there's no information as to whether that note was ever sent to anybody. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you have no information as to whether that note was ever received by anybody. Agreed?
Agreed.
And whether anybody thinks it's to Jason or to Alex or to John or to some other person, you didn't do any follow-up investigation with any of those, with John or Jason, to see if that note was received by them. Agreed?
Agreed.
Same, in the note from March 2nd was about Ms. McCandless asking somebody that they stop discussing her case, correct?
Correct.
And in there, there's also something, or what happened with Alex, is that right?
That is correct.
And we know from being in here in court that there's two different Alexes, right?
Yes.
There's an Alex Zink and an Alex Woodworth, right?
Correct.
And if, I'm not saying it was, we don't know, but if Alex Zink used to live with Jason Mengel, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so whether, if this were a note with an intention to be to Jason, you don't know whether it was to mentioning his roommate Alex or Alex Woodworth. Agreed?
And there is no last name.
Correct. Because you didn't follow up on that in any way with Mr. Zink either, did you?
I don't think he would know if it was about him.
Well, you could ask him if there was any incident in around March 2nd, 2018, or the day before, in which there's a reason he'd be mentioned in a note, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, you do what sometimes investigators do. They go and talk to people, right?
Possibly, yeah.
And then on Exhibit 692, that's the note from March 20th of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And again, you're not aware of any evidence as to electronically or otherwise as to whether this note was ever sent to anybody, right?
Correct.
And again, you're not aware of any evidence as to whether this was ever received by anybody, correct?
Correct.
Or read or shown in some way that wouldn't be electronic, but just even on the face of a phone, agreed?
Correct.
Or a face of an iPod, agreed?
Agreed.
Those are the only questions, thank you.
All right, any redirects?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I want to start, I think, with some of the questions that related to the investigation and your work. First off, whose investigation was this, Dunn County's or the city of Eau Claire's?
Dunn Counties.
All right. And were other investigators from both Dunn County and Eau Claire County doing things over and above what you were doing?
Yes, they were.
Did you do everything on this investigation?
No one person could do everything on this investigation.
So you weren't the only investigator involved in this?
That is correct.
Were many of the things that council asked about followed up by other investigators?
Yes, they were.
Vague. He wants to ask about specific things, but to just say many of the things, I think is too vague.
Overruled.
And there were some questions about exhibit, I think it's 691 maybe, the one with the journal entry, or note, I should say.
The note from March 2nd?
Yes.
Yes, 691.
Are you aware of anything through your review of the investigation in this case that happened between the defendant and Alex Zink?
His name has never come up other than a roommate.
Do you still have exhibits 176 and 290 there? Those are the two transcripts?
Yes, I do.
All right. So turn to page 3 of exhibit 176 for a moment. Council asked you some questions about line 121, where the defendant makes the statement that she needed to return some stuff that makes her sad. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right. And could you take now exhibit 290?
I will say, since I had a typo, I think this is a really great redirect by Mr. Dufour. So
Turn to page 3 of exhibit 290. And can you go to, starting at line 115, can you read through actually starting at line 113 and then read through line 125 out loud, please?
Sure. 113.
Yes.
I ask, what kind of stuff were you bringing? Ezra responds, a heating pad. I say, okay. Ezra says, and I had like a few just like small things, like a bookmark and stuff like that. And then 122, I say, okay, who was the heating pad for? And Ezra responds, for Alex, because he gave it to me a while ago. I just didn't want it anymore because I didn't need it.
So in that interview, she says she didn't need it versus it made her sad. Correct?
Correct.
another great redirect question.
Detective Prock, reviewing exhibit 465, what's the date of those Instagram?
Also, I have to give him extra points for using the word sad again, because again, that's the same, Ezra's used that word so many times. It's like the emotion word, right? Sad. So, well done.
Posts.
It appears all of them were March 12th, 2018.
All right. And is there a specific reference to what item the defendant is wanting to return to Alex as it relates to those Instagram posts?
I believe it is going to be the book, The Little Prince.
And are you aware if that book was returned to Alex at any particular location through your investigation into this matter?
I believe it was returned to him at Racy's.
There you go. The thing she really wanted to give back. And we've heard about this, like throughout the trial so far. We've heard about this from a handful of different witnesses, but especially with Jason Mingle, I believe it came in them talking about it, and she was explaining to him. So that was the thing she really wanted to return, was the Little Prince, and it was returned to him at Racy's. So, yeah.
Now, counsel also asked you if during the interview of March 23rd, the first interview you did with the defendant in regard to the matter that we're here for today, if what she told you happened before she met Alex, if that was all corroborated by your investigation. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And was all of the information that she gave you on March 23rd as to what she did before she met Alex actually corroborated by the physical facts and the surveillance video?
Can you kind of rephrase that
Well,
question?
maybe if I ask it a little different way, that's probably a bad question. In the interview on March 23rd, where did she tell you she went first when she got to Eau Claire from Stanley?
She went down to Racy's.
Was that statement by the defendant that she went to Racy's first corroborated by the surveillance videos from Milestone?
No.
What do the surveillance videos from Milestone show about where the defendant went first on March 22nd?
It shows that she went to the area of Alex's house.
And was that information corroborated by any other information that you obtained as part of this investigation? That she went to Alex's house before she went to Racy's?
Well, I believe the roommate, Dave, mentioned that she was over there earlier. She was there twice.
Right. Now, the defendant, in her statements to you and in various other locations, said that one of the things that she was trying to do or was doing on March 22nd is she wanted to give Alex Woodworth the journals. Do you recall that?
Correct.
All right. As part of the investigation, was Alex Woodworth's residence, his room, his apartment, the house he lived in, was it searched?
I believe it was searched by Dunn County officials, yes.
And are you aware if they recovered either journal, what's titled Silence Broken, or Journal 1, or the other document titled Journal 2 among Alex Woodworth's belongings?
They never found that.
All right.
Again, that's also going to say, like, part of the thing was Ezra was like, yeah, I wanted to give the journals, right? And that's the point, is that they were never delivered. So she had the excuse of, like, initially it was like, I want to return the little prints. Well, she already had done that. And then it's like, oh, I want to return or give the journals and a heating pad or whatever. Like, in other words, yes, she did return a heating pad or give a heating. Well, she had a heating pad in her hands. Let's just say that. But the journals were never given, and little prints was given prior. So.
Was a copy of either of those journals found in the defendant's car in the course of the search?
No.
Did you look through all of
She didn't even have it in her car. You know what she did have in her car, though, was the letter.
Alex Woodward's electronic devices?
Yes.
Was either journal found among the items in in any of his electronic devices in an electronic format?
I did not see it.
There was a question about in the interview of March 1st of 2018 that the defense.
I just want to highlight that, because we've heard so much about these journals, and I've pointed out how I said on a previous episode how I was like, I don't know if somebody was like, yeah, I wrote this journal for you to read. I don't know how much, like, what's the right way to say it? Like, how much stock I would put in that, right? But then there were people in the chat that said that they didn't know people who do that. So I was like, okay, that's awesome. I've never I take, like, point taken, but this has come up a lot, right? It's come up a lot in the different testimony that she had made a big deal about this. And in fact, I remember when Jason Mangle was testifying, there was talk about, he specifically said to her, why do you need to give them in person? Can't you send them in electronic form? And in fact, his testimony was, to quote it, quote, it's the modern era, which is why this was a great question from Mr. Dufour, because he said, was it found there in person? Was it like in his room? He was like, no. And then he was also like, was it found on his cell phone in electronic format, digital, whatever? And he's like, nope. So the whole thing about, oh, I've been going to therapy and I've been journaling and I need to deliver these journals, it's again, it's circumstantial, but it's pointing to premeditation, right? So.
Defendant made a statement about something hurt as it related to the relationship with Alex Woodworth. You recall that?
I do.
Did she ever make it clear in that it was a physical versus an emotional hurt?
I don't remember.
All right. In the interview on March 23rd, did the defendant ever tell you that Alex physically harmed her or assaulted her?
Objection, vague. Just time period, I guess. Is he talking about March 22nd or prior time or all time?
On March 20, I
He did say March
accept that,
23rd.
Your Honor. I'll
No, you did say-
re-ask the question.
That was asked in the question, March 23rd.
In the interview of March 23rd, did the defendant ever say that Alex Woodworth on the interview of March 23rd, did she ever say that on March 22nd, Alex Woodworth physically assaulted her?
I don't believe she did.
Detective Prock, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 426, which appears to be a transcript of the interview between yourself and the defendant on March 1st. Is that correct?
That does appear to be.
All right. I want you to take a look on page 19 of that, and I just want you to review page 19, and then I want to ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not she described it as a physical, emotional hurt, or she didn't really say.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she tells you if it's a physical or an emotional hurt?
She doesn't say either.
And during that interview, she talked many times about emotional hurts, didn't she?
I believe so, yes.
I mean,
Counsel-
specifically, she said she felt sad.
I asked you and tried to and asked you a yes or no if the defendant was advised that she had to talk to you on March 23rd.
This is the part that I was like, this is going to come up on redirect.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said you can't answer that yes or no. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's based on the place she was located. They have a policy that if
Objection, hearsay,
Well, Your Honor, it's going to explain
doesn't matter, it's
What-
still hearsay.
Well, frankly, Mr. Nelson, you opened the door, so I'm going to allow the state to go into that. I don't, so I'm not going to elaborate. You can do that aside or some other point, but I'm going to allow the state to go into that.
continue.
The thing is that it's redirect, and it was brought up on cross. The point of redirect is it's limited to what came up in cross. So I don't know, like, yeah, he should be able to ask that.
where she was at, if the patient doesn't want to talk to someone, they're not going to let you talk to them. So for me to be able to talk to Ezra, I had to go through the nursing staff they would go ask Ezra if Ezra would want to talk to me. And if she did, then I got to talk to her. If she didn't, I wasn't going to be able to talk to her. So that's how that took place. So
All right. Now, counsel asked if the defendant cooperated with you on March 23rd in your interview. Do you recall that?
yes,
Did she completely cooperate with you on March 23rd?
I guess it depends on what you're talking about with
All right.
cooperate.
Well, did she tell you, let me ask this, did she tell you anything about what happened after she left Alex's apartment?
No,
All right. On March 24th, prior to your telling her that you found the car, did she tell you anything about what happened after she left Alex's apartment on March 22nd?
no,
After you told her that you had found the car, was she able to give you significant details of what happened, according to her, after she left Alex's apartment on March 22nd?
yes,
So based on that, Detective, would you say that she completely cooperated with you on March 23rd, 2018?
no.
I want to talk about a few things that counsel asked you for when she answered things like "I think" and "I don't remember." Okay.
Okay.
Counsel said his question was, the defendant said, it was just really painful. Is that actually what was said there?
On line 781,
Yes, 1781.
1781, it's just really painful.
It's just really
It's.
painful.
IT apostrophe yes, just really painful.
Not it was,
It's IT apostrophe yes.
all right, which is short for it is.
Correct.
Why don't you, can you read the question before, and then read the whole answer, not just the I don't know?
Okay. It starts at 2024, and I ask, okay, anything and everywhere is where you were stabbing him. So was he on top of you? So you have it here. Do you know if you stabbed him in the back or any place? And in line 2028, she responds, I don't know if I had it facing up or down.
Okay. Counsel, the question that you had asked, and counsel asked about this is, how did he get back inside the car, Ezra? And counsel had just read the part that says, I don't know. Can you read the rest of that answer?
Sure, it's line 2119, and Ezra responds, I don't know. When I left and I ran, he was outside.
All right. So her story is that that she was gone when he got back in the car.
That is her story, yes.
Let's continue on that page. Counsel asked you about a number of questions as to where she says, I think. Can you read what the question is at 2021 that starts out all of those answers that says, I think?
Sure. It starts out, okay, and then it's inaudible. When he was stabbed, where do you think you stabbed him?
So your question is, where do you think you stabbed him?
Correct.
And on page 61, there was, when we look at line 2759, you ask him what? Or ask the defendant what?
2759, I asked, why did he have the knife? And why? And to cut your pants?
And then what's her answer?
I think he just wanted to look at me.
All right. And then you follow up on that, I just think, why did you follow up on that answer that says, I think, and not the other ones?
Well, the other ones I asked her what she thought was where she stabbed Alex. And in this one, she responds to my question with, I think, in kind of a doubting fashion, not knowing for sure. So I want clarification if she truly knew this or if this was just a thought.
In other words, you want to know if Alex had said something like that or somehow expressed that that's what he wanted, or if it was just what her belief was?
That is correct.
All right. Now, counsel had asked you about, that you didn't talk to her immediately or tell her immediately the information that you had that the car had been found and Alex was found and he was dead. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why didn't you bring that up with her right away?
I just wanted to see, without prompting her memory, to see if she got anything back, if she could remember anything else that took place.
Okay. Did you give her a chance to tell you what she knew?
Yes.
Did you give her a chance to tell you what she knew before you brought up the fact that you knew where the car was?
Yes.
Did you give her a lot of chances to do that?
I couldn't put a number on it, but I believe there was numerous times that I gave her a chance.
And until you did that, was she forthcoming in telling you what happened
Objection
on
as
March
to the,
22nd?
sorry, objection as to the use of the word forthcoming. He can ask her what she said or didn't say, but I think forthcoming is to me.
All right, I'm going to sustain it. He gets too close to this witness giving an opinion.
Okay, thank you. Prior to your bringing that up, did she tell you anything about what happened on March 22nd after she left Alex's?
No.
At any point in time, when she finally began to tell you about what happened on March 22nd, Did she tell you that the reason that she didn't talk to you about what happened is that she did not remember what happened?
No.
I don't have any other redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, recross.
Yes, please. Mr. Prock, I want to ask you about our 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, those 3 days, okay?
Okay.
And just kind of a preview here is on about Ms. McCandless's statements, essentially of, I don't remember. Make sense?
Okay.
Fair to say, she said that on the 22nd, agreed?
That she said that she didn't remember?
Correct.
Correct.
Fair to say that she said that on the 23rd, correct?
Correct.
And then fair to say she started to say that on the 24th, but eventually told you stuff, right?
Correct.
And when she talked to you on the 24th, you asked, why didn't you tell us before? And she says, because it was too scary. Agreed?
I believe there was more than that in that statement. Is it all right if I try to find
You're
it?
fine. I don't have the transcript. I'm losing that page, but it's page 55, line 2494. I think she tells you because it was too scary. Is that the line?
That is because I didn't. I asked her, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? And her response was, because I didn't. It's too scary.
Okay. So you almost made the same mistake I did, using the words it's and it was, right?
No, it was is the words right before it. It's too scary.
Okay. So she used both in that one, it was and it is too scary, basically, right?
That is what it says in here.
And when she made that statement on the 24th, she was talking to you in response to her statements on the 23rd, correct?
I guess you've lost me there. And
I don't have it in front of me.
no, I'm just trying to, can you clarify your
You asked the
question?
question, yes, why didn't you tell this to us yesterday, agreed?
Yes, and it's in response to everything that took place at the vehicle.
But you're on the 24th.
Yep.
You're asking her a question about why she didn't say things on the 23rd.
Correct.
agreed?
Why she didn't tell us this on the 23rd.
Correct. And her response as to why she didn't say it on the 23rd, if you follow the logic of, if there's logic in it, is that it would be on the 23rd, it was too scary, right?
It's because I didn't, it's too scary.
Correct. But that's in reference to why she didn't say it on the 23rd. That's my point.
Okay,
Do you agree with that?
correct.
Following that line of conversation tracking?
Now, yes,
Okay. And in fact, I think she later on page 61, and I'll just start it at the word everything, but it seems like she's talking about kind of what's going on in her head about what happened. Is that right? And she says, everything was just so scary and I don't know what to do about it. I don't. It's just so scary and I can't get anything out of my mind. That's what she says on those lines, correct?
yes.
All right. So, and again, I know you're not an expert and I'm not trying to open that, but it may be that sometimes she didn't remember and it may be that sometimes she didn't want to talk about it because she was too scared. It depends on the day, right? Based on the information that you have right here, right now.
I don't know why she didn't want to talk about it. All I can say is one day she said she didn't remember, the next day she said it was too scary.
Okay. You were asked some questions about this hurt, all right? And I don't want to belabor the point too much about Alex and hurt, but you'd, on March 1st, asked her some questions about who she was having sex with. She said Alex, and she said it hurt. Agreed?
I don't remember exactly how that conversation went, but there was something along those lines, yes.
Again, just because I don't want to, on page 19 of not yet offered or received Exhibit 426, reference to DOJ 4293.
Yep.
This is that little transcript of the little clip that we played. Is
Okay.
that right? Does it just refresh your memory to see
Yeah.
that?
Okay.
You'd asked him, you'd again, just to put it in context, you'd asked her who she had sex with. She said Alex, and then something along the lines of, and it hurt.
And it's inaudible, and it hurt inaudible.
Correct.
Okay,
You agree?
that is what it says.
And on the 23rd, she actually did say she was afraid of being hurt by Alex. That was the page 14 that we put up on the screen before. Exhibit 176, page 14.
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's beyond the scope of my,
I believe he asked if she ever told, it
No.
was asked on redirect.
my question
Asked
on,
redirect
Hold on.
if she ever told Mr. Prock on the 23rd about Alex hurting her. So I'm following up on that.
no, I asked if he, well, and the question
Right.
and answer don't have any,
Again, I don't remember exactly, so I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Nelson,
almost done.
Very brief.
Stop.
please, thank
You're almost done with recross, and then it is time for the defense's case in chief. We have like 2 minutes or something.
It's in that section where she said, again, I understand it's, you asked her, what were you scared of? She said, being hurt. You asked by who, and she said, Alex. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. I'd asked you some questions about corroborating what she'd done, her statements about what she did on the 22nd, correct?
Yes,
In the morning of the 22nd, right?
yes,
And the one difference that was pointed out to you on redirect is that one time she said she was returning things because she was sad, and another time she was returning things because she didn't need it. That's the discrepancy that the state pointed out. Agreed?
that was one of them, yes.
Okay. And the other discrepancy that was pointed out was that she said she went to Alex's, but she didn't say that she had been there previously. Agreed?
Well, it was the first time she went to Racy's, but the cameras show that she went to the area of Alex's first.
Right. I'm sure she didn't mention lots of things that she did on the morning of the 22nd, correct? She didn't say she went to the bathroom. She didn't say she ate breakfast. She didn't say all kinds of small details about non-events. Agreed?
I can't say that's a small detail not to mention.
That's not for you to decide, that's for the jury to decide, right?
I understand.
But she didn't mention other small details of non-events.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, argumentative.
you. I'll sustain an argumentative.
Fair to say she didn't tell you other things that didn't result in any contact with another human being. Agreed?
Agreed.
But she didn't deny that she went to Alex's house and why she was going there. Agreed?
She said she went to Alex's house, yes.
Yeah. So you agree with my question. She didn't deny that she was going over to Alex's house and why. Agreed?
Agreed.
In the journal, while it wasn't found at Alex's or in the car, the journal was in an electronic format, right?
Yes,
Yeah. I mean, you found it on the Google account, correct?
correct.
And that would make it accessible on an iPod, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. If an iPod had wireless connection to a Google account, you found it in the Google account, correct?
It was located in the Google account. I don't think I found it. I believe one of the Dunn County deputies found it.
Broad strokes, law enforcement found it in the Google account, right?
That I can agree to.
So you have nothing to dispute that it could have been shown to him on the screen of an iPod. Agreed?
I can't say that it wasn't shown on an iPod.
Okay. And you certainly agree that in the year 2018, sometimes things are shared in a digital format, sometimes they're shared in a hard copy format, sometimes a person just shows another person a screen that they have with them. Agreed?
Yes,
You'd also talked about these texts from, I think it was Exhibit 485, 465?
465?
465. And what you'd realize from those texts is as far back as March 12th, she'd been talking to other people about going and returning stuff to Alex, right?
Correct.
So she'd talked about this like almost 10 days before that, right?
Yes,
Certainly didn't seem to be a secret that that's what she was going to go do, right?
I couldn't tell you if it was a secret or not.
We just know that she told other people 10 days before, correct?
She told Jason 10 days before.
And she told Max on that same day on the 22nd, agreed?
On the 22nd.
You were asked questions in which the state used the phrase, her story is he was outside of the car when she left. Is that right?
I don't remember the exact words used.
He used the word story, correct?
I don't know for sure if that's.
But it was in reference to where Alex's body was.
I believe that was off of this transcript.
But
Okay.
I'm not asking about the transcript.
Nope.
I'm asking about the question that you were asked,
Okay.
right?
He asked a question about where the body was, I believe.
Correct, yep. Since that time, it's been 18 months, correct?
Yes.
You've had a chance to investigate the case, right?
Parts of it, yes.
And you've been here in court, right?
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Mills testify, right?
Yes.
And you heard Dr. Mills testify that after somebody received those injuries, they may have been able to still walk, agreed?
I believe she said that, yes.
And talk, agreed?
I believe she said that, yes.
Nothing else.
Okay. Detective Prock, you may step down. Thank you.
Guys, the time has come. Y'all ready? Let's do a celebratory swoop. Celebratory double swoop, actually. Let's do it. Actually, we're going to do a triple swoop. Triple swoop. First time ever triple swoop. All right. Here we go.
It's a house.
But you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
Fair, me too. No further questions.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
I love that so much. All right, guys, we are on to the defense's case in chief. You ready for this? Isn't that's like a sports ball reference, but we're going with it. All right, here we go.
It's a house.
Doctor, will you state your name and spell your name for the record?
Richard Tovar, Tovar.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an emergency physician and medical toxicologist practicing in Wisconsin.
Can you please tell the jury what training you've had in order to become an emergency room physician and toxicologist?
In order to do that, you got to go to med school. And then I did my residency and training in both emergency medicine and medical toxicology at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee. And I've been here practicing for over 30 years.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say real quick about, since it came up about the mud. Hold on, let me pull that comment up from Candace here. Where was it? Here. So, guys, I have a really updated hipster business that goes through the crime scene. It's really, I'm put a lot of effort into it. It details, it goes through all the things from what was claimed in opening statements to different points of testimony to the DNA to the medical examiner, and it lines everything up into categories. Kat, the mic is directly in front of my mouth. If there's audio issues, it's on StreamYard's end. There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. I'm really sorry. I can't do anything about it. StreamYard's been having issues again. It's not just me. Other people have been having issues with their audio. And as you pointed out earlier, it'll be bad and then it will be good. It cuts in and out. So I can't do anything about it. I'm directly in front of the microphone. What was I saying? Yes. So, but that will go through. I'm thinking my plan initially was to do that tonight, but I'm thinking I'm going to wait to do that until the next episode when it gets to the part of Ezra's testimony where she's talking about the crime scene and going through what she's saying happens. And I'm thinking that might be a better time to do it. But depending on what questions people ask and if it seems relevant, then we might still go over it tonight. But don't worry, we're going to make sure that we're going to go through it because we still don't really know what happened to him, and I've been putting a lot of effort into it. And when I was doing that, I noticed things that we haven't noticed before and hasn't really been talked about in trial. There's like pieces of evidence, and I'm like, wait, where did that come from? So it's actually pretty crazy. So yeah.
Can you tell us where you have been employed, your various places you've been employed as an emergency room physician?
You bet. Residency is a form of employment, so that was my first real job in Wisconsin. And then
where did you do your residency?
at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee.
Okay.
At that time, it was the only emergency medicine residency. And then after I left, I graduated, and I did a year in a level 1 trauma center in El Paso, and then came back to Wisconsin and been back ever since, working at different size emergency departments, anywhere from smaller ones to very, very big ones. I work for a company that works from northern Wisconsin all the way down into Illinois, so I help out with all those contracts.
And in your employment in these various emergency rooms, have you dealt with many wounds that are commonly known as sharp force injuries?
Yes, it's a common occurrence to see cuts or...
Y'all, is anyone having flashbacks to Dr. Russell from the Karen Reed trial?
open skin areas or even lighter stuff like abrasions, which are commonly seen day to day in the emergency department.
Have you done some teaching in the medical area as well?
Yes. Basically, when the term physician means in Latin means teacher. So I've taught anywhere from residents all the way to EMS personnel and law enforcement.
How are you an assistant clinical professor at the Medical College of Wisconsin?
Yes, I am.
How long have you done that?
Since I graduated from residency,
What would be really funny is if, like, that was such a stupid question. Wouldn't it be really funny, like, just like Blackwater said, being a smartass? I would be a smartass. Like, if someone said to me, "So, are you a blah 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 blah," and gave a really specific job title at a specific place, wouldn't it be so funny if they were like, "No"?
I go back and do lectures there. I teach advanced trauma life support. And so I'm still intimately involved with my residency program.
And in addition to your work as an emergency room physician, have you ever worked as a law enforcement officer?
I was a sworn police officer
Y'all get ready for this part. This is insane.
in the city of New Berlin for 16 years.
Why did you, was that at the same time that you were an emergency room physician?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I have questions about that. He was an emergency room doctor at the same time he was a law enforcement officer. What did he say, 16 years or something? I have questions about that. At the same time, right? I mean, he said at the same time.
Why did you stop being a law enforcement officer?
I got old and had to retire.
Okay, doctor. As part of your work specifically,
You got like half a laugh on that one.
for a law enforcement officer, have you done training for law enforcement officers at all regarding the use of knives in fighting?
That's a common law enforcement training scenario is dealing with people with knives or sharp objects. And I've been asked to talk about, the damage that knives can do, how quickly people can injure you as a police officer or as just a regular citizen. So, and we did have training on recognizing sharp force potential problems.
Did some of that training include live simulation of knife fighting?
Yeah, at the time we had these marking cartridges. They had pink or yellow type ink that you would get all over yourself, and you could actually see what happened when you got marked.
Okay. But not really drawing actual blades that would cut the skin?
No.
Okay. So the other thing I want to ask you, doctor, is do you have any specialty certifications?
Right. The other one is medical toxicology. It's It's what we call a subboard. It's additional training in the treatment and evaluation of anywhere from babies all the way to seasoned citizens. And we also basically do a lot of work with those who are deceased in hospitals.
And when you say medical toxicology, does that mean you're looking at what substances, whether lawful or unlawful, have been ingested to a patient that could affect their health or be part of a cause of death?
Exactly. Anything can be a poison, even too much water. So we're consulted by emergency physicians, pediatricians, primary care providers to basically assist in the treatment and evaluation of these folks, and especially in the emergency department.
Can you tell us about your board certifications?
So I'm board certified in emergency medicine and medical toxicology. We have to take a test every year online to show we read so many articles pertaining to our board certification. And then we take the big one every 10 years for both.
And so that's for both the medical toxicology and emergency room?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any other certificates for other areas that you are qualified in, as outlined in your curriculum vitae?
Yeah, I was a certified law enforcement officer, but now I'm retired. Nothing else that is pertaining to my usual everyday practice.
Doctor, do you belong to any professional societies?
I would belong to several. The American College of
Again,
Medical College of
I
Wisconsin.
did that thing where I paused it and then I jumped back. Okay, I'll put it back where it was. But again, wouldn't it be so funny if he said nope when she's like, "Doctor, do you belong to any professional societies?" Like, no. But while I'm finding where we were here, hopefully, for anyone who's just now tuning in or missed it, so we are on the beginning of the defense's case in chief. This is the very, very first witness. This is an emergency room doctor who also was a law enforcement officer. He's on the stand for, a good bit compared to the other witnesses because they get him in and out quick in this trial. It's amazing. And but after him, it's Ezra. And also for anyone who's like wondering why you're not maybe hearing as much commentary from me as usual. One, I'm trying to limit me pausing the video so we can get to Ezra, first of all. So if anyone's wondering, a lot of my comments that I would normally be saying are in the chat. But second of all, there's been the audio issues with StreamYard with people's microphones. So anyway, but more importantly, I'm just, being cognizant of wanting to get to Ezra. So basically that's what it is. And let's see if this is where we were at.
medications that are antidotes, for example, and studying those types of things.
Have you published any articles?
Yes.
And do you know what areas they're in?
This is close enough.
They're mostly emergency medicine and medical toxicology. Some are forensic, like law enforcement articles, too.
Have you testified previously in court?
Yes.
Okay. As far as being called as a witness in court, have you been called as a witness in criminal cases for both the prosecution and the defense?
Yes.
And would you say it's leaning much more heavily to one side or the other, or is it fairly close?
They're fairly close. It just depends on the year and who I talk to.
Okay. What about civil cases? Have you also been called as a witness in civil cases or consulted with lawyers in the civil bar?
Yes.
And again, plaintiff versus defense. Has it been both, or is it?
It's been both. Lately, the last few years, it's been more defense. But again, it just varies.
By defense in civil cases, do you mean firms that represent insurance companies?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, do you also receive phone calls frequently from lawyers, both prosecutors and defense lawyers, who just have quick questions for you?
Yes.
How often does that happen?
Oh, it happens at least weekly. I'll get a call from an attorney that I've done work for or did some time with in the past, and it'll be a quick question, and it's a free thing because they're just wanting to know if they should pursue certain avenues.
And is there one prosecutor's office in particular that has relied more than others on contacting you?
It varies. Several years ago, it was the Waukesha County Prosecutor's Office, but that's fallen by the wayside due to their turnover. So it's not consistent right now.
And doctor, in terms of your work here, did you review materials in the case of State of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless?
I did.
And did you note materials that you reported, that you reviewed in a report?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, I'm sure.
Of all the ones that I keep making a joke about, of all the ones, the funniest one would be if she's like, Doctor, did you review the case or of Ezra McCandless? The funniest one of all would be like, if there's one he's going to say no to, the funniest one of all would be if he said no to that. It's like, oh, I'm in the wrong courtroom.
Showing you a couple of summary reports or memorandums that you wrote in this particular case. First, I'm going to show you exhibit number 695, and can you tell the jury what that is?
So what this is a report after reviewing certain materials such as the criminal complaint and the law enforcement reports and the autopsy reports and then the digital photographs.
What's the date of that report?
February 14th, 2019.
Did you write a second report or supplement your first report that's shown in exhibit 696?
Yes.
What's the date of that report?
March 12th, 2019.
And why did you write a second report?
It's
really a memorandum.
Right. The reason you write a second memorandum is because there's other information that comes to light that may or may not affect my opinion.
Okay. And is it because in this particular case you were asked to answer another question?
Yes.
All right. Doctor, can you please tell the jury what materials you reviewed in connection with the case of State of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless?
You bet. So the criminal complaint, those are the charges, against Ms. McCandless, the Dunn County Sheriff's Office reports, the Eau Claire Police Department reports, Wisconsin State Patrol, the autopsy reports, the digital photographs for both McCandless and Woodward, and then there were some autopsy reports because the first digital photographs were from law enforcement. The second ones were from the pathologist at the autopsy.
Thank you. Did you also review photographs of Ezra McCandless that were on medical records from the Mayo Clinic in Eau Claire, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Did you also review photographs of Ezra McCandless taken by Deputy Merriweather?
Yes.
Thank you.
For the record, I believe it's Mary Field.
Merrifield. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep making that mistake. I don't know why I want to do that.
Okay, well, I do believe it is Merrifield.
You are absolutely right. And doctor, I just want to get something out of the way here. Are you being paid for your time in this case?
Yes, I'm being paid for my time.
Is that any kind of incentive for you to not be truthful or accurate?
No.
Are there times when you're hired by a lawyer and give that lawyer an adverse opinion?
It's the majority of the time.
And in those circumstances, would it be fair to say the lawyer doesn't usually call you as a witness?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to now start asking you about some of your experience with knife wounds that you've seen in your capacity as an emergency room physician. How often have you seen knife wounds?
Well, it occurs on a regular basis. First off, we see sharp force injuries, but then that's separated down into knife wounds, and unfortunately, they're just a part of everyday life in a community emergency department. You see a lot of, some days you see a lot of it, and they're doing a lot of suturing, a lot of stitching.
Have you had the opportunity then to see wounds, first of all, wounds that you've come to learn are inflicted by another person?
Yes.
And what about self-inflicted wounds?
Those also, yes.
When you're determining a wound or trying to figure out how to treat a patient, how important is it to get a history from the patient about what happened?
One of the ways we make diagnosis in medicine is we get a history, and then we do an exam, and then we formulate a plan and a diagnosis. So history is fairly important.
Are there patients who are unable to give you a medical history?
Yes.
And what do you do when a patient cannot give you his history? How do you make a diagnosis?
Well, there are patients, not just in sharp force injuries, but for example, overdoses that'll come in altered. And what you do for all of those is you rely more on your physical exam, and then you try to get other information from other fact witnesses, such as law enforcement or family members.
Okay, when you're talking about overdosed, I assume you're referring to people who've taken drugs like opiates or things like that.
That are unresponsive.
And you reviewed the toxicology in Ms. McCandless's report?
Yes,
And you're aware that she did not have any substances?
that is correct. There were none.
Okay. When you're asked, a patient can't give you a history and you've made a diagnosis and later more facts come to light, is it appropriate to revise a diagnosis ever?
Yes, medicine is dynamic, and so we use the word like consistent with. It looks like it could be a knife wound. It looks like it could be heart failure, and sometimes we get different knowledge that helps us pin it down and further refine it. And we do an addendum. We actually put down in the patient's chart that new information has come to light.
And if a lawyer, for example, asks you to look at matters and revise an opinion, are you able to do that as well?
Yes.
Or not to revise an opinion, but to put additional information in a medical chart?
Yes.
And would it be normal to do that once a patient has left the hospital or left your care?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask specifically, you've examined the cuts to Ezra McCandless. So did you specifically examined them on March, the photos that were taken by the SANE nurse, photos taken on March 22nd?
Right. I actually looked at the photos and evaluated the photos. I didn't do an actual physical exam.
Correct. And you also, I believe, examined photos that were taken 3 days later by I know I'm trying to think it's an investigator deputy. Yes, I'm trying to get it right, Judge. By Ms. Merrifield?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there were some changes in what you saw in those pictures?
Well, again, medicine is dynamic, so wounds heal. So there's a change.
Okay. I'm going to ask you specifically on bruising. Were you able to see actual bruising on the, let me strike that. I'm sorry. Were some of the injuries that you observed to sharp force injuries to Miss McCandless's leg, her right leg?
Yes.
And on the original pictures taken by the SANE nurse, were you able to observe bruising on those?
They did have bruising on those, yes.
Was the bruising more visible in the pictures that were taken a few days later?
Yeah, just like bruises, they get a little bit bigger. Yes.
Okay, so it's hard to observe. Is it fair to say that bruises are not always immediately observable to a camera or the naked eye?
Yeah, and it depends. It depends on your skin color, your how old you are, if you're on any other kinds of medications. So again, it's dynamic, and there are a lot of folks that where bruising is initially not seen as well as it is days later.
Doctor, are you familiar with injuries? Have you seen people come into injuries in the emergency room that are the result of sexual activity?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Well, it ranges all kinds of different things. People will use different objects. They'll use their fists, and they'll even use sharp objects to be part of a sexual
You guys see where this is going?
experience.
And have you ever seen knife wounds or sharp force injuries from sexual practices in your work in the emergency room?
Yes.
Has that become more common over time?
Unfortunately, we didn't see it a lot many years ago. It's becoming much more common.
Now, asking you some questions about the cuts to Ezra McCandless's body. First of all, would it help refresh your recollection if I showed you some photographs from the SANE nurse?
Yes, please.
All right. Can you just tell the jury what you...
For anyone, for anyone who hasn't seen the cuts on her arm, the boy cut, we probably will see that. I don't recall specifically, but I would imagine we will see that. So yeah.
See in those two photographs?
Yes, I see several cuts, abrasions, and bruising to genital area, or we call it pubic area of Miss McCandless.
Do some people call that the pubis mons?
The mons pubis is...
Or mons pubis, I'm sorry.
That's all right. The mons pubis is part of the vagina, and it's blacked out on this photo, but there's a lot more in the groin area.
Okay. Are you able to observe cuts to the inner thigh or groin area of Miss McCandless?
Yes.
Are there cuts that go in both directions? In other words, are some of the cuts perpendicular to each other?
There's some that are, yeah, they're at right angles or perpendicular to each other.
All right. What are the photographs that you see on number 1128 and 1129?
1128 appears to be the same as the first one we were talking about in the pubic area.
Okay.
And the second one is the hands.
All right. And would that be the exterior of the hands?
Yeah, we call it the dorsal or the top part of the hands, both right and left hand.
Then turning to
Draw
number
is actually a shark.
1130 and 1131, what are those photographs of?
So these are the pictures of the palm side of the hand. The dorsal side, you think of a shark like a dorsal fin, and the palmar side is this side. So we can see both hands there, both in 1130 and 1131.
And turning to the next two pages, DOJ 1132 and 1133, what are those photographs of?
These are photographs of what appears to be a forearm. There's an IV in it, and you've got a couple of cuts. Again, on the...
Just in case anyone's like, why is he saying what appears to be a forearm? Because remember, he's not quite sure at this juncture if it's a human or a shark, right? It's dorsal.
This is called the volar side, or the side where the elbow is, right in the...
It's where the fin is.
This side, the dorsal, remember, is the dorsal fin that goes on the back, but the front part is the volar side, and there appears to be cuts on this side.
And I'm going to ask you next, it's not in the same order in the book, but to look at DOJ 1134 and 1137. I'll get to her neck and face later. But so I want to look at 1134, also 1135, 1137, and 1136. I'm sorry I didn't give you those in exact order. What are you seeing in those pictures?
So 1134 is again more cuts to the inner thigh. 1135 again more cuts to the inner thigh. Same area appears to be.
I will get to the injuries on the face and the neck later, but these are basically, and there's lots and lots of other pictures, but you reviewed many more photographs than this, is that fair to say? All right. Looking at these injuries, are you able to determine from looking at any of these injuries how they occurred?
All you can state is they occurred with a sharp object.
Are they consistent with being inflicted on Miss McCandless's body by another human being?
Yes.
How are you able to say that?
The word consistent means it looks like or similar to. So with my training and experience, basically it's a sharp object. And we talked about getting the history before. So the history may be there, it may not be there, but if it's not there, it can be consistent with somebody being struck with a sharp object to cause the problems. But there are other potential causes of how it happened with respect to a sharp object.
Can they also be consistent with being self-inflicted?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Again, because in my medical opinion, the wounds the body only reacts to sharp objects the same way. Basically, how it happened, the body doesn't care. It just knows that it was cut. So it reacts with bruising, it reacts with bleeding, it reacts with opening of the skin, those types of things.
Some of these lines are parallel and some of them are not parallel. Does that tend to make your medical opinion either less likely or more likely as to whether or not they're self-inflicted or inflicted by another person?
Yeah. When you have either a self-infliction or somebody trying to get out of the way of the knife that they perceive they're being stabbed, medicine is dynamic. So your body turns and twists and tries to get away from a knife when somebody's trying to do it to you. On the other hand, when it's self-inflicted.
When somebody's trying to do it to you? This just makes me think of that song from, the 90s? Like, oh my God, what is it? What is that? I can't remember who it is. What band is it? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. Let's do it too. This is something Discovery Channel. Anyway, it just reminded me of that.
I've asked patients over the years, it hurts. They don't stay still. They move. Some may stay still for a couple of strokes. Some may stay still for all of them, but it's a wide range of how people react when they're self-inflicted, so you can see different angles of these cuts.
And is that also true if somebody is, for example, very afraid while being cut with a knife and does not move? Can one get injuries such as these when they are being cut by another person but not moving?
Correct. I mean, again, it's dynamic. People can think that they're not going to be hurt, and then they might be moving when they realize I made the wrong choice to be in this situation.
And as far as the wound to the dorsal side of the arm, does that look like the letters possibly boy?
Initially, I thought it said box, but it does. It can be boy also.
I bet they're going to show
on the dorsal part. You bet.
And if somebody states that they self-inflicted that wound, that would be consistent with the wound, correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that wound could also be inflicted by another person?
Yes.
And so just the wound itself is not something you can tell from, correct?
Right. All you know is that it says boy, and it's a cut.
All right. So would it, in making a medical diagnosis, are the statements of the person who suffered those wounds important?
Yes.
All right. Sometimes, is it fair to say people don't always give all of the information to the emergency room doctor?
Yes.
Have you ever seen patients who've been so traumatized they're literally not able to relate, even though they're conscious and awake, they are not able to relate what has occurred to them?
Yes.
How frequently does that occur?
Well, when there's some potential loss of life or some large trauma, it's unfortunately quite common. We know that people remember things differently days later. So initially, it's not that they are not hiding it from you. Sometimes they just don't remember, and then later it comes to light.
Okay. Now, with respect to Ms. McCandless's lip area I'm sorry, I forgot which one shows the lips.
Yeah, they all do, but the close-ups you gave me are the...
Yeah, in the close-up, what's the number on that one with her lips?
Let's see. Well, I just have...
The one that's straightforward, where she's holding a number.
Yeah, you go.
Okay.
There's no DOJ number, but there is
There's an exhibit number on
636.
Are you able to see some cuts to her lips on that?
I see abrasions and what looks like a cut on the outside of her right lower lip.
Okay, and do you also see something that looks like it may have been some kind of injury to her left chin area?
Yes.
And with respect to the picture on the side, to the side of her neck, a red mark, it's shown, the smaller version's 1141, and then the larger version, I think, is it's the numbers on the back.
It's the exhibit 635.
Yes, and what do you see on that particular?
So what you see is a linear red streak. They actually, in one picture, they actually measured it. It looks like it's a little bit over 7 centimeters. They didn't do the width, but I would say, from photos, you really can't guess width. But so she's got a linear red mark. It could be a contusion or bruise. It could be basically just an area of irritation, like a rash. So in medicine, we call it a differential diagnosis. There's certain things it could be, and so on my list is those two I just said.
It feels so weird because I'm like not talking very much. I realized I don't think we're going to hit anything in the ticker with this expert, so I went and took the ticker down and I put this up instead. Ezra is up next because for people that are coming in, it's going to be a long episode. So for people that are driving or whatever, in and out. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure. So anyway, I'm saying it now verbally, but it's also on the screen. So whether you're listening or watching, hopefully people are informed. And what I will do too is when Ezra's going to take the stand, I'll also put a message in the Discord for anyone too. So.
And the mark to her neck, is it consistent with a bruise, contusion?
Yeah, bruises are contusion, so it is consistent with that.
What about temporary pressure being placed on the neck? Is it consistent with that?
Yes.
In your opinion, in your medical opinion, could it be consistent with being strangled by somebody?
Yeah, it could be what we call in medicine a ligature mark. Basically, ligature being like a rope or.
I'm sorry, but that's just sorry. Like I have to. So now there's been a ligature used on Ezra. I mean, the testimony that we've heard, okay, the testimony. From what we heard in opening statements from Mr. Nelson, he said, and I've watched it enough times to where I can probably quote it almost verbatim, but that he uses his hand. Alex takes his hand and puts it around her throat, right? And then puts her head up against the headrest of the backseat. That's what he says. There's been no talk of a ligature. Anyway.
Thing that could be used to cause pressure.
And what about the injuries to the lips, the cuts that you see to the lips? What are those consistent with?
Well, they're consistent with some type of sharp force causing the injuries to the lips.
And are you able to medically determine, just from looking at these photographs, what caused these injuries, the injuries to the lips and the neck?
Other than stating it was probably a blunt force, if we're calling it a contusion, or a sharp force for the lips, that's all you can say.
Doctor, what are defensive wounds?
So defensive wounds are wounds that people have. They're actually cuts or bruises or blunt injuries that people sustain when they're trying not to get injured from being hit by a blunt object or by a sharp object.
And do defensive wounds, are they usually found in a particular area of the body?
The most common area is the hands, but anything you can use. I've seen people use their heads and use their feet to try to ward off injury.
Do defensive they use their eyeball? They use their pinky toe?
Wounds to a person's hand always have to be deep?
No.
Have you ever seen in your medical practice defensive wounds that are very shallow or superficial?
Yes.
How common is that?
Well, I don't know, but I've seen it. I wouldn't be able to tell you how common a deep wound is versus a superficial wound because that's something we just don't keep track of as doctors.
And looking at the wounds on the palmar side of the hand, are those consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes.
Why is that?
Again, when there is a application of force that's going to be painful, such as a sharp injury, it's dynamic. You can be grabbing all kinds of different ways or pushing all kinds of different ways to get that noxious force, that sharp object away from you. So there's a lot of, it's just all dynamic, and that's all I can tell you.
You reviewed statements that Ms. McCandless made to a member of the Eau Claire Police Department, Detective Prock.
Yes.
And you're aware that at first she was not forthcoming with information to Detective Prock, but eventually did tell him about an attack that she suffered at the hands of Alex Woodward, correct?
Yes.
And are her statements that you heard to Detective Prock consistent with the injuries that you have observed in all of these exhibits I have shown you so far?
Objection, Your Honor.
And what's the basis of the objection?
Hazeltine, Your Honor.
I can come to sidebar if you need it. This is Jensen evidence, not Hazeltine evidence.
All right, let's do a sidebar.
I will say that sounds like specific to Wisconsin case law, but whatever they're talking about, you guys know we're going to hear about it when they talk about their sidebars, and there we're going to learn all about what it is because you know why? Judge Peterson is the shit, and also that's Ezra's mom, and my guess, based on the way that they're sitting, is that that's Ezra's mom's boyfriend, new boyfriend.
Objection is overruled.
I believe what I was asking you was that I believe I clarified that you have listened to or reviewed a transcript of the statements by Ms. McCandless to Detective Prock, correct?
Yes.
What I'm asking you is that all the injuries that you saw, are they consistent with her description of being attacked by another person?
Yes.
Okay. And they're consistent either way, being attacked by another person or being self-inflicted. You can't medically tell that, right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say there is no doctor on earth who can medically tell that?
Objection.
Well, I'm going to sustain that.
Sorry, the speculation. There's no doctor on the planet, on the universe. Wow, what a question. What a question.
Judge, can we approach?
All right.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to rephrase my question. It was a little dramatic. Is it fair to say that it is not consistent with medical standards and medical practice to make an absolute determination by a physician that these wounds are self-inflicted based on looking at the wounds themselves?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection on that. You can answer that question.
I'm sorry, but would you repeat it again?
I think I'm going to have to.
I will say, guys, I'm just going to give you guys a little hint without too much of a spoiler. This cross is brutal, I will say. It's pretty brutal, guys. It's pretty brutal, I will say.
Asked the reporter to do it.
Is it fair to say it's not consistent with medical standards and medical practice to make an absolute determination by a physician that these wounds are self-inflicted based on looking at the wounds themselves?
Yes, with respect to my training and experience, consistent means what it means. I've seen these wounds in self-inflicted wounds, and I've seen them with people that got into knife fights. So I don't know, with respect to my 30 years of training and experience, if there's anybody out there or any piece of medical literature that states absolutely 100% it's one or the other. It is what it is in medicine, right? There's only death and taxes that are certain, and everything else we give patients. Basically, this is what I think you got. Your symptoms are consistent with this kind of disease process, and if you ask me at the bedside, are you absolutely certain? I'd have to say no. I can't lie to you, but but your symptoms are that they're consistent.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to another subject. Did you review autopsy photographs taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office of the autopsy of Alexander Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you a forensic pathologist?
No.
But do you see similar wounds to what you saw in the autopsy photographs in your line of work as an emergency doctor?
Yes.
And can you explain the difference to all of us about what you see that's similar in your line of work and why there's some overlapping between what you do and forensic pathologists?
There really is. What I could see similar wounds, such as the decedent's wounds, that these folks, they actually.
So hold on. So Kat's saying that Ezra was looking like a shark. Okay, I'll go back. I will go back. Yes, let's make sure. She was looking like a shark. It's hard to go exactly with this. Let's see if this is enough here.
So I don't know, with respect to my 30 years of training and experience, if there's anybody out there or any piece of medical literature that states absolutely 100% it's one or the other. It is what it is in medicine, right? There's only death and taxes that are certain, and everything else we give patients. Basically, this is what I think you got. Your symptoms are consistent with
right after this, right?
This kind of disease process, and if you ask me at the bedside, are you absolutely certain? I'd have to say no. I can't lie to you, but but your symptoms are that they're consistent.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to another subject. Did you review autopsy photographs taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office of the autopsy of Alexander Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you a forensic pathologist?
No.
But do you see similar wounds to what?
You can answer that question.
Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry, but would you repeat it again?
I think I'm going to have to ask the reporter to do it.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Is it fair to say it's not consistent with medical standards and medical practice to make an absolute determination by a physician that these wounds are self-inflicted based on looking at the wounds themselves?
Yes. With respect to my training and experience,
Shout out to Randall.
consistent means what it means. I've seen these wounds in self-inflicted wounds, and I've seen them with people that got into knife fights. So I don't know, with respect to my 30 years of training and experience, if there's anybody out there or any piece of medical literature that states absolutely 100% it's one or the other. it is what it is in medicine, right? There's only death and taxes that are certain, and everything else we give patients. Basically, this is what I think you got. Your symptoms are consistent with this kind of disease process, and if you ask me at the bedside, are you absolutely certain? I'd have to say no. I can't lie to you, but basically, but your symptoms are that they're consistent.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now.
I'm trying to remember. Was it you, random girl? Who was it? Okay, who was it in the chat who had company, y'all? It was maybe the last live stream or the one before, but they had company over and were sneaking off to the bathroom as an excuse so they could watch the live stream. Who was that? I think it was y'all. Let me know who it was. I was dying laughing. That was so fun. That was so funny. And I was like, yep, that's hardcore. I love it so much, man. Like, oh, I have to go use the bathroom. And then you're just like watching the live stream. Oh my God. Was it Cece? Okay. Maybe it was. I was cracking up, man.
To another subject. Did you review autopsy photographs taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office of the autopsy of Alexander Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you a forensic pathologist?
No.
But do you see similar wounds to what you saw in the autopsy photographs in your line of work as an emergency doctor?
Yes.
And can you explain the difference to all of us about what you see that's similar in your line of work and why there's some overlapping between what you do and forensic pathologists?
There really is. What I could see similar wounds, such as the decedent's wounds, that these folks, they actually live. They make it out of the emergency department, they get admitted to the hospital, and they don't die of similar consistent wounds, such as seen by the decedent. Sometimes they'll make it to the hospital, but won't make it out of the hospital. And we take care of those people on a regular basis, unfortunately. So these wounds can be seen overlapping. People can live, people can die later. I mean, so that's where the overlap.
My question is this a special shark hospital just for sharks that come in with shark force trauma or super fish wounds?
Is.
And do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds received by Alex Woodward that you saw in the autopsy photos were consistent with being caused by another person?
Yes, they were consistent with being caused by another person.
Are some of the wounds also consistent with the person who wielded that force acting in self-defense?
Yes.
And can the wounds also that you've seen, for that matter, without having other information, could some of the wounds to Mr. Woodward be self-inflicted?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some particular questions about the injuries to the lungs that you saw in this particular case, all right? Can you tell the jury what a hemothorax is?
A hemothorax is blood in your chest wall cavity. Our chest is a big old cavity, and basically the lungs expand and retract, and sometimes when they fill with blood, you get into trouble and can't expand your lungs or bleed internally to death.
All right. And did you observe a hemothorax in the lungs pictures of Alex Woodward?
Yeah, my examination of the pictures and reviewing the autopsy report said there wasn't a hemothorax.
Okay, so there was not a hemothorax, right?
Correct.
And let me ask you about how long it takes a hemothorax to develop in a person's
all that sounds like to me is a Dr. Seuss character. So
lungs, or in the chest cavity rather. How long does it take if somebody is injured by a sharp force injury in the lungs? How long does it take a hemothorax to develop?
I'm going to give you a typical doctor answer. It depends. It depends. In trauma, we call it location, location, location. So if you hit an artery, then it's
is he getting himself confused with Google Maps?
pretty quick. If you don't hit an artery and just hit the lung, it could take a much longer time. So
I don't think that's a saying in medicine. I mean, isn't that like a saying in like what, Verizon, or like there's a hotel ad? Definitely Google Maps. Everything but medicine. I don't know.
When people ask me this question, Doc, how long does it take? I'd say minutes to hours. That's the range.
And in this particular case, were there any injuries to any major arteries in Mr. Woodworth's lungs?
Not that were documented by the autopsy.
Is it fair to say that in the photos you saw, it was smaller vessels that had been?
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember who it was. Was it you, random? I'm trying. Okay, there was someone else. I think it was during Murdoch, when you were doing Murdoch. There was somebody who said that they had company over. It was like their husband's birthday or somebody's birthday, I feel like. And they had company over. And we were doing a live stream, and it was I feel like it was maybe towards the end of the Murdoch trial, and they were like, we're watching this, and like the other people had no idea what was going on. They like didn't know. And it's like towards the end of the company's over, and like I just like, dude, that's awesome, man. They're like, we have it on the big screen. I don't remember who that was, but shout out to that person.
Injured?
Yes.
Okay. The wounds taken as a whole, all of the wounds that you saw to Mr. Woodworth, how long, in your opinion, or do you have an opinion about how long Mr. Woodworth, it would take for Mr. Woodworth to die of these wounds?
I don't have opinion on that.
Why is that?
Because with respect to my training and my review of the literature and my experience,
Well,
it's just
the birthday part, I could be getting my wires crossed. I thought I remember birthday. If you think it was you, I'm sure it was you. But I thought I remembered something about a birthday, but that could have been something else. I know there's been other things related to people's birthdays while we've been live streaming, but that could have been in the chat. But where do you think he's trying to go, Kitsmits? Random Girl says she tries to be good and not listen to live streams a few times she has come. I remember there was recently too, Kitsmits was at like a cafe or somewhere in public, and she was like talking about having the headphones in. And I was like, wait, you mean the whole entire, let's just say it was a coffee shop, right? For the sake of, because I'm sure she can tell us herself in the chat, but wherever she was, I was like saying like, you mean the whole place doesn't want to hear this? Funny. Yeah, but where do you think he's going with this?
all over the
Besides into the ocean.
board, and I don't have enough information to make that call in this case.
Would he be able to live for some
Shout out
time?
to the ocean.
That's certainly possible.
And can you say how long, like how many minutes, how many hours?
I can't.
Okay. Would he be able to speak?
One of the things that'll keep you from speaking, obviously, is an injury to your voice box or larynx.
Didn't she already ask that? Because I remember saying, or typing, I guess, that I feel like, am I having deja vu? I feel like she already asked that.
I didn't see that on the autopsy report, so he would be able to speak through his voice box if he had the opportunity to do so.
What about walk around?
Again, I don't know how painful the injuries were, how rapid an onset, and how incapacitating they were, so I can't give you an answer on that.
So let me just say this. Have you seen scene photographs from this case at all?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that what you saw was a significant amount of blood both outside a vehicle and inside the vehicle where Mr. Woodworth was found?
Yes, there was blood there.
And assuming hypothetically that Mr. Woodworth was outside the vehicle at the time he received his last...
Well, okay. Dang it. See, that could very much segue us into pulling up my presentation about the crime scene, because I could, dude, what I'm finding is that I can impeach these attorneys with each other's questions. Like, not that that's a thing, but if it was a thing, I could do it. I can do it. I can do it right now. I can literally do it right now, because I've got it. As I just heard that question, I was like, holy shit. Like, I have a clip in that presentation with the crime scene that I've been talking about, that I've worked really hard on, where Mr. Nelson basically says the exact opposite. Oh my God, that's annoying, man. What I'll do is this. I will write down where this is in the video, writing it down. And then whenever we go to watch, whenever we do pull up that presentation, we can come back to this part. Let's do it that way. So it's at like, I'll write it down here in my video file where it's at. Make a note about blood, because inside and outside of the car. I mean, because the thing is like, we don't, it's really not that much blood outside of the car, right? Anyway, okay, I'm not gonna tangent us into that. I'm not gonna catapult us into oblivion, because right now we're in the ocean, guys. We're in the ocean, right?
Wound. Would it be medically possible for him to, at some later period of time, go into the car, lie down?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Would it be medically possible for him to take his shoes off?
Yeah, that's what they've been, I mean, that was, well, first of all, that was like the theory in their opening statements, but they tried to kind of get testimony from the medical examiner too that would corroborate that. That's their theory. That's entirely the point from where they've been building it up. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I guess, again, having gone back through a lot of the testimony as I'm making these current videos and then putting together the other presentations, I've gone back through a lot of that testimony. And so, yeah, it's, that's definitely where they're going. But there's a lot of problems, but we'll talk about it. So. Yeah, the other thing is, well, we're going to hear about it on Cross. Let me just keep playing it because we're going to get, I'm going to back it up just a second. Cross, he's going to get besmirched. I just made that word up.
Hypothetically, that Mr. Woodward was outside the vehicle at the time he received his last wound. Would it be medically possible for him to, at some later period of time, go into the car, lie down?
Certainly.
Would it be medically possible for him to take his shoes off?
Certainly.
Would it be medically possible for him to take his coat off?
Yes.
Would it be medically possible for him to wrap a scarf around his neck wound?
Yes.
Have you seen many patients who wrap?
Remember, he had no mud on any of his clothes. And again, that's going to be in our presentation.
Scarves or clothing or other objects around a wound to try and stem bleeding?
Yes.
And
yeah, this is really not.
You noticed there were a lack of defensive wounds to Alex Woodworth?
I didn't see anything that looked like the wounds we were looking at on Miss McCandless.
Did you see a small wound to his finger?
Well, sorry, now I'm just remembering how much he gets obliterated. Dude, Mr. Dufour is a G, and I love him.
Exterior of one of his fingers?
Yes.
And you opine that's not a defensive wound. Why did you say that?
Again, all it looked like to me was a small cut. So what I thought was that it was done during the application of force. That's not an area that I usually see people trying to hurt themselves or commit suicide. I think most people know that the finger you won't bleed to death with. It's going to other places where there's vessels that you want to bleed out.
But not speaking of suicide, but can you tell if that wound, the small scratch that you saw to his finger, was consistent with having occurred at another time, or could at the same time as the other injuries, or could it have occurred at another time from
Right.
the pictures you saw?
No, just looking at the picture, it could have occurred at any time before his death. So that, you can't age.
I think her point with this is she's trying to say that cut on the finger was a defensive wound, because it's a big deal. Look, y'all, we've seen the pictures. I think it's tough to argue that he has any defensive wounds, right? Like, I think you don't have to be a genius. Like, there's no defensive wounds, right? And that matters for a lot of different reasons in this case, but especially because of his philosophies and stuff. And then also, who's the assailant? They're trying to argue, I guess, that that it's a defensive wound, which in a way is weird, right? Because then, like, it's almost like in order to try to prove that Ezra's story is legitimate, they have to prove that he had a defensive wound, right? Which is just kind of like backwards logic. What's the saying? You have to go around the elbow to get to your nose, or whatever it is.
From a photo.
And is it fair to say that was not at all significant, that wound, in your analysis?
Medically significant, it was not. Yeah.
That's what I meant. Medically significant. Everything I'm asking about is
correct.
Okay. And are all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Mr. Dufour, are you going to do the cross?
Yes, I want to start out with one thing, and I just want to be sure, before we start out, I want to be sure we're all on the same page. You actually wrote out 3 different documents for this case, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That's 2, I believe. Or, well, no, there's 2 exhibits.
I got
sorry.
3, so I just want to be sure that I'm correct.
Yeah, the third one, Mr. Dufour, as you well know, is the listing of all the injuries.
Okay.
That was like an appendix or an addendum.
Okay,
Well,
that's
the
fine. I
other
just want to be sure. The 2 that we're talking about,
The other thing too is it did take time. And again, a lot of this is going to be in the presentation because we're going to go over. I made a list of all the injuries because the medical examiner's testimony is like really lengthy, right? And it's like, I made a concise list where it's like, there it is, right? You guys are going to love it. I'm really, y'all, it's going to really be helpful, I think. But yeah, given the different places of the stabbings and like how long it would have taken, you know, there's no debate that it took some minutes, right? So yeah, so I do think that the element of surprise would have waned at some point, you know?
695 and 696 contain your opinions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And I want to be absolutely sure that we're all on the same page on what you reviewed.
Are we
You
all
list on
are we all swimming in the same ocean?
695 and 696 a number of items that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And just so that it's clear, you indicate on those reports that on both 695 and 696 that you reviewed the criminal complaint, correct?
Correct.
All right. You reviewed Dunn County Sheriff's Office incident reports, correct?
Yes.
Were those, do you know how many or what exactly for Dunn County incident reports you reviewed?
What I asked for, but is basically anything that.
Yeah, I didn't ask you what you asked for. I just asked, do you know what you actually reviewed?
What I recall reviewing was anything that was incidental to this, to the McCandless case.
Basically what defense attorneys sent you.
That is correct.
Okay. And you say you reviewed Eau Claire Police Department incident reports, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, those were the ones that the defense counsel sent to you.
Yes.
All right. State Patrol reports, did you review the State Patrol diagrams completed by Trooper DeVries?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So you didn't get those reports?
I don't recall getting those reports.
Did you, and then it goes on, autopsy report.
Would you guys even believe it if I tell you this is the part where this is his best moment of Cross, like this doctor, right? Like it's just the way that it goes downhill.
Is that the final or the provisional autopsy report that you reviewed?
So the autopsy report was the final report.
Okay, good. Again, I'm just trying to make sure so that we're on the same page. You indicate you reviewed digital photographs for
I know, right?
McCandless and Woodworth. Which, did you review all of the reports or all of the digital photographs?
Well, Kit Smits, this is appropriate. I've been quiet. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do a thing real quick here. Hold on. I got a thing for that.
For any expert, there's a rule that applies, which is garbage in, garbage out. It is just a rule of the universe.
Shout out to Runkle, but also because since I have paused, I'm doing this again because I love it.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
It's my favorite thing of all time. It will never get old to me.
Created by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab that Brooke Laxton took.
Well, I don't recall the name, but what I reviewed was what I reviewed was the digital photographs of Miss McCandless, basically very soon after her injuries, several days after her injuries, and then the autopsy.
For anyone who hasn't seen the Spicy Santa yet, I just made that one. Spicy Santa.
Photos of Mr. Woodward.
Did you review
Prosecutor Bill Thompson being the Spicy Santa?
any of the crime scene
In honor
photos?
of the hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Were those in PDF? Was it a single PDF document or was it individual photographs, individual digital files?
Individual digital files.
So while I have, since it's on topic here, first of all, look at all the hot peppers. Second of all, this was in honor of the motion to change venue hearing, which I already made a thumbnail and stuff for it on YouTube. And when I was making the thumbnail, I was like, I automatically typed motion to change venue hearing part 1. And it was like automatic without thinking. And in my brain, I was like, it's probably going to need to be split into 3 parts because I was thinking it's probably going to be all day. But then I was like, well, I don't know that for sure. So I deleted the part 1 and just made it right. I need to actually go back and fix it because from what I understand, it was a marathon day and it will probably be 3 parts for the video or for the coverage. So anyway, but in honor of that motion change venue hearing, I made the spicy Santa. So.
You review any photographs that appeared like this that had Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory case number W18603 on the bottom of them.
I reviewed lots of photographs.
So if he didn't see these pictures, that's a problem because she just, dude, and I feel like he ends up saying he didn't see him. She just asked him about how much blood was outside the car versus inside the car. And this, like I was saying, there's actually not that much blood outside the car. There's 2 small puddles. When I say small, really small. This is the biggest one right here. And it's not that much. There's 2 little small puddles. And then the third one is just a spot of blood on a leaf. So, I mean, that dude, wow.
Possible with respect to that one, but I reviewed so many, I can't remember that individual one.
Okay, that's fine. I was mainly looking at the type with, these were the way that most of the crime lab photos would have come in, is with this type of designation on them. And I'm asking if you remember reviewing photographs that had that type of designation on them or not. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I mean, yeah.
I don't. I've seen so many photographs.
All right.
I don't.
That's not
fine.
a good answer,
And I understand.
It's just going to
You
go
said
down.
you reviewed the photographs taken by the same nurse?
I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter because again, it's just maybe he's not that concerned because it's just going to go downhill from here.
And you reviewed the photographs taken by Deputy Merrifield, the ones on March 24th and then the ones on March 27th.
Yes.
All right. And I think you said in direct that in addition to the items that you have listed here, the 6 items you have listed here, you also reviewed the Eau Claire Mayo Hospital records of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything else, Doctor, that you reviewed?
Not that I recall.
All right. Great. Good. Now I think we're on the same page and we can work together. I wanted to be clear, and again, my hearing is not always perfect. I have hearing aids, but they don't work perfectly. And the words sound similar. Was counsel, when she was asking about the lung situation, was she talking about a hemo, H-E-M-O, thorax, or a pneumo,
This is the Dr. Seuss part.
P-N-E-U-M-O, thorax?
My recollection of her question was hemo, blood in the lung.
Okay. And I think your testimony was that you observed a hemo, H-E-M-O,
Judge, I'm sorry.
thorax.
He said, I object. What he said was he did not observe a hemothorax.
Oh, okay. You did not observe a hemothorax.
I didn't observe it on the photos.
Okay. What you actually observed was a pneumothorax, correct?
I saw that on the photo, yes, sir.
All right. And that's a collapsed lung from air, correct?
From air, yeah, injuring the lung, yes, sir.
Right. Now that we got that cleared up, I just wanted to be sure about that. And we have cleared up and we're sure about what all you've reviewed. I want to talk to you about a number of areas. Let's start with the injuries that you observed to Alexander Woodward, okay?
Yes, sir.
And those were from the autopsy photos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, your report states that the wounds to Alex are consistent with the defendant's story that she was acting in self-defense to stop an attack by Alex, correct? That's not your exact words, but that in essence is correct?
Well, what I said was that the wounds that I observed on Mr. Woodworth were consistent with being delivered by another person.
And you added in there acting in self-defense, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you also say in your report, and this time I think I will quote you, you said they were about the injuries to Alexander Woodworth. that they were received as a dynamic process during an attempt by McCandless to protect herself from perceived harm. It's on page 3 of your report.
Yes, sir. It is exactly what you stated.
All right. There is nothing about the wounds that you observed on the pictures of Alex Woodward's autopsy that tell you these were wounds inflicted by the defendant acting in self-defense, is there, Doctor?
Oh, he definitely here is just.
I'm going to object. That is really misrepresenting the report. He used the word consistent with, not whether it was in fact done in self-defense.
Your Honor, this is cross-examination.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You go ahead.
Okay.
You can-
You guys like the command for spicy? Hold on. Let's make sure you guys like the command. Let's do this real quick. To do it right, we got to do it right. You guys like it? Let me know in the chat.
Answer.
Yes, so what I thought that.
Doctor, that doesn't take anything
I know,
except a
right?
simple yes or no. There is nothing about the wounds themselves that tell you these wounds were inflicted by the defendant acting in self-defense.
That is
Yes or no?
true. That's what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this was a mess. This is a mess.
Nothing
Well,
about these wounds themselves,
You looked at
by themselves, that tell you they were inflicted by the defendant to protect herself from perceived harm, correct? Yes or no?
Repeat that again, sir. I'm sorry.
Nothing about these wounds themselves, just the
Notice that Mr. Dufour has never once had to ask the court reporter to repeat a question back to him. But Miss Vishny and so does Mr. Nelson, both of them on a regular basis. I've not ever heard Mr. Dufour, actually, I don't know that I've heard anyone on the prosecution team ask to have a question repeated back. In other words, he can remember his question, right? Mr.
pictures of the wounds you see that tell you they were inflicted by McCandless to protect
That's a great
herself
point.
from perceived
Right.
harm.
Yes, sir.
Right, he's drawing legal conclusions. That's a great point. Yeah, great point.
There's nothing about these wounds themselves that tell you that the defendant was in danger of any kind. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, these wounds would be just as consistent with someone acting with homicidal rage, would they not?
There's a lot of potential for consistency. Yes, sir.
However, you do not say that in your report, do you?
Which is really funny because they're not even suggesting that there was rage involved. That's not the prosecution's theory of the case. But I think it's just to make a point that, like, it could be the complete opposite end of the spectrum, right? And he can't really say.
Of course not. I was asked to see if they were consistent with somebody giving the wounds, somebody receiving the wounds from somebody else, or being self-inflicted. Of course, I wasn't asked that question.
Doctor, you don't say in your report that these wounds are consistent with someone acting with homicidal rage, do you?
That is correct.
Judge, I'm going to object to the word homicidal rage.
Oh,
That's
for
a
Pete's sake.
layperson and argumentative term. I think asking whether they're inflicted by another person who's committing a homicide or a lack of self-defense is appropriate, but not the words homicidal rage.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule. I think that can stand.
In fact, the only thing in there you state is that the wounds are consistent with the defendant acting in self-defense, correct?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, back to what you reviewed. Did you review, I just want to be sure, you said you
By
reviewed
the way, you're not dead yet, but don't worry.
the statements of the defendant. Did you review the recordings themselves? Did you review the transcripts, or did you just review the summaries in Detective Prock's report?
My recollection is the latter. I just reviewed the law enforcement reports of.
Incredible. He just reviewed a summary. I say incredible. I really mean disgusting.
Of Ms. McCandless' statements.
So you did not review the recordings of her statements themselves?
Correct.
And you did not review the transcripts of the statements yourself?
Correct.
Themselves?
Oh, by
Those
the
weren't
way.
provided to you by counsel for the defense?
Correct.
I know.
Now, I want to talk about the wound to Alex's finger. That wound could be a defensive wound, could it not?
Yes.
But in your report, you do not state that, do you?
But could it also be a shark bite? Because honestly, it looks like a shark bite. I've seen it recently because for the presentation, I saw it looks like a shark bite. Just saying.
That is correct.
In fact, in your report, you state that none of Alex's wounds appear to be defensive wounds, correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, I want you to consider this as a possibility that the first injury to Alex was to his head, okay? The head wound, and you're familiar with that one, correct?
Yes.
All right. A wound of that type involving a knife that goes through the skull into the brain could disorient an individual, could it not?
Yes.
All right. In fact, that would be not unlikely, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if someone is disoriented from an injury like that, they may not be able to act in self-defense. Is that not correct?
Correct.
You also reviewed the wound to the scrotal sac of Alex Woodward, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that wound would be quite painful, correct?
Oh, yes.
You gave that some emphasis, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if that happens, an individual would be very likely to reach down into that area where that pain is. Is that not correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the autopsy report and noted that there were a severing of both the external and a branch of the internal jugular vein of Alex Woodward, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the jugular vein
I
is
didn't know I could do emojis in the banner. I was like, let me just see what happens. Oh my God, I can do emojis in the banners.
a very large vein in the
A whole new world.
body, correct?
Yes.
In fact, one of the largest, is it not?
Correct.
And it carries a substantial volume of blood, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that if you sever those, there is going to be a substantial blood loss, correct?
Yes.
And there would be substantial bleeding from those wounds,
You guys are
correct?
so funny.
Yes.
You guys are so
And in
funny.
fact, you reviewed the photos from the autopsy and you saw the photo of Alex Woodward's sweater, correct?
Yes.
And there was substantial blood on that sweater, correct?
It was soaked.
All right. And there would also be additional blood that would likely be dripping down even past the sweater to the ground, correct?
Yeah, you know, you'd have to have, I couldn't give you an opinion on that.
All right. But there was certainly substantial bleeding.
Yes.
And you also agree that the injury to the scrotal sac showed substantial bleeding as well, correct?
It showed bleeding. I don't know if I'd put the word in substantial, but it was definitely some bleeding going on.
All right. Well, you saw the underwear of Alex Woodward,
Yes.
and the front of those underwear were pretty soaked with blood, correct?
Yes.
All right. The front of the pants were pretty well soaked with blood, correct?
Correct.
And you also reviewed the autopsy report as it related to the injury to the head, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that that involved significant internal hemorrhage, correct?
In the brain, yes.
All right. There was, I think Dr. Mills told us there was subarachnoid bleeding, correct?
Yes.
There was
Oh,
subdural
arachnoid.
bleeding,
Wait.
correct?
Yes.
Arachnoid, is that a spider? You guys, he's talking about spider bleeding?
And there was also bleeding above the dura, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, that will cause you to go into shock, correct?
Correct.
And when you go into shock, you'll relatively rapidly lose consciousness, won't you?
It depends on the type of shock. It depends on how fast your rate is. So there's a lot of
Depends on the type
there's
of
a lot of other factors.
All right. You would also agree that most of the other wounds do not result in substantial hemorrhage, correct?
That is correct.
So would you agree that outside of the, and I'm going to talk about certain wounds, outside of the wound to the head,
Okay.
the 3 slice wounds to the neck that caused
I'm feeling like because they're talking about the wounds, the injuries, I feel like it might almost be relevant to pull up my presentation with the crime scene. You guys let me know. I was thinking I could save it for when Ezra's testifying and she talks about what talks about what happened at the crime scene. I will say we don't get into that testimony on this episode because she's on stand for a really long time and they didn't get into that yet. It'll happen. That would happen on the next episode. Now we can't, we can always do it twice. That's the other thing. It doesn't have to only be once, but my thought was to wait until that part. But it seems super relevant now. So you guys let me know if you want to do that or want to wait.
The severing of the jugular veins and the wound to the scrotal sac, you would agree that the remainder of those wounds would be properly characterized as perimortem injury.
Oh, they talk about his rate and how much he's getting paid on cross. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think it's towards the end.
That's correct.
No, sir, I don't know if they occurred before or after his death. So I would tell you I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, so they could be perimortem or they could be actually postmortem.
Yes, sir.
All right. But they're one of those two.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
You testified on direct, and I believe it's in your report 696 again, that some of the puncture wounds are consistent with self-inflicted trauma. Could you tell us for sure which ones of the wounds you're talking about that you believe are self-inflicted or could be consistent with self-inflicted trauma?
If you, my recollection of his wounds, he had 16 of them.
16 is
Basically, in my with respect to my training experience, I've seen people injure themselves with the same kind of wounds to the neck, for example. I've never seen one to the head that way, but I've seen it to the neck. So again, consistent with, have I seen somebody who cut themselves badly on the neck and injured the jugular vein? Yes, and that was self-inflicted. The other wounds that are puncture wounds could also be consistent with a self-inflicted wound.
Now I do have another.
So just
have another presentation that we're going to do right before Ezra's testimony because it's really relevant and it's short, and it's not going to be. It's just going to be super relevant. So we're going to do, it's the hipster business adjacent unhinged. We're going to watch that. But the crime scene is a whole other thing. So
ones you're saying potentially the ones to the jugular vein could be consistent with self-inflicted.
Yes.
You said you reviewed the defendant's statement, correct?
Yes.
At least the report.
Because this doctor says they could be self-inflicted.
Of it.
That's
And if in her statement she says, I sliced the neck of Alex Woodworth, we would agree that those are not then very likely self-inflicted, correct?
It's wild, right? Because it was supposed to be self-defense. Like the whole thing is like Ezra stabbed him, but it was self-defense. But this doctor, it's like, this is why, like I'm saying, like, this is a mess. This is a mess.
Again, are they consistent with the statement that Ms. McCandless said she sliced it? They would be consistent with it, but I couldn't rule out it was self-inflicted.
Okay.
You're asking me to give you a 100% answer.
This just reminds me so much of Alan Greenberg, for any of you guys who are familiar with that case, where like as soon as when I was editing this video and I heard this part, I was like, oh my God, this reminds me of, this is wild.
Now, you put in your report, again, 696, that the defendant, this is on page 2
I think
of exhibit.
I mean, I think it's odd because it's almost like switching strategies for them to be like, yeah, it's self-inflicted. But I think that really the strategy is really more to be like, he couldn't live without her. Because if you recall, so far from the testimony we've heard, that incident about around the holidays, which is the only date we know, sometime around the holidays when Alex, had that cut on his arm and, there's wild speculation about that. But according to Ezra, where Ezra told Jason, long after the fact, mind you, was that Alex had done that because of her, because he couldn't live without, something along those lines, right? Like she made it about her, although that was never said at the time. And it's like that thing of like trying to go back and, what's the right, how do you say it? Like fix up a memory, if you will. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Change something after the fact. But that's been brought up so far. And I remember in opening statements, it was really hinted at too, the way that he described, Mr. Nelson described, his girlfriend who broke up with him and he called her the love of his life. And it was just really, so I think that they were, but it is odd, right? When she admitted to killing him in self-defense. So anyway,
696, the very first line there, actually the first two lines, you put on there, and I'll read it. While at the hospital, McCandless stated that she was sexually
two other knives. There was another folding knife and then a steak knife in the trunk that were not. So, and I haven't made it yet. We're going to do a presentation on that as well. I have thoughts about that. But there were 3 knives that she had with her.
Salted.
And the interesting thing is the ones she usually had with her weren't in the car, right? Like the tiger claw, unless she made that up, which is possible. But Jason said there was another knife that she usually kept in the center console that was not there.
By Woodward. That's what you write, correct?
Yes.
All right. You said you reviewed the hospital reports, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true, doctor, that nowhere in the hospital reports does the defendant explicitly say that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
That is correct. My interpretation of this is that she said it to law enforcement, but I did not state in my report here that it was stated by anybody at the hospital. All I stated was that it was stated.
Okay. And so, then that's fine. It was to law enforcement then that you're saying that she reported that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth.
That's my recollection of the review.
All right. You said you reviewed Detective.
Doesn't that remind you of Dr. Siegel? I've never heard anyone call something the review, except for Dr. Siegel and now this guy. The part in Deputy Heard where that comes up, by the way, is where oh gosh, where is it specifically? It's one of the funny moments. I can't remember. Is it where around the? Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? The dude who wore oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? The actor who wore the earpiece. And why am I forgetting his name? See, now that I'm trying to think of it. So-and-so wore an earpiece, some great actor. I can't believe I'm losing his name. Anyway, so what is that actor's name? This is going to drive me crazy now. Thank you, Marlon Brando. Thank you, Kit Smith. That would have driven me absolutely crazy. Yeah, I think it's around that part. But he's like, that's what I had something in the court. And he's like, where did you hear that? And he's like, it was in the court review. Anyway, this guy is the only other person I've seen where they say the review. Just interesting.
Prock's report about the interviews of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you review Officer Reeves' report of his interview with the defendant?
I'd have to see the report to remember.
All right.
It was hundreds of pages I reviewed.
All right. Did you review Deputy Shields' report of his interview with the defendant?
Same answer.
All right. Did you review Trooper Knutsen's report of his interview with the defendant?
Same answer.
All right. Doctor, would it surprise you that in none of those reports?
Well, so I see what you're saying, kids, and I've thought about this. So they haven't, as far as the sexual assault, from what I can gather, like the evidence where she does actually say that was to her, was witness testimony regarding the John Hanson matter, which was separate, right? So from what we can tell, I mean, that's where she does, she did explicitly say she was sexually assaulted, right, in the John Hanson matter. But when it came to Alex, and when it came to Alex, right, we've seen the interviews, seen the audio of the interviews, right? She doesn't explicitly say she was sexually assaulted, and they haven't really suggested that. And I think that's the point, is that this was crafted after the fact as a defense, right? And the whole thing was because the only way to even do it, because they knew that because she knew the same kit was going to come back and show that there was no sexual assault, right? And so the whole thing is, well, it was sexual assault because they have this whole history of knife play and BDSM. It's a crafted way to explain the things that, right? I mean, it's like, how do you explain sexual assault where there was no sex, there was no evidence, you know what I mean? And all of that fits because she never actually said it. So the defense is like, well, she never actually said it because I guess initially they could be like, she didn't remember. But then it's like, well, it's because for her, sexual assault could involve the cutting with a knife, right? For example. And then for the prosecution, it's like, well, yeah, because this was just made up now for the trial, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I think. But we'll see when we get to her testimony too. We'll see more about that for sure.
Reports that of the defendant's interviews at the hospitals where she says that she was actually sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth.
Now, Judge, I'm going to object. She said she thought she was sexually assaulted at different points. And, we've had all this going over of the word think. So if counsel asks a question as opposed to she thinks she was, instead of she was absolutely sure, that would be an accurate statement of the evidence.
Well, Your Honor,
Okay, go ahead.
can we approach, Your Honor, on this? I think it's better to approach, so we're not arguing in front of the jury.
All right. The objection is overruled, and you may continue, Mr. Dufour.
Objection is overruled.
So, Doctor, would it surprise you that in no report does she state explicitly that she was sexually assaulted by Alexander Woodworth?
If you're talking about the law reports, I support their, I stipulate to their veracity. I think they're correct. Stipulate to their veracity. I think they're correct.
I'm sorry.
In fact, you would agree that in her March 24th interview with Detective Prock, she specifically is asked if Alexander Woodworth was attempting to have sex with her, correct?
Right. I remember.
Yes.
And you would agree that her response was she didn't think so, correct?
At that time, yes.
Yep.
Now, in your...
She actually says, I think he just wanted to look at me. I've gone through so much of this test. I've got so much of this memorized now. It's great. Yeah, she literally says, I think he just wanted to look at me. That's literally how she responds. That's the next part of that answer there.
Report, again, we'll stick with 696.
The thing is,
so fifth line.
There's so much in those, because she has the 2 interviews with Prock. This would have been in the second interview. There's so much there. It really, I've you guys, it's like as I go back, right? I found that there's so many things to so much of this testimony where it's like, it's easy to, miss. Like that's a huge thing, right? Anyway, and the way that I discover this stuff, like I'm going through looking for something specific, and then I see this other thing. I'm like, whoa, what? And then that leads into a whole other scroll hole, right? That's what I've been doing, scroll holing.
From the bottom on page 1, you state, and I quote, McCandless stated to law enforcement that Woodward had carved the word boy into her arm. Close quote. That's what you state, correct?
That is what I state, yes, sir.
All right. And going to page 2 of that report, top of page.
She literally says he's asking her because he's asking about her pants and how her pants got cuts in them, right? And then I think that's when he's like, do you think, it's his genuine question, right? At this point, I don't even think they'd found the body or whatever. He's like, do you think he was going to sexually assault you or whatever, right? Like that was his question to her. And she's like, I think he just wanted to look at me.
Page 2, second line down, you write, McCandless stated that Woodward had held her down and carved the word boy in her arm, close quote, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, when you wrote that report, you were fully aware of the interview of the defendant by Detective Prock on March 24th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were fully aware that in that interview on March 24th, the defendant admitted that she is the one that carved the word boy into her arm, correct?
I'm aware of that, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. You did not write that in your report, did you?
Nope.
But you do agree at this point in time, not based on opinion, not based upon anything except for the fact that the defendant admits it, that the word boy was self-inflicted into her arm, correct?
Yes.
You also state in your report that all of the defendant's injuries are consistent with being inflicted by others, correct?
It's coming, don't worry.
Yes.
It's coming.
You also agree, however, that they are all consistent with being self-inflicted injuries, correct?
Yes.
We're getting close.
You
to
don't state that in your report, do you?
We're getting goosebumps. We're getting
That's
close.
because I was asked to see if they were consistent with an attack. Of course not.
Right. So, Doctor, you don't state in your report that your opinion is that they are all consistent with being self-inflicted injuries, yes or no?
Correct.
And I believe, Doctor, you would agree. Go back a second. You reviewed the photos of the injuries, correct?
Yes.
You never actually examined the defendant, did you?
That is correct.
All right. You never examined her injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you ever talked to the defendant?
No.
All right. So you never talked to her either, correct?
Correct.
Saving it. Honestly.
And you
larynx.
Oh my God.
I didn't see.
Sorry. Oops, I did it again. I think he saves it for like the end of cross. let me go where we were. And I know exactly where we were because I was actually just looking at the Scully bar because I was like, oh my gosh, we're getting close to Ezra. So actually that isn't the worst
Go
thing.
back a second. You reviewed the photos of the injuries, correct?
Yes,
You never actually examined the defendant, did you?
that is correct.
All right. You never examined her injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you ever talked to the defendant?
No.
All right. So you never talked to her either, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you agree that you can't tell the depth of an injury from a photograph, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree, though, that a
about the depth of
treating
the
physician, a physician that's actually looking at the patient and treating that patient, would be able to tell the depth of injuries, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you would agree that if the treating physician's opinion is that, except for the injuries to the groin, the other injuries were all of a consistent depth, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that, would you?
No, I would not.
And you would also agree that if the treating physician, the one who actually observed these injuries on the defendant, had the opinion that the ones to the groin were shallower than the ones to the other injuries, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that either, would you?
No, sir.
And you would agree that as a treating physician, you get more information than what you get from just the reports and from looking at photographs, correct?
Yes.
You're able to tell a lot more as a treating physician, correct?
Correct.
So just so that we are absolutely 100% clear, you agree that the wounds on the left hand, on the palmar surface of the left hand, are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
For McCandless?
Yes.
Sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, we're just, and I'm sorry, thank you for clarifying that. The ones I'm just about to ask about are all of the defendant, okay? You agree that the wounds on the right thigh of the defendant are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the wounds on the pubic area or the groin are consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the wound on the stomach is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the wound to the lip is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that what you noted on the left, I believe it's the right side of the neck, is consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that the wounds to the forearm of
Dorsal
the
fin.
defendant would result in some blood loss,
sharp
correct?
fin.
Yes.
All right. Not certainly of a similar caliber or similar nature to the blood loss sustained by Alexander Woodward, correct?
Would you repeat that again, sir? I'm sorry.
Not
I love this question, you guys. Don't you love this question?
of the same gravity as the blood loss to Alexander Woodward, but some blood loss.
Yes.
All right.
Love it, right? Because here they are, it's self-defense, right? It's self-defense, and he was the one that self-inflicted. It's like, I love how he asked that question just to remind the jury who the victim is here, right?
You would also agree to that the wounds to the palmar surface of the left hand would also involve some blood loss,
Bottom of the
correct?
fin,
Yes.
the
And
underside.
again, not the same magnitude of blood loss as Alexander Woodward.
Yes.
And you would agree that the wounds to the right thigh
so well
would
done.
also involve some blood
This
loss.
is so well done.
Yes.
All right. But again, not to the same type of magnitude as Alexander
Dufour is
Woodward.
a hero
Yes.
of mine right now.
You would agree that on exhibits 1136, 1137, they show basically the same area, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that there are areas there where there are parallel lines, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those are essentially straight lines along the, what would be the right thigh of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then there are also another set of lines that are not completely perpendicular, but somewhat at an angle to those set of parallel lines, correct?
Correct.
Cross is very
Those show two lines of
Here and up.
injury on the, little bit higher up on the thigh, getting towards the groin area.
Yes.
All right. And while not perfectly parallel, they do have some aspects of parallelity to them, correct?
It's all subject to interpretation. These don't look parallel to me.
That answer is really good for the prosecution, though, isn't it?
All right. Well, you've got one pretty much straight line, the one that's farther to the right, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then one that starts out straight and has some curve to it then towards the end, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, you would agree that while someone is being cut by another person with a knife, you're not generally going to just lay there still, correct?
Well, it depends on the circumstances, sir. If they're in fear for their life, there may be any number of circumstances that they would be still. I can't guarantee 100% of the time that they would not move.
All right. You reviewed again the report of the statement of the defendant from March 24th, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement, you agree that the defendant states that while she was initially still, once she started getting cut, she started to kick and move, correct?
Correct.
All right. If someone is kicking and moving, Doctor, you would agree that it is extraordinarily unlikely that you will see injuries like you see on pages 1136 and 1137, correct?
Again, it's a dynamic process. It would be just mere speculation on my part.
Doctor, did you also review the reports indicating that let's stay with 1136 and 1137, that those are made by cutting through clothing? Do you recall that the defendant stated that to Detective Prock?
Yes.
All right. And you would agree that if someone is not only kicking and moving, but also the individual is trying to cut through clothing, it would be extraordinarily difficult for them to make straight line cuts like that, correct?
It would be difficult, yes.
And especially straight line cuts like the 2 or 3 that you see on 1135 and 1136 that are clearly parallel lines, correct?
Okay, 1135 and 1136. Let me get to those. Again, as I said before.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm at 1136 and 1137.
There you go, because 1135 are not parallel.
Right.
Again, what you see is a combination of things, though. They're not exactly parallel. If I'm counting at least seven cuts, and some are not maybe 2 or 3 of them are parallel, but 2 of them overlap each other. So your categorization of the wound to me is incorrect. This is a bunch of chicken scratch.
All right. Well, you've got 3 that are
Chicken scratch, he says. So is this an underwater chicken? Like, how did the chicken get in the ocean? Is what I'm wondering.
Extraordinarily parallel, correct?
You got 3 that may be extraordinary. You got 1 overlapping. It's like, I think we're describing the piece of art in a different way. To tell you the truth, I don't agree to that, sir. No.
All right, that's fine. Now, in your report, you indicate that you have the opinion that the injuries to the defendant's left hand are consistent with defensive wounds, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree that an individual who's defending themselves, if they have the ability to, are more likely to defend with their dominant hand, correct?
That is correct.
And you agree that the defendant is right hand dominant, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would also agree that if a person is going to self-inflict injuries, they will more likely use their dominant hand as the hand that they use to wield the knife to inflict those injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if they are then inflicting those injuries to their upper extremity, that being their arm, they are then therefore much more likely to inflict it to their non-dominant side, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that the injuries that we see here are on the defendant's non-dominant hand, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report, although it wasn't asked about, this is on page 3, again 696, counsel, say that the injuries to the defendant were potentially lethal, correct?
Correct.
All right. Doctor, have you ever seen, now you read the medical.
Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that part? Did you guys hear that part? In his report, or sorry, it's not a report, it's a memorandum. This doctor says that the injuries to the defendant were potentially lethal. Did you, let me back that up because you should see, y'all, his face when he asked that question, he's trying not to laugh. Incredible. Yeah, this is, like I said, you guys, I wasn't joking when I was like, he's getting besmirched, but it's this cross. He's saving the best for last, I would say. Let's watch that again.
Arm, they are then therefore much more likely to inflict it to their non-dominant side, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that the injuries that we see here are on the defendant's non-dominant hand, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report, although it wasn't asked about, this is on page 3, again, 696, counsel,
here.
say that the injuries to the defendant were potentially lethal, correct?
Correct.
All right. Doctor?
I have to do it again and pause it on his face. Hold on, because his face, though. We're going to hear it again. I'm going to pause it on his face.
Asked about, this is on page 3, again, 696, counsel, say that the injuries to the defendant were potentially lethal.
Y'all, good for him for not laughing or yelling. I don't even know, but his face says it all, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Correct?
Correct.
All right. Doctor, have you ever seen, now you read the medical reports, correct?
Yes.
And you read that the injuries to the groin involved not even superficial cuts or lacerations, but superficial abrasions, correct?
Correct.
And an abrasion is actually something even less than a cut, correct?
Well, it's a type of cut, sir.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't have even warranted a Band-Aid. You would not have wasted a Band-Aid on it.
A type of cut.
All right. A less severe type of cut.
Less depth, yes, sir.
All right. And have you ever seen in your practice, in your emergency room practice, someone suffer death from a superficial abrasion to the groin, similar to the groin injury that you see here?
No.
All right. Are you aware of any literature that indicates that someone dies from a superficial abrasion to the groin similar to the one to the defendant here?
No.
Are you aware of any studies that indicate that a superficial abrasion of this type could be lethal?
I am not.
And you...
I'm going to pause it real quick to say, Discord, I guess, I want to be clear. It's not like a social media platform. Okay, I actually don't use social media. Discord is, I guess you could call it that way, but you don't have a profile. So I just want to make sure it's clear. It's a way to just communicate. It's like the live chat, but outside of YouTube videos. But you can also post links, videos, pictures. You can actually talk on the phone. You can do video calls. You can do all kinds of stuff. It's free. But what I love about it is that there's no promotion. You don't have a profile. There's no advertising. There's no blah, blah. You can use your real name. You can use your YouTube name. You can be completely anonymous. It's awesome. Anyone who's in the chat that is in the Discord, I'm sure can also speak to it. Discord's awesome. And so anyone that, we will help you. Anyone that hasn't joined, join the Discord and we will help you. Because I'm allergic to technology and I figured it out. So it is really, honestly, I think it's such a great platform that it's so worth learning. And I recommend it to literally everybody that I talk to because I think it's awesome. I think it's the way of the future. And I think they're onto something really. It's what Facebook wanted to be before Facebook went downhill. If that makes sense, because it's literally, this is just keeping in touch. It's communicating because there's it's awesome. There's nothing, you guys. Yeah. There's nothing. You join a server. So you join a server. So you would be in the Law Squirrel server. So you're only going to be in the server with other Law Squirrels, if that makes sense. And it's a small group of us, of course, but it's all, you're going to recognize all the people that are in there, and it's awesome. And it's great because there's certain people that if they're, right now Fender's been moving, DSN's been taking a break from true crime and doing sports ball stuff and stuff like that. So, so for people that are not able to be in the live streams, they still keep in touch with us in the Discord, and it's awesome. Yeah, Super Player Girl says it's easy to figure out if you just do it. Yeah, just click on the link. I'll have my phone unlocked because when you click on the link, it'll show me that you guys joined. It'll pop up. It'll say I'll get it. We'll see it. Not just me. Everyone else who's here in the Discord, we will all see and we will welcome you and we will be like, hi. And you guys will be glad you joined. I promise. Seriously, it's Discord's the best. It's again, I don't even use social media. Discord is like just the best way to communicate, and it takes all the BS out of it, in my opinion.
Also agree, although it's not in your report, that the injury to the hand is not a potentially lethal injury, correct?
Agree. Yes, sir.
And let's talk about then
If the link isn't working, I don't know why it wouldn't be working, but if it's not working, just if you have Discord, like just do a search for Law Squirrel. And you'll see the squangwen, and you'll know it's Law Squirrel. It's the Law Squirrel server. If you search for Law Squirrel, you'll see the squangwen. That's the server.
injury to the thigh area. You agree again that was by the doctors who actually treated the defendant defined as a superficial cut, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever seen in your years of practice as a emergency room doctor someone who has died from a superficial cut similar to the injury seen here?
I have not.
Are you aware of any literature that reports someone dying from a superficial cut to the thigh similar to the one that's seen here?
No.
And are you aware of any studies that indicate that a superficial cut to the thigh like this could be lethal?
I am not.
Now, doctor, you would agree that it is extremely important when you're writing a report for a court case, and especially a homicide case, to be accurate in your reports, correct?
Yes.
Right. You agree it is important to include all relevant findings in your report, correct?
Yes.
Right. You agree it is extremely important to be thorough in your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. However, you do not include in your report that the defendant admitted that she self-inflicted the word boy on her left arm, correct?
That is correct.
And you do that despite the fact that you included the fact that she lied to law enforcement, not calling it a lie, but the fact that she lied to law enforcement and said that Alex Woodworth had done that to her,
Judge,
correct?
he's either calling it a liar or he's not. I think if he wants to say she stated, it's confusing, so.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yay!
Actually, I think counsel...
Is it included in the report?
Jordy found his way into the Discord, or her way. I guess it's a his, because with the picture. Anyway, I'm so used to trying to be like, I really don't ever know unless people have made it clear what their gender identity is. But shout out to you, Jordy. Glad you're here. I waved to say hi. Awesome. Yay.
It's not included in the report.
It's the form of the question.
I'll rephrase.
Please rephrase the question.
You don't do that despite the fact that you knew that she told law enforcement that was a lie, correct?
Yay.
I don't know if I recall that she told him it was a lie. All I know is that she did state later that she did it herself. Right. The word lie is a legal term, sir. It's not a medical term.
All right. Well, you included that in your report despite the fact that you knew that she had self-inflicted it, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't bother to include her admission, correct?
Yay.
I didn't include her admission because at the first time I did.
Go Cece. Go. I have to do this because I love you guys so much. Go Jordy. Go Jordy. Go Cece. Go Cece. Yay.
I know it the second time I did, and it was definitely not part of my opinion of what could other things that could cause the wounds.
Well, right. You didn't take it out of your second report.
I did not.
You also do not include in your report anywhere that all of the injuries are also consistent with being, all the injuries to the defendant are also consistent with being self-inflicted, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also know that the victim's name in this case was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your report, you use the victim's name, this is report 696, a total of 17 times, correct?
If you say so, sir.
All right. And isn't it true that 9 of those times you list his name as Woodworth, correct?
Here we go.
If you say so, sir.
All right. Well, do you want to count them? You've got the report there, Doctor.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, you agree that that's correct then?
Sure, certainly.
All right. And you also agree that 8 times you refer to him as Woodward, W-O-O-D-W-A-R-D, correct?
Correct.
That was not accurate, was it?
No, it wasn't.
So we've established already that you did not examine the defendant, so all you know about the defendant's injuries is what you've seen in photographs and read in reports, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you would agree that photographs do not always capture an injury as it actually appears, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, 2 pictures of the same injury may cause it to look different depending on a variety of factors, correct?
Correct.
Right. So it could include the lighting, correct?
Yes.
Could include the angle of the picture, correct?
Yes.
Could include the focus of the picture,
Oh, this part
correct?
is
Yes.
so good.
Could include the
This part
depth
is
of
so good.
field of the picture, correct?
That is correct.
This part is so good.
So if someone is using
Parts are good.
fluorescent versus incandescent light versus LED lights versus halogen
Yeah,
lights
right.
or natural light, the same thing may look completely
Yeah.
different, correct?
I'm not a photographer, but that makes sense to me.
All right.
This part
Because
is-
different light sources have different color temperatures, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those different color temperatures may change the color that something appears, correct?
Certainly.
So this is one of the photos that you observed, correct?
Yes.
And this is the one taken by Deputy Merrifield on March 24th of 2018, correct?
I don't know, sir. I
And if that's the testimony, you wouldn't doubt that, correct?
You know, I don't recall, that red mark is gone on her neck, so, and she looks a lot different than she did initially. So I would say that, I don't know when that picture was taken, but it
All
was
right.
taken later.
Well, and if Deputy Merrifield testified earlier in this trial that this photo was taken on March 24th, you would not have a reason to dispute that, would you?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that her face looks substantially different in that photo taken on March 22nd than it does on March 24th, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the difference is not consistent with just 2 days passing, correct?
I don't understand your question, sir.
You would agree that the degree of difference between those two is not consistent with just 2 days passing. In other words, you wouldn't expect that let's start with just the acne on her face would clear up to that extent in 2 days, would you?
I would agree that it's definitely different, because it's a photo, and we've already discussed this before, and I didn't get a chance to examine the wound. I can't give you an opinion.
Okay.
They are different photos, though, sir.
All right. It could be, the reason why that appears that way could be because.
That mark on her neck honestly looks, I don't know if you guys have ever had like skin, like allergic reactions to stuff. I've actually had, I'm trying to think what it was. It only happened to me one time. It was something random. It was like, where was I? I was at the beach and like we had some sort of mosquito spray, but it was like a locally made, there was some, it was like essential oils or something, which is fine, right? But it was something like there was this specific spray, and then I got in the hot tub and I ended up with marks. I'm just now realizing because of that picture, I ended up with marks. It's like if you get hives, right? But it looked like that. Anyway, but turns out whatever was in that spray reacted with like the chlorine, and anyway, but it almost looks like it could be a rash, like like an allergic reaction in a way. Chemical reactions. That's what it is, Candace. Right. That's what it was. It was a chemical reaction. Yeah, that's what it was. That's right. Cece, so you can't post. Okay, I don't know what you're referencing. Is it because you're driving? You don't have to post in the Discord. We're just glad you joined. You can post anytime. That's the other thing. So I will just say, like, that's what's great about it, because, you know, with the live streams, you can be here in the live chat, right? Discord is 24/7, especially because we have squirrels everywhere in the world. You know, there's always people, you know, awake or posting. You know, it's an ongoing 24/7 thing. You can do it whenever. So yeah, so that's why it's awesome. Yeah, I hate that. Speaking of stupid mosquitoes, right? Man.
The lighting, couldn't it?
Certainly.
All right. Now, we've already established, I think, but I just want to confirm, you only actually reviewed the materials that were actually submitted to you by defense counsel, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Doctor, approximately how many times in the last 5 years were you hired by defense attorneys to consult on a criminal case?
I would say I average about 6 a year.
From defense attorneys?
Defense attorneys, I'm sorry, it's probably 60% of that. So let's say,
how much he's being paid.
let me just think about this. Basically hired to look at cases.
Right.
I would say probably once a month. There we go, because testifying is different. To look at cases.
Between calling the victim by the wrong name, but honestly, I think maybe the worst part of all was trying to say that Ezra's injuries could have been fatal. I mean, that's just, you know, this is like bordering on, okay, sorry, no one will ever come close to Trooper Paul, but this is like close to Trooper Paul level, right?
Once a month for either defense or the prosecution.
How many of those times were you hired in the last 5 years when it's once a month by a defense attorney?
I would say about 60% of the time.
And how many times by a prosecutor?
Well, the remainder is 40%, sir.
Okay. And how much have you been paid by defense attorneys in the last 5 years to provide opinions in criminal cases?
No, I object to the phrasing "to provide opinions" as opposed to review materials.
Mr. Dufour?
Provide opinions, Your Honor, I believe is appropriate.
All right, well, I'm going to overrule. Go ahead. It goes to, I'm not going to say what it goes to, but you go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor. None, sir.
You haven't been paid anything?
I've been paid to provide my time in reviewing of.
Okay. How much have you been paid to provide your time and opinions in those cases?
You know, it just varies. I don't have an exact figure for you. I could get it for you later, but I don't know.
Well,
I really don't.
Approximately.
I'm not going to guess.
All right. How much were you paid by the defense in this case for to provide your report, your time and your report that you provided to the defense in this case?
In this case, sir, $1,050.
And how much are you being paid to appear here today to testify?
$1,950.
I'm sorry?
$1,950.
I mean, he knows this, so.
And your only involvement in this case was as a result of being hired by the defense to provide your input and your opinion?
Yes.
Never were a treating physician for the defendant?
Correct.
Doctor, I don't need to put it back up again, but
The problem is when you're like, I don't know, but then you do know, you know?
on exhibit or on page 1138 from exhibit 174, you said that, yes, you said that could be a rash?
Yes.
All right. And you also said it could be consistent with a ligature mark.
You said it could be a rash? Wow. I guess I missed that part, but that's what I was saying. That's what we were saying.
Correct?
Correct.
You've seen ligature marks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those happen when somebody wraps some type of a item around someone's neck.
Yes.
Could be a cord, could be a rope, could be a lot of things, correct?
Right.
All right. And you would agree that ligature marks, when someone actually puts a ligature mark around someone's neck with such force that it causes a mark on the neck, it's typically a bilateral mark, correct?
No, sir, it could be consistent. There could be many other factors. Again, it's a dynamic process. The patient can have their head turned a different way. The ligature could be inconsistent in width. The pressure could be inconsistent. So, no, sir, it's just so many factors I couldn't.
He's not looking at the jury anymore. He's not looking at Mr. Dufour anymore. He's just looking down.
You're saying that it's not typically a bilateral mark?
I'm saying, sir, it all depends on the situation.
My question was not what does it depend on. My question is it typically a bilateral mark?
$6.50 an hour is
I can't answer your question.
Okay. Fair enough. Doctor, you talked about having seen patients that come into your emergency room with similar injuries to what Alexander Woodworth suffered.
Yes.
All right. How many of them have come in with severed jugular veins?
Sir, I can't give you a number, but I've seen severed jugular veins survive and die.
And how long after they suffered the severing of their jugular vein did they receive medical treatment?
And most of them were pretty quick, but in a short period of time.
And when you say pretty quick, short period of time, are we talking about a few minutes?
Minutes to hours.
I do not have any further questions for Dr. Tovar. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Vishny, redirect.
Yes, Doctor. I'm sorry, I need to turn my microphone on. Doctor, have you seen sharp force injuries or knife wound injuries in the emergency room as a result of sex where the person who was cut was laying still?
Yes.
And in those cases, have some of those injuries been straight lines?
Certainly.
And did you know in those cases whether or not those straight line cuts were made because cuts were through clothes or not through clothes? Do you have any idea?
Basically, it did different. Yeah, sometimes we knew and sometimes we didn't know.
Doctor, as far as the wounds in this case, I think you said that you obviously don't know the depths to the extent of a treating doctor, but when you looked at the injuries to Miss McCandless, is it fair to say that you were aware they weren't terribly deep?
Oh, yes.
And why did you know that?
I reviewed the emergency department reports.
Okay. Were you also able to tell that because there weren't any stitches?
Correct. There was no obvious treatment like stitches. They may have been cleaned, but.
And when you said in your report that the wounds were potentially lethal, did you mean they were actually lethal?
No, potentially lethal is location. That's what I meant. That's what I said in my Robert. You know, basically, they were over areas, some areas that all you need is a couple millimeters deeper, and they can cause significant bleeding. So potentially that way.
Okay, but you didn't mean these wounds themselves, the pictures you saw were actually lethal.
That is correct. It was all about the location.
All right. You were asked about whether or not the stab wound to Alex Woodworth's head would cause disorientation. And you said, yes, it could. Would that depend on what region of the brain was hit?
Again, definitely. It all depends what part of the brain and how severe the blow was and those types of things.
Are those things you're able to determine just from looking at autopsy pictures?
Absolutely not.
So is it also possible that a person could receive that wound and not be disoriented?
Yes.
You were asked a lot of questions about the jugular vein being cut. Cutting out to a jugular vein is quite a bit different than cutting to an aorta, correct?
Yes.
Both of these blood vessels run through the neck. Is that fair?
The carotid artery runs through the neck, and yes.
Okay. And why is a cut to the jugular vein different than a cut to an aorta?
Well, first off, one's a vein and one's an artery, which means the vein has much less pressure going through the body. So you're going to bleed slower. You're going to bleed, but you're going to bleed slower. As previously stated, it's a big vein. It's not like a little vein, so you're going to bleed. But the artery, you can bleed out if you hit your carotid artery within minutes because it has a high amount of pressure.
Wow.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you a question about what's been called your report. There's been some attention drawn to typographical errors. Is this a formal report that you reviewed, or were these informal memos?
I think she does mean artery, which is interesting because he answers it and says aorta, but he answers it describing an artery because, I thought the same thing, Kit Smith. I thought the same thing. And I was like, well, I must just not know what I'm talking about when it comes to medical stuff. But the fact that someone else noticed that means I must have not been wrong, because I thought the same thing, but he answers it and he says aorta, but he answers it like it's an artery. Like he doesn't want to correct her. But also what they're about to talk about here is interesting because he didn't write reports, he wrote memorandums, which is really interesting. And I did some research trying to figure out what the distinction is, and I couldn't find anything. But the best, from what I do know about all the research I've done with expert witnesses, is I would imagine that by writing, so first of all, it's not as good, right, as an official report. But I think that the point is because if you write the memorandum versus a report, you don't have to turn it over. I think that was the reason. And also, I think a report would have been more expensive. It'll be interesting to see if with their other expert witnesses, if they also did memorandums instead of reports. But I've never actually seen that before in a trial, ever. With it's always a report. So.
Mr. Aaron Nelson.
It was a memo.
Okay.
Yeah,
Were you
here.
asked to create a formal report where you would have proofread it and corrected all of these things?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay.
All right, any recross based on...
Yeah, just a couple of things. Is this a type of report that you typically provide to defense attorneys or prosecutors?
In a memo form, yes, sir. In an official report, no, sir.
All right. But even in a memo like this, you agree it's important to be accurate, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay.
Hold on. So yeah, so it's in the heart. That's what I thought. I remember learning that as a kid, that it's in the heart, right? I mean, so I think there was some, anyway. Yeah. I'm just surprised she didn't do her famous quote that she always does about choking is something that happens inside the throat. But he's done. But did you guys see, like, that recrosses just one question. Let's hear that again, because it's a really good last question.
All of these things?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, any recross based on...
Yeah, just a couple of things. Is this a type of report that you typically provide to defense attorneys or prosecutors?
In a memo form, yes, sir. In an official report, no, sir.
All right.
There you go.
But even in a memo like this, you agree it's important to be accurate, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right,
Okay,
guys, it's time.
thank you, Dr. Tovar. I think that is all
You guys ready? There's no way you can be ready. Let's do it.
for you. I believe he's excused then?
Yes.
Okay, then you're free to go.
Do it.
Thank you, Mr. Bouncer.
Good morning. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Ezra McCandless. EMZRAMCCANDLESS.
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
So everybody can hear you. All right?
All right.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is why Ezra McCandless? Why that name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra fit perfectly for who I am.
What was your birth name?
My birth name was Monica J.
And did your name eventually become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names and what they mean to you. Let's talk about the last name first. Why you changed your last name.
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild. He's known.
I have to just say, on a personal level, this pisses me off. I'll explain in a second.
For. And his love for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And
wait. Sorry, I hadn't even caught. You honored him? No. You. It's an honor for him to have, dude.
What about and Into the Wild? Just everybody might not know what it is. Just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel. It's a book he wrote.
Nope, it's not. I want to throw my computer against the wall. I actually happen to love Into the Wild. I have that book on my bookshelf. It's one of my favorite movies. I also really related to that character, or not character. I mean, I'm just like, I also really was inspired by that. Okay. And I saw the movie before I read the book, but the book is not written by him. And it has the picture of the author on the back of the book. If you ever even picked up the book, you would know he didn't write the book because he was dead. If you even knew anything about him, you would know he was dead. He couldn't have written the book. This is so offensive to me. You took his last name to honor him, but you didn't even bother to even notice that he didn't. Dude, hold on. Let me back that up. Just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Because I'm not, dude.
They were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might not know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel. It's a book he wrote.
Okay. It was a book written about him?
Yes, about him.
Okay.
Fuck me. No,
And
I hate her so much, dude.
what about the name
Guys.
Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation, and it was
Sorry for the cursing.
just absolutely wonderful. And I spotted the name Ezra, and I noticed how it's more neutral. It leans not necessarily masculine, and it's not necessarily completely feminine. And I found that just it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view
The irony, because you guys remember how hard they wanted to keep out this the whole time through the trial, which is funny. The prosecution never tried to get in this evidence about her gender identity. They never tried to make it an issue. They really didn't, which is really big of them, right? They didn't try to make it an issue. They didn't try to make things like her piercings or her, they never tried to make any of that an issue ever, right? However, whenever there was something like, for example, like with the license and stuff, the defense tried to do that thing where they're trying to get in the gender thing. In other words, they were like fighting against it. And then, of course, this is one of the first questions asked, which is just
your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time. Was my alignment was very masculine.
All right, it's a new day.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid. So I lean now more towards my femininity.
It's like, well, the jury has seen you every day in trial dressing like a school marm. If she was gonna say this, it would have been smart, because they should have had her dress in trial to reflect what she's saying.
As a woman.
Okay. And has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you what might seem like a silly question, but just so people knows, have you been doodling in court?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic, and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Through it.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've always had an interest in art, and I've been doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school, when I decided to take art and work for a professor of the arts and hang for a gallery.
Middle school? What are you talking
All
about?
right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
And how much do you weigh?
I roughly
I
weigh between 115 and 120 pounds.
Back in March
Yes.
of 2018, approximately what was your weight? Or
But she didn't go to college. I mean,
Approximately my weight was 115.
wait, so about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't you tell us how you met
You
Alex
guys ready?
Woodworth?
You guys ready?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called the Joynt.
Deep breath.
She was young, but she was a really good artist.
Why does that need to be rephrased?
She was too young to go to a bar, but she good artist, right?
Yes, yeah.
He just seemed very focused,
At a
and I
bar.
thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
You guys,
When you saw
some of these things are going to need to be played more than one. I'm going to replay that. This is deep breaths. A lot. It's a lot.
I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't you tell us how you met Alex Woodworth?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called the Joynt.
She was young, but she was a really good artist.
Why does that need to be rephrased?
She was too young to go to a bar, but she good artist, right?
Yes, yeah.
He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
When you saw him alone, focused on his writing, did you have any conversation with him?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious as to how he could focus alone on this topic. I approached him and I said, "What are you?"
How? Someone explain to me how that makes sense. You approach him because you're like, she's saying she approached him because she was curious as to how he could have been writing alone on such a topic. How did you know what he was writing about if you had no? I can't. You guys, I know. It's just.
Writing about? Just tell me about it.
I'm going to show you what has been marked.
Well, if she goes up to him as a stranger, just tell me about what you're writing. I would be like, y'all.
That's exhibit number.
At a bar, right? I know, Cece, like a predator, right? Right? She disturbed his writing time. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. But this is all. Wait till you hear what's coming next, guys. Just wait, you guys. You know how hard it was for me to be quiet, waiting for this episode while I was finishing it. It was so hard for me to not get in the Discord and just spoiler all the things.
6.
Wait, y'all aren't ready for this. Y'all aren't ready.
97. Sorry, can't see anything without my glasses. And ask you to identify what this is.
You guys.
This is a table of contents of Alex's writings.
Okay. You've seen this before?
Yes.
All right. And just to understand what writings they are, you were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown.
Yes.
I have to say, Kitsmits, when you suggested something about how maybe part of the motive was about the fact that she didn't want Jason to know how long they'd been together, right? Her and Alex, right? I mean, and if that was part of the motive, that got me thinking about a lot of things that haven't been making sense, and it got me thinking. And we're gonna get to this because I called Racy's and all that. And I've been working on this theory that maybe they actually met way earlier than anybody knew. Okay, and then lo and behold.
And is this an accurate copy of them?
Yes.
All right. And just showing you, can you
just wait.
Name the names of the journals?
So that's right. So Kitsmits, you're right. And I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, why is she not saying when? Why is she not saying when? Because to get it, you have to say when. Just wait. Just wait. It's coming.
Yes. Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can. And it's just so the jury is clear. Does this book contain both the original copies of the original handwriting and then typed copies to make it easier to read?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so what are the names of the journals?
Personal notes, research ideas, and the quest to understand.
Okay. That's the first journal?
Yes.
The second?
Extra Scraver.
Okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Okay. Judge, I would move Exhibit 697 into
Just
evidence.
wait, guys.
Driver, can we just approach a second?
Yes.
So I think it's after they approach, that's when we're gonna get an answer, because see, she's completely obscuring the date. And it's interesting because Ezra doesn't say when they met, right? She says, we met, she basically pounces on him at the bar, interrupts his writing time, somehow knows what he's writing about before she sees it and all that. But the date we're gonna get is based on this supposed first conversation. You guys will see.
All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation,
They're both a long name.
will be received.
They never say who typed them.
When you met Mr. Woodworth,
Yes.
I'm going to show you
Coming.
page 6
Coming.
from the exhibit you just saw.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And looking at page 6, I'm just going to ask you to take a minute to look. There's 2 pages to page 6, a typed version and a handwritten version.
I don't
Yes.
think this both gets mixed.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the Elmo.
Hey, Elmo. Already? Coming.
Okay, first I'll show. All right. And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay. So just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it, I'm going to show you the typed version. Huh?
Guess what this is
Okay.
about, guys? You gonna guess?
So-
what this is about?
In this typed version,
Glad you asked, Kid Smiths. Don't worry, I've got you covered. All right. Hang on. Glad you asked. All right. I worked really hard on these timelines. They were not easy to do because of many reasons. I'm sure you guys are aware. Let me pull my banner down. All right, here we go. Let me zoom in on this. This is my exhibitees. We're going to zoom in. All right. 2017. So, end of June, Jason and Ezra meet at Racy's. Alex is working, okay? Ezra is outside using the free Wi-Fi. Now, when we heard this testimony from Jason Mingle, and he mentions how Alex is closing the coffee shop and he gets coffee from Alex, and I said in the live stream, I said, how crazy is it that Alex was working on the night they meet? Okay. The date of when this actually was is only based on Jason's recollection that it was somewhere around this Eau Claire Summer Festival. So guess what I did? I researched all of the Eau Claire Summer Festivals to try to figure out a date. Well, there's a lot of them, so I really couldn't narrow it down. But it was end of June, okay? Somewhere around there. July 6th, based on Jason's memory, they start dating. According to Jason, almost immediately Ezra moves in. Okay. August 8th, according to Ezra, this is when she and Alex meet at the Joynt and discuss cannibalism. That's what their first conversation, that's what we're, early on in relation. And by the way, none of this is spoilers. This is all from the testimony thus far. With the only new thing was this August 8th thing, right, from Ezra. New to you guys anyway, that I added to the timeline. So early on in relationship, Ezra has a car accident where she drives into a ditch. And here, I spanned it, as you can see here, because I think this is what he from based on the testimony, I took him to mean early on relationship could have been anywhere before August 8th and then into anywhere around mid-August. Okay. And why? Because in a lot of the testimony, the way people can remember the month is based on the weather. And as we know, in September, it starts to get colder. So a lot of the way people remember it in their testimony, they're like, oh, it's starting to get cold out. So to me, early on in a relationship, I'm still thinking summer. So that's why I chose that as my best guess, because he doesn't even know. And that's the car accident that isn't coming into trial, but it's been talked about a lot. Okay, mid-August. Ezra allegedly has an abortion. September, Ezra begins staying overnight at Alex's on a regular basis. Okay. Late September / early October, Ezra goes on a walk with Jenna, tells her she's been sick because she had an abortion in mid-August. Meanwhile, Jason's understanding is that she has been sick because she is pregnant. So her being sick is the same time period, but for one, she tells Jenna it's because she had an abortion. She tells Jason it's because she's pregnant. So, late September / early October, Ezra and Brianna are at a bonfire, and Ezra tells her about Alex, making Brianna the first to know and to know months earlier than the other friends. So she's the first of the friends to find out. Late September, early October. October 6th, Ezra allegedly gets an abortion at the Mayo Clinic. Now, this part, guys, early November. Ezra and Samantha go to the Joynt, and Ezra is kicked out for being underage. Now, what did we just hear from her mouth about where she met Alex? Right? At the Joynt? You guys feel me? You guys feel me? And then November 7th to 14th, he's in the Redwoods. So the thing is, I have a working theory that she actually maybe met Alex before Jason. Okay. And that the only reason she even fessed up to August 8th was because they needed a way to get in this cannibalism essay. Her defense attorneys, I mean. And the only way to do that, and because of the date on the essay, and there's no other way because Alex is dead. There's no other way to prove when they actually met, right? They wanted to get that essay in. That essay's August 8th, and she wants to make it as late as possible, and that's the date. I have a working theory that it potentially was before she met Jason. And the reason I'm saying that is because of the fact that she was at Racy's using the Wi-Fi. And she was the only one there, and he was closing. He was the only one there. I mean, it was just her and Alex there when Jason showed up with his flat tire. And the other reason I have this theory is because something's amiss, right? Because how did she meet him at the Joynt, right? Here's the thing. We hear about all these other people that go to the Joynt regularly, right? They seem to know all the people, right? So she got kicked out in November for being underage. So something's amiss here, right? Because that would mean that they didn't know her, and so they checked her ID, or they checked her ID. So then what happened? Like, you guys see what I mean? Something's amiss here. Like, that's why I'm like, this whole thing about the Joynt, she met him at the Joynt. Why did she? And then I thought, well, maybe it's because they couldn't bring in anyone to testify about that. But if she said she met him at Racy's, well, then there's all kinds of people who could testify because they're all, I don't know, right? And why? And like, why? I feel like it's trying to avoid something, right? Like, it's just interesting. But that would explain why she could easily go up to him and start talking to him about cannibalism in their first conversation, right? And then you have this whole abortion gate. But the bar thing. So then I thought, this is another thing I've been thinking about is this whole thing with the accident and the license, right? Because remember we were talking about in the last one, why does she have so many licenses, right? We know there's this whole thing. We don't know what it is, but there's this whole thing with the licenses. We don't really know why she lost her, whatever it was, the registration and, all this. She wasn't supposed to be driving. There's so much related to driving and licenses. And I thought, well, what if potentially she had a fake ID, okay? And then if this car accident happened after August 8th, if that's true, if she met him at the Joynt, let's just say, or even if she went, okay, never mind meeting. Let's just say she ever went to the Joynt, okay? Let's say she went to the Joynt ever, all right? And then she has this car accident. And then when the law enforcement shows up, what are they going to do? They're going to ask for your license, right? Not because you're in trouble, but that's what. And then if they discovered it was a fake ID, and then potentially took her fake ID, I don't know. This is just squirrel theories, right? And then potentially that's why she would have gotten kicked out. But again, the thing is like when you've got a situation where it's like a small town and a bar where there's all these regulars, they know you, they know you people. Like even if. I mean, it's been so long since I've been to a bar. So let me know, guys. I feel like if you've been to a bar and they know you and they've already seen your ID, they're not going to check it to see if your age changed, right? You know what I mean? So like if they already were of the understanding that she was of age. Now, if there was a new bartender, sure. But like, I don't know. What do you guys think? It's just wild. Oh, that's really funny. You also said that. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't really elaborate in the testimony. It's literally just, but the defense would have they've kept such a tight rein on stuff, right? But literally she says that they just go there. And it's funny that even was allowed to come in. Like I don't know, like. The other thing too, guys, is remember, everyone was kind of surprised to find out her age from what we've heard. And all of her friends are much older. Well, not much older, but they were all of age. Right? They were all in their at least early 20s, if not older. And so she's like significantly younger, but she's hanging out with these people who are older, who are all of age. And it seemed like we heard from other people too, that they kind of thought she was older. Like she portrayed herself that way. And I don't know if that's them hinting at the fact that she had a fake ID and they just couldn't say it, but we don't know anything specific about what happened at the bar in terms of how that happened when she got kicked out. It is a college town. I think there is a university there. I think it is a college town. I think it's on my intro slideshow. There's a college. I don't know that you would call it a college town the way some places are college towns, but there is a college there. That's a good point. That's also possible. Yeah, I do wish we knew more about. And I think I have that clip in one of my presentations with that testimony, but it's not much more info than what I have typed there, to be honest, in terms of getting kicked out. So yeah, so we'll work on, we'll do 2018. Well, we won't do that right now because we don't need to, but this was a good time to look at this because yeah, that way we can reference this. And I can also put this in the Discord, actually, I think. So I guess I could even put the 2018 one. Yeah, I can do that. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yay. Okay, so now let's go back to cannibalism.
After, it starts with a quotation, right?
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
from a book?
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine. Can you read the next sentence to the jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practice, but rather the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this essay a few times. It goes on to deal with the concept of metaphorical cannibalism and the concept of cannibalism itself as what cannibalism renders you as, and the anxieties and the fears and being a meal in a sense.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature?
Yes.
As opposed to literal in nature?
Yes.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but I'm going to ask you a little more about that conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodward have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away because I thought it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood. He was speaking of it philosophically, and I also wanted his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked back and forth about a few artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned.
Pardon you, ma'am. Didn't she just say that it was in a philosophical way and not a literal way?
Spoke about the anxieties of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming another?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Again, we have had a pretrial ruling on this, and it doesn't go to the truth of the matter. It only goes to what Ms. McCandless heard or understood.
You know what I'm translating that to mean? Because nothing that in my mind, I'm translating that as we can't expect anything for her to say to be the truth. That's me half joking, right? Because it's like it's not for the truth of the matter. Anyway, I don't know. Just in the way he said it, I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but funny.
Or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine.
Okay.
I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
You guys remember I said that just a few minutes or a little bit ago about how she does this? And I was like saying how Mr. Dufour always remembers his question.
Okay, so what did he say at that time on August 8th, or roughly?
You guys notice this? Look, I think they got like new high def cameras in Port TV here. Look at the spring chicken. Doesn't he look more lively and more spring chickeny than usual? He's like fresh as a daisy spring chicken.
August 8th of 2017.
Whoa.
What did he tell you about?
Like what? You guys, fresh as a daisy spring chicken.
What did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Thank you. At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he mostly talked about the philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was, in essence, a consumption of one's power to take in another's flesh.
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other things with him that evening?
Yes.
All right. At some point, was your conversation interrupted by another person?
It was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
That was funny.
Well,
Wow.
I felt that my conversation was cut short, that I had plenty more to talk about.
Fascinating.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodward?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us?
How does this make any sense? I mean, the way I pictured this was like him coming over and be like, hey, time to go, or I gotta go, or something like that, right? But then they finished their conversation, so.
What else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window sill or a spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay. So that first time that you talked to Alex,
I'm still nasty now. That just makes me think about how horrible what she said about poor Chris McCandless and that she took his name down. Like, I get, you guys, the audacity.
how long, about, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular day?
It wasn't him that wrote it.
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
Did you?
That is a short period of time to cover all the depths of cannibalism, even from just the you know, what's the right word? Like the basic synopsis that she gave, even just based off of that, to cover all that in an hour on cannibalism.
You continue your friendship after that?
Yes.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
All right. We're going to return to that. But right now, I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mangle.
All right.
Tell us briefly how you met Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about meeting him.
He let out a big sigh, and I was curious why he was doing that. He seemed quite frustrated, so I said, well, what's the matter?
She just, you know, it's so funny. It struck me even in his testimony, the way he describes that she just pops up out of nowhere from this other bench, from the other bench. And remember, guys, actually, just to remind you guys, hold on, let me pull this up real quick, because there's only two benches. Like, let's just take a look real quick, because I've got it in my intro video. Right here. Hold on, let me pull this up. And it was so funny is that the spring chicken, it also stood out to him because he actually and he also was listening really well to that. He repeats it back to Jason when he, like later on when he's asking a question, he goes, okay, so then, you know, you get your coffee, blah, blah. And he goes, and then, you know, the defendant, she just pops up. And he's like, yeah, she just pops. I mean, so take a look, right? So see how there's these different benches and they're separated, right? So to the right of Racy's is the bike shop, okay? There's a bike shop there. So I don't know. I picture Alex as having sat down right where that person in the pink shirt is sitting down. And I picture Ezra as like laying down on that last bench where the other dude is using the free Wi-Fi. And then he's like, has a sigh, but he thinks he's alone, right? He thinks he's alone. And then she just pops up out of nowhere.
And we instantly started talking and
Here I am,
talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother.
It really is like predatory behavior. I mean, because curious is one thing, but like, it's just so interesting, right? She just came in like a fucking wrecking ball and ruined everything in the old
in Stanley,
town.
Wisconsin.
The texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy, intense, I would say, would be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
And how, in the beginning of that relationship, how would you characterize how Jason treated you?
He treated me very well.
What was the age difference, or what is the age difference between you and Jason Mangle?
It's about 13, 14 years apart.
Do you know how old you were when you met him?
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
Yes.
How old was he then? If you recall.
He was about 34.
All right.
So this is disgusting because first of all, we know that in opening statements, Nelson says 35. But we know that when Jason testified, remember at the very beginning, Miss Vishny is like, okay, let's walk that back and makes them do the math on the stand. And it's like, okay, it was 33. Ezra heard that. Miss Vishny knows that. And she knows I was about 19. Like what? You know what that is? She knows how old she was. You know what that is? That sounds like to me someone who's just so used to lying that you couch everything with like a word like that just in case you know what I mean? Like that's like, I was about 9. She knew she was 19. Especially because they make a big deal about when her birthday is. And then when she gets an abortion, she has talked, dude. Anyway, but beyond that, she knows her age. And then also she was there when it was established with this same attorney that Jason was 33.
So that's how you remember it?
Yeah.
All right. So there's
Yes.
about a 15 or so year age difference between the two of you?
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That
Well-
age difference specifically?
The age difference. Well, I wasn't concerned necessarily that we had an age gap. I felt a bit awkward that he was so much older than me and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
Oh boy.
How did you discover that?
I was very sick and I had been throwing up for weeks and I decided to go buy a pregnancy test and take it.
When you say buy a pregnancy test, do you mean those kinds they sell in the drugstore that give you a line?
Yes.
All right. So where were you when you took the pregnancy?
We know about how you can fake that because her parents, what did she say? Her mom was 14 or 15 or something like that when she had her.
Test, do you remember?
I was at a gas station.
And did you tell Jason about it?
Yes, I did.
And before she even went to the doctor, she got a home pregnancy test.
I did not know this, though.
Okay. How did he react?
He seemed anxious and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
Okay.
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I was
Those things where it's like the only way any of this works is if everyone's lying but her. Just like in other cases, right? All of those friends, every single one of them has to be lying about something. Because she told everybody a different story. Everybody. There's very few things where people heard the same story from her mouth. Actually, I don't know if I can think of anything. There's the blow up at Racy's, but they were all there. They didn't hear from her. I mean, it's wild. And so the only way that what she is saying can be true is like all those people were lying, but I'm telling you the truth.
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided.
If she was ever pregnant, part of her confusion certainly would have been, who is the baby's dad, right? Who's the baby daddy? If she ever got pregnant, I think that would have been the issue, and that would have been anyway. Just remember, she was hiding Alex. I mean, she hid Alex from everybody for a long time. Because even we know that by September, she was staying at his house regularly. So that's in other words, that's the latest it could have been. They could have been sleeping together before that. So even if she says she's meeting him on August 8th and it wasn't sooner, and that's true, it was still really quickly, right? And still, it wasn't until what did I say? End of October, I think, was the first friend that she told, and everyone else didn't learn until November. Anyway, yes, I can go back.
How did he react?
He seemed anxious, and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's, and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided, it felt rushed. I decided to terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
All right. How did terminating the pregnancy make you feel?
I felt very empty after. I felt it hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy, did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Just so we set the date, do you recall the date that you terminated your pregnancy?
Yes.
When was it?
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold your hand. Were there other things going on in your relationship that made you feel uneasy or unhappy?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about those?
Jason and I started feeling frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged at the time. He was controlling me in many ways and micromanaging me, and we had started to grow apart as a couple.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things, and that made me uneasy.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time, and there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and I'm so stupid for losing things all the time. I shouldn't touch his things. That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zandt testified?
Yes.
And she identified herself as Well, first of all, did Jason have a roommate back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zandt's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yes.
You heard her testify about Jason criticizing your makeup, or what was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick. And he just, anything he could really pick at, he would.
You mentioned that Jason and your adoptive father, Joe Shane Carlin, are about the same age.
Yes.
And did Jason have a relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh, yes. He definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay.
So there's another whole thing that when I heard this question, I was like, oh. Now there's other things that make sense. Because there's been this whole thing about, they tried to make a big deal about it with Jason on the stand, right? And like with all the different witnesses, it's like, you know, they've tried to kind of make Jason out to be the bad guy, right? Like we've talked about that before and like the different reasons for that, you know, potentially just seems like mostly just to discredit him, right? But then it dawned on me with this question. I was like, I see where this is going, and there's a whole other point to this, I think. See what you guys think.
Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him, and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent. I was often afraid of him and intimidated and very put down.
Well, first of all, let me ask about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
yes,
at a certain point, did your mother and Joe Shane get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the divorce, what word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
All right. And focusing on that,
yes,
the tornado that was Joe Shane. When you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is they're both very strong, opinionated people, and they just would often butt heads. And my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Joe Shane and your mother wasn't around? Yes. Tell us about some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was very loud. He would always yell about something, or he would put me down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow, and he was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being quiet, and I would cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he handle that?
He doesn't approve of crying. He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
There was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and I didn't want to cry in front of him, so I would prevent myself from crying.
Were there times where you found yourself in that state without even realizing you were going there?
Yes, there was times I would zone out and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
And getting back to Jason.
Yes.
Did he meet your parents?
Yes.
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
Very buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. It was easy to bond with him man to man.
Here.
I mean, I bond pretty well with most people, but
I believe it.
But you did bond well with Joe Shane, right?
For it.
not like more than anyone else, but yes.
So coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family.
Yes.
Coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
Yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October
Yes.
of 2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and I, he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop, Racy Delane's.
Do you mean he was closing up because he was the last patron there, or was he working there?
Working.
And on these walks, why don't you tell us what you and Alex talked about?
The thing is,
Alex and I, we talked about.
This is exactly the same as them being like, this is all self-defense, right? But then they bring in the expert witness, and it's like, they're eliciting testimony from him that Alex's wounds are self-inflicted. And it's like, wait, what? It's like the throwing everything against the wall thing. It's like, what? You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's too many things, right? They're trying to find every single excuse. And it's like, it would have been more believable if it was just Alex, right? If you focus on Alex, I mean, not that they should be, he's not here to speak for himself, right? But in terms of their strategy, if they wanted to just focus on Alex being the bad guy, then the self-defense would maybe feel a little bit more plausible. But the fact that, and the jury knows, because they've heard testimony from her friends, that she was fabricating and making, lying about, anyway, Racy's makes their patrons close up. Yeah.
About life itself. I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say.
She's heard his ramblings before, where he's read to her from his journals. And over the summer and the early fall, her and Alex developed a relationship, a friendship. And she finds this kind of a yang to her yang.
Often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Did you guys, I'm going to play that again, because I think there's a lot of clips like this that I have in here, because I'm like, wow.
And Alex talked about.
Alex and I, we talked about
great point. It's not even the correct
life itself. Right? I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say.
She's heard his ramblings before, where he's read to her from his journals. And over the summer and the early fall, her and Alex developed a relationship, a friendship. And she finds this kind of a yang to her yang.
Often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Look, and then she look at the sad face.
Did-
Oh, y'all, I don't, you guys are awesome in the chat though. I love it.
You tell Alex about your abortion.
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex,
Yes,
did you learn more about his past?
I learned some things about his past, yes. I learned some things about his past, yes.
And you don't know about Alex?
I don't really know much about him when I think about it.
Okay.
I told him a lot of stuff about me when I knew him, but I realized that he didn't tell me.
Okay.
I wish he would.
Ezra got stressed out and blew up at me for not talking about my past. Woke up to a text asking me to forget her name.
I learned some things about his past, yes.
And your relationship, I'm going to ask you some questions about his past, actually.
All right.
What did you learn about Alex and his feelings as you became close with him?
Feelings towards his past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one. Number two, it's hearsay.
Well, again, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodward may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case, not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you'll get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. So, and lawyers understand this, hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only offered as it goes to the context and the state of mind Ms. McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now, the second issue, Can
we approach her?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained on relevance. And so, Ms. Vishny will continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay that he wrote. I'm showing you.
How do you guys think she's going to do with his essays? They're going to do this a lot, where she's going to read a portion of the essay and have to explain what it meant and what how do you guys think she's going to do?
Again, from Exhibit 697, essay called Words, dated November 2016.
Yes.
All right. So, again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before and compare them?
Yes.
Here's the question I want you guys to think about. Think about how you think she's going to do, and then as she gets going, see if you think she's doing better than you expected or worse than you expected. I'm really curious. And this is going to continue for quite a. They do this for a good bit.
Is the typed version just make it easier to read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it with Alex?
Yes.
Is this the typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
Looking at the second paragraph of that essay, can you read the second paragraph?
Are you speaking of the paragraph that starts with yet?
No, this paragraph that starts with "Do I wish?" Right on the top.
By
So
the
I've-
way, guys,
All right, would you like-
I plan on, for you remember how earlier there were some ones with Ezra? It was actually, I think it was in Detective Prock's testimony. I plan on doing another presentation at some point where I've saved images of all of these different entries so we can read them like we've done before with Alex's journal. If you guys are interested, I mean, I'm planning on doing it, but so that way we don't have to interrupt the testimony. So.
Me to read this?
Yes, please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery, each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain.
Yeah.
The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph.
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy. The contact.
I have to back that up because so okay, hold on. What word did she say? Inexplicable? I don't think that's a word. Let's just see what she's mispronouncing here.
Paragraph that starts with "Do I wish?" Right on the top. So
All right, would you like me to read this?
Yes, please.
Oh, inexplicable. She says inexplicable, I think.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery, each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain. The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
That's what it was, though.
Okay, the next paragraph.
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy, the contact under covers, whilst watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart beat felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes.
Did he express similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
Definitely.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right.
He's like,
and
it's not
does he
relevant.
continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he?
I mean, I think there could have been an objection there. I mean, correct me if he didn't say he was depressed, right? Depression is a diagnosis, like a mental health diagnosis. I mean, I feel like this is so unfair to the victim, right? He didn't say he has depression. Nobody said he has depression. Depression, I hate this. I hate this. As someone who studied philosophy and understands how it works, I mean, it's so disgusting to me that all of his writings are being distorted into a way that they're just being distorted. They're just being distorted to all, whatever. I don't even know. I'm so mad I can't find a word.
He say at the top of this page, starting with the word "or"?
Or, in formula, my emptiness is what prevents any fulfillment. Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
Okay, go ahead. You can
How sad, huh?
Does he talk in this essay about philosophy and how that helps him?
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can just summarize it if you remember it.
Philosophy is kind of a vessel for him.
And by a vessel, what do you mean?
A vessel for is what I considered pain.
Okay. Did he say that philosophy was like a way out or something that he could escape into? And at the very end, in his essay, after he talks about escaping into it, what does he say?
He says,
and so, starting with those words.
And so. Do you mean pity me?
No, the paragraph before that.
All right. And so, my attempt to escape is futile. I am trapped by the very trapped I was caught by, the longing to be otherwise, that alone. Yet, that is what I am, alone. My loneliness even prevents socialization. Too many times I've heard, you didn't look like you wanted to talk, entirely because I longed for that very connection I failed to even be recognized as feeling alone because of how alone I fell. Pity me, I refuse to utter such words.
I mean, I think like, you could interpret that a couple of different ways, but like, pity me, like he could be saying pity me, I refuse to utter such words. He refuses to say that, I guess.
Instead, my only hope is to be as alone as I feel, so I can.
Thank you. Were there other times that Alex Woodworth wrote about being lonely, empty, and misery? Did that theme continue in his writings?
It continued, yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this first, before I get to the themes of loneliness and misery in his writing.
Yes.
Did your relationship eventually change from being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else?
I'm sorry, I think this is a misstep. I feel like Miss Vishny is maybe trying to overcompensate, right? Like for the jury, as painting Ezra into being like, even the way she's dressed, right? As like some 88-year-old lady, like, and the way that she's obviously been coached to speak about things, you guys are going to hear it. It's like wild, right? It's really not. I'm not like, do you think the jury's buying it? Are they like, yeah, you guys were just going on long walk, like geriatric? That's the word I was looking for. Geriatric. They're trying to paint her as like a geriatric, right? Confidants. I know, right? It's just, and you guys will probably see what I mean too. Just the language that they're going to be using. It's so like Jane, like not even Jane Austen. I don't even know the word, man. It's really, yeah. Like there's a part that comes up at some point where she's talking about kissing. And Ezra, and I think she's probably been coached. She's like, we shared a kiss. It's like, no one talks like that, dude. You were 19 years old. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is just not believable. Like, you're going overboard. Like, honestly, and at this day and age, do you really think the jury cares that you had a septum piercing? I mean, like, they don't, like, especially, anyway, whatever, man. Like, and they're going to have to get into some pretty gnarly stuff with the BDSM. Yeah, geriatric is the word I'm going
Yes.
For. Why don't you tell us about that?
Alex and I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
Sorry. I'm going to back that up because I was laughing at the fact that I said that. I didn't realize it was coming right up at that moment. But like this I'm sorry. Like I just don't.
Being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else.
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Right? Infantile. It's
Alex,
infantile. Sorry. You're right. It's infantile and geriatric at the same time.
And I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
And were you still living with Jason during this time?
Yes.
When you say you became partners, can you just explain what kind of partner you mean?
Sexual partners.
Okay.
Oh, God.
And did he express desires for you to be vulnerable to him?
Absolutely, yes.
What is the title of this essay?
In quotes, it says, "Come as you are, flaws and all."
What's the date that this essay was written?
October 29th, 2017.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
First of all, looking at the very top of this essay, Come As You Are.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you, without having you read the whole top, you notice that he talks about Caputo, Abraham, and God.
Yeah, she was still technically with Jason until like around Valentine's Day, right? She was living with Jason. It's not even technically with Jason. She was with Jason, living with Jason. You know, it wasn't until February, again, the timelines are in the Discord. It wasn't until February, somewhere between, again, you can see it on the chart on the timeline there, but somewhere between like February 5th and February 14th, she moves out. It doesn't even sound like, it's like, we know she's saying she is going to break up with him, but according to Jason, it sounds like she just kind of moved out and didn't really have the and even Jenna said, when Jenna testified, Jenna was like, I was disappointed that she didn't talk with him in person. I think she kind of like chickened out and instead she just left. But like, anyway, she had told Jenna she was going to talk with him when he came back and talk with him in person. And none of that happened. She just moved out. So, you know, anyway, but so she was living with him and with him. Yeah.
Yes.
And the Abrahamic story of Isaac and sacrifice, is that what that relates to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Caputo, or just tell us about Alex and Caputo, or that book. Was that a book he was fond of?
He was very fond of that book. It was a staple in his reading and his philosophies.
Okay. Does
right.
He
That's
also,
right.
in
That's
this,
right.
the last sentence in
That's
this
right.
paragraph mentions, if I'll just read it for you, alongside the obligatory, I want to find a poetics of erotics. Did he connect Caputo, philosophy,
Well, and don't forget John
eroticism?
Hansen.
Yes.
You can't forget John Hansen. She wanted him to. Dude, those text messages, I'll quote Ezra, the shark, you're more than just a good dick. I want to do art with your son, shit like that.
I don't think that's leading. I just asked if he connected them. It's a preliminary question.
Okay, I'll give you a little latitude, so I'm going to
Thank you.
overrule. But
Okay.
it is leading.
What do you mean by that when you say he connected those things?
What I mean by that is that he wanted to explore them in his concepts of erotics. He wanted to explore the stories from Caputo and the novel about Abraham.
Okay.
Right? I know.
And going to later down the page,
Right.
all right,
Yeah.
as
Yes.
it continues, I'm going to ask you specifically, and I'm trying to make this easier for you to read, so you don't have to search.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read
That's not what
that
it is.
paragraph?
You know what it is? She's covering it so the jury can't see the rest of the context. That's what that is. Like Kitzman was saying, let them see the whole thing. Now, I would imagine, I mean, hopefully this will all go back with them, but either way, they might be assuming the jury, I mean, there's a lot of writings, right? And it wouldn't be unreasonable to think the jury's not going to read all of it, right? But, you know, regardless, clearly there's reasons portions are covered up, right?
That starts with "Here I am."
Here I am, come as you are, flaws and all. I wager myself and invite you to risk yourself.
All right, just stop right there. Do you know what he's writing about in this essay on October 29th?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
I know because come as you are, flaws and all was a discussion we had between each other often. It was something he would say to me, he would text to me and ask of me all of the time.
Okay. And go ahead and keep reading that.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails, erotics fails, even if it succeeds.
All right, keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am
That's a good point. He's missing we're missing the Nirvana connection, right? I mean, I'm surprised because, like, if that's really, you know, he's tying this like this ideology with all the different ways that it's referenced. But yeah, it's we're missing the Kurt Cobain connection,
Seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool, the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there? Committed, but to someone who doesn't love him.
Objection.
Sustained.
Calls for speculation.
Did
You
he
guys-
discuss with you?
I'm sorry, can we hear that again? You guys, the tone in his voice. You can tell that he's just like, literally, he's like, if I were to object to everything that's objectionable, the trial would still be going on. He's like, this is exhausting, and this is the one. It's like pick your battles or whatever. It's like, this is the one. Like, I don't know, just listen to his voice. Oh my God, I love it so much. I love him.
Doesn't love him.
Objection. Calls
Sustained.
for speculation.
I didn't go back far enough to get the context for that objection. Okay, here we go.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails, erotics fails, even if it succeeds.
All right, keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool, the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there? Committed, but to someone who doesn't love him.
Objection.
Sustained.
Calls for speculation.
Did he discuss with you what that line meant, that he's committed, but to somebody who doesn't love me?
Yes, we had this discussion, as we did in many of our discussions, about that I was still in a relationship essentially with Jason. So he felt that because I was still in that relationship, I was not fully committed to just him.
This essay ends with him saying, we hide our flaws, and it is a feat to come flaws and all. Have you actually responded? Do you know what he's referring to there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury that?
I'm uncertain about that
What he's saying there is that it's hard to bare yourself to someone completely, to be vulnerable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's all right. I was out, he asked of me to be vulnerable with him, to essentially come to him, flaws and all.
This is so stupid.
And I've often struggled
Oh my God.
bearing my flaws easily and openly. So it was, this discussion in this essay we read together was about how I was trying to bear myself to him, and as he was asking, because he bared himself to me, that I should do the same.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your relationship and its development. So this is written in late October.
Yes.
In that time, in October,
I know.
just what's the status of your
We are-
relationship with him yet? Is it sexual?
They take their sweet time. They take their sweet time getting to that. In fact, there's a part, it's not in this episode, it'll be in the next episode, I believe, where Judge Peterson seems to be getting a little bit ticked off with Miss Vishny. And, he's giving them a lot of leeway, as is, customary, right? It's the defendant on the stand and whatnot. But it's almost like they're just trying to procrastinate getting to the point. It really is. And really make it putting all the attention on Alex, right? I mean, with all the journal entries and stuff, there's a really funny part coming up where she asks Ezra to describe what Alex meant, or the masks, right? Just describe masks and what there's some, and then there's some interesting parts coming up here where you're with her answers,
Is it on its way to being sexual? What's going on?
It's, at that time, we were becoming intimate, yes. We were very much so falling in love at that time.
And, did there come a time where you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that first time was?
Roughly, yes, I do remember.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
Right.
It was
Good point, right?
late October.
Yep.
Could it have been the
November.
beginning of October?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused.
And it was during that time that often Ezra would be over at your apartment, right?
It was from September to, I guess, early springtime.
Okay, so sometime late February probably, does that sound about right?
Sure.
It was late October.
Could it have been the
November.
beginning of October?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could
I
it be?
disagree, Kitsmits. I disagree. I think they're trying to bring the jury into Alex's head. Alex, I agree with what was it? That he was right. That he was obsessed with her. Right. Again, they might be thinking, maybe the defense attorneys, as the trial progressed, are thinking that the jury's not buying the self-defense, that they might maybe be, when they read the jury, right, looking at them, they might be thinking that jury would be more likely to buy that he killed himself, right? And that's why we got that weird testimony from that doctor about this, self-inflicted. And so maybe that's why they're going to maybe lean into him being obsessed with her, him being depressed, quote unquote, him being a nihilist, him, all this, right? And so I think they're trying to get into Alex's head, right? In their minds, this is all about Alex. Ezra's the victim, right? And Alex is the aggressor. And so why, Alex was this and that. And then, all the other men are violent and whatever, and keep the attention away from her. And I don't blame them, because you know what? That's not going to go well if you put the attention on her. And I mean, getting inside her head is not going to be a good strategy, I would think.
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
You don't want to go there.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify, his
Yeah.
former roommates?
Yes.
All right. Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
Yeah.
No.
I think the thing is, I think that it's more than what she saw. And they spend the majority of the first, it's surprising how much of this direct examination is going through his journal entries. It's really surprising. It doesn't seem like there's any confusion as to what she saw in Alex. Alex seems like he was a great guy. I mean, right? I just don't know that there was any that was like, oh, what did she see in him? She says that they hit it off right off the bat for the cannibalism conversation. What are her words were? He struck me at once, she said. So, I just, I think they're building up to trying to portray him as being violent and or depressed it's their defense, right?
We kind of avoided each other.
Not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused.
And it was during that time that often Ezra would be over at your apartment, right?
It was from September to, I guess, early springtime.
Okay, so sometime late February probably, does that sound about right?
Sure.
It was late October.
Could it have been the
November.
beginning of October?
Oh,
That was the roommate that was really good testimony from him. That was the beginning of the last episode. He was the first witness on the last episode, and that was Alex's roommate, who saw Ezra at the house all the time, starting in September.
yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out?
The other Alex is Alex Zink, and he lived with Jason, right? So Alex had two roommates. It was the Dan guy who was testified early on in the trial, and then that bearded fellow, lumberjack fellow. Those were Alex's roommates. And then there's an Alex Zink who doesn't really come up a whole lot, really, except that it's Jenna's boyfriend. And Alex Zink lived with Jason.
Out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify, his
Yeah.
former roommates?
Yes.
All right.
Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
No, we kind of avoided each other.
Okay. And what about the other roommate, Matt Schreiner? Did he eventually become a roommate too? Or
He was
a roommate?
he was a roommate at the time. Yes.
And did you socialize with him at all?
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay.
You recall an occasion when the defendant made some statement about her relationship with Jason Mengel.
So I remember one specific time she was coming out of my bathroom. She had a
This is chilling.
towel on, and Alex was with her, and she told me that she broke up with Jason and asked me if I thought it was great.
And did she, how did she look at that point in time? Did she have any expression on her face?
She was smiling.
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay. So when you stayed over with him, tell us how your relationship was developing at that time.
At that time, it was becoming very intimate, is how I can describe it. We at that time had become sexual partners, and we were sharing with each other a lot of ourselves.
Despite the fact that you were close and sharing things,
Yes.
was Alex still writing in a way that reflected and talking to you in a way that reflected misery or depression or unhappiness? Or
Yes, he was.
I'm showing you an essay in Exhibit 697
Yes.
called "The Failure to Write," dated December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that essay?
Yes.
And is it the same as the handwritten? Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Now, in this essay, without reading, can you tell us, or just, I mean, not reading the whole thing, the paragraph that says this is supposed to help my misery? Can you read that paragraph?
Yes. This is supposed to help ease my misery, but it only draws it into reflection. I want to say so much to you, but I cannot bring myself to speak. The words, if said to you, would only hurt more. They would hurt you and exuberate my own pain.
Is that exacerbate?
Exacerbate.
That's okay. Then the words that he says after that, he goes on. Can you read that?
I know that I am not your priority. I am secondary to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for another is what you place your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize, and that means you believe you will abandon me someday. I am in so much pain because you love me.
This is so sad. This is the stringing him along. Stringing everybody along, right? I mean, dude.
Still, you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. Can you see that your desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can I show you this? Or is my only hope to be that your priority ceases to be so far the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from?
Now, this essay was written on December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to come back in a little bit to something that happened in December of 2017. Actually, I'm going to show you another essay. This is from December 26th, 2017.
Yes.
What is the title of that essay?
An Obsession with Misery, December 26, 2017.
Okay. And is this the typed version again? Is it the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Okay, this is short.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read this?
All right. Alongside my obsession with erotics, I am possessed to write about misery, the failing of happy consciousness. In all honesty, suffering is among my greatest interests.
Okay, I'm going to Okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
I am in love with the phenomenology of illness, both mental and physical, but also with the sub-pathological suffering. The plight of a guilty woman who is sexually promiscuous interests me as much as those with cancer, depression, and dysphoria. The anxiety of perfectionism, of a short prognosis, of lifelong uncurable symptoms is a game, as that is an overworked college student with a cumulative final, each differs from the others. But that there is misery remains constant. Love has been interwoven into my life, but so has abject misery been. I recall my first love.
I'm going to stop you
Okay.
there because he is talking. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes.
And he goes on in the essay to talk about other people and their misery?
Yes, he does.
All right. And do you know, or did he talk to you about why he was writing about misery near the end of December?
He was himself feeling a lot of internal pain and loneliness, even well as we had a relationship together.
So let me ask you, when you
Well,
first
you know
met
what,
him,
Ezra? Maybe that's because you suck.
we talked about this a little earlier.
Oh wait, sorry. According to her, she's, what did she say? Sunshine and happiness, and he's all rain and cloudiness or whatever the fuck.
Yes.
And
Yet somehow.
he was writing about cannibalism, right?
Yes, he was.
All right. Do you recall, did that theme continue in his discussions with you?
Often, yes.
And did he write about that in some of his other essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay
Dead to Me.
and the date?
August 6th, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
She hasn't looked.
Just say I'm not great.
Every single time she asks her that question, they seem to like care less and less about actually, like she's not looking. Anyway, whatever.
At using this Elmo.
It's like just pretending. Oh, I was talking over that. She says something mean about the Elmo. Hold on, let me back that up. Because you guys know how I love the Elmo.
Some of his other essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay
Dead to Me.
and the date?
August 6th, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Just say I'm not great at using this Elmo.
Poor Elmo.
This.
Yeah, I guess to me, depression is a clinical diagnosis. And even if he had it, it couldn't come in without testimony from, and it wouldn't be able to come in, right? I mean, I don't know as much about how it works with like like HIPAA and stuff, right? With doctors and stuff. If someone's deceased, if they can come in, and I feel like it's, I feel like that they still can't come in and say that, right? Like about what a diagnosis that somebody had. I'm more familiar. Obviously, I know a lot more about lawyer-client privilege or attorney-client privilege, but with a doctor. But anyway, so doubtful that a doctor could come in and testify to that at all, right? But even if they could, it's a clinical diagnosis. This attorney is trying to diagnose him, right? Like, you could say it's different to say, does he seem depressed? That's different than saying, did his depression continue? Or like the way that she states it is as if it's you know what it is? It's assuming a fact on evidence. That's what it is. It's assuming a fact on evidence, as if it's like, we already know he has this diagnosis, and that's not come into evidence. So that's why it is frustrating. Because it's assuming facts, not evidence.
Essay. Can you just read the first sentence of that paragraph?
Yes. Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism.
All right. So
cannibalism in his writings, aside from that, this is in August, we've already talked about it.
Yes.
Did he continue to have these discussions with you about cannibalism beyond writing about them?
All of the time, yes.
What would he, did his expressions or his
All of
talks
the
about
time.
cannibalism go beyond the
We have time for all three of her lovers, though.
esoteric or the philosophical from what you heard from him?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
It went beyond philosophy at points when we would discuss erotics of cannibalism. And cannibalism in the sense of individuals in history and through the past, and even artists who have partaken in cannibalism because of their ultimate desire to consume that individual, power, or to consume that individual so that that person they had.
The way they're handling it is they're saying it's not hearsay because they're saying it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Judge Peterson said something to the jury about that, I don't know, early on in her testimony because of the fact that all the stuff's coming in.
Loved would never
That's what they're saying.
leave
It's not for
them.
the truth of the matter asserted.
So, in other words, I'm not quite understanding what you mean. The person that they loved would never leave them. Could you just explain a little bit more what
Yes.
Alex told you and what he meant about that?
We specifically spoke of individuals, lovers,
I'm
that
not saying
partook in cannibalism.
I'm not saying I agree. I don't think this should come in. I think, to me, it feels gross. It feels hearsay. I'm just saying that's why it's not being objected to. And that's why it's happening. That's why we're hearing it. Even the writings, right? All of this is technically hearsay or could be considered. But the defense did a good job, I'm sure, at some pretrial hearing, right, that we didn't get to see. And they argued, and they said it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and that's why it's being let in. So.
And he consumed his partner so that, in essence, by consuming his partner, eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
What is the title of this essay?
Violation.
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So, again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you just a brief.
Did you guys see her shaking her head no to Ezra before Ezra answered? Hold on, let me back that up. Interesting. Does Ezra not know? Is this all just total?
Partner eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
What is the title of this essay?
Violation.
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So that's why. That's why. So when I rewound it, because I saw her shaking her head no before Ezra answers, I was like, I wonder if the date is going to give us a clue to this. Because August 9th, 2017. Interesting. Because why else would she be telling her? Not, I mean, all the essays in December or October, November about Ezra, right? But dude, watch.
Again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay.
See?
So I'm going to show you
Right.
just a brief part of this essay.
Exactly.
In this essay,
she shook her head no before Ezra answered, and Ezra didn't even have a chance to see the essay. And there's so many essays. How would you even know unless you actually read it and oh, that's what this one is, right? Anyway, but the date, right? I mean, wow, man.
is he discussing a prior relationship with him?
Yes.
All right. Can you read this where it says distract me?
Yes. Distract me is dehumanizing, unhuman. It is the request of a mind to flesh. It is cannibalism. The words haunt me, confirming that you had died to me. I was lift with a revenant. A facsimile? A facsimile of a person who spoke of a warm caress while offering a vampire touch.
Now, in that essay, when he said I was
8, 9,
lift with a revenant, first of all, in your discussions with him, was lift actually intended to be left?
Yeah, I think they met. I think they met.
Yes.
I think they met for August 8th.
All right.
And I,
in that,
I'm not saying that the conversation about cannibalism did or didn't happen. I don't think it even matters. I think they just need her to say it did because they want to get these ready. However, if it did, I think that that is just even a stronger indication that they met before August 8th. I think it's just very plausible. She was hanging out at Racy's all the time for that music festival, using the free Wi-Fi, and Alex is closing Racy's, the only barista there. I think the odds are really good that they met, probably at Racy's. Oh, and added to that, the fact that she was underage. And we do know that when she went to the joint in November, she got kicked out of the bar. So the odds of her meeting him at the bar, I don't know, man, right? So are you saying, did anyone catch the song lyrics to this? Yeah, I caught the song lyrics. That's what you're asking, Kat. Yeah, I remember that song.
Discussion. Can you explain what a revenant, or not what it is necessarily, but what Alex said a revenant was?
Yes, we often talked about a revenant. When we would speak of a revenant or revenant, we would discuss how essentially what a revenant is an individual come back from the dead, a specter or a ghost of sorts. They have come back to do unfinished business, or it is called like retribution, or it's unfinished business essentially is what a revenant comes back for. It was a topic we often talked about because he would tell me he considered himself a revenant.
And again, from Exhibit 697, I'm showing you another essay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the title, why don't you tell me what the title is here of this essay and the date?
From the Past, Memories, November 2017, reworked from July 24th, 2017.
Again, is the typed the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read it from where it says, I know now. Just the next few sentences.
I know now that you wanted to change me and be changed by me. You asked for my flesh.
I'm sorry, I'd had that little.
Thank you. You asked for my flesh and offered me yours, but so that we could give and receive back new flesh. I am yours, become mine. I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism, where you asked to be seen erotically.
Okay, let's stop there. When he says, I saw cannibalism, when you asked to be seen erotically, do you know what he's writing about?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Alex what he was writing about?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was about?
When I discussed this with Alex, he was speaking of, he was taking the other person in, he was consuming them wholly. Were they wanted to be seen erotically, lovingly, he was seeing them as something to take in, to possess.
So, did Alex tell you whether or not that reference was about you?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He told me that it was in reference of me because of parallels of someone he was with in the past.
I'm going to...
I was wondering how they were going to navigate that one. For anyone who didn't catch it, they said the date was written. It was like written in November or whatever, right? But then it said reworked from July 24th. And I was like, how are they going to handle that one, right? Because they really want this one to be about her. But if they say it's about her, that connects their relationship starting all the way back in July, doesn't it? So I was like thinking, how are they going to handle this one when she asks her if this is about her or not? And that's how. It's about me now, but it was originally about someone else. I mean, well, yeah, that's good job. Good job. Yeah.
Show you again the beginning of the same essay.
Yes.
Let me get it to this. Can you read this?
I am warm. I am kind. I am good. When did I become so dull inside? I am not warm. I am so gloomy. I am not kind. I am so distant. I'm not good. I'm aberrant.
Aberrant, is that aberrant?
Aberrant.
Okay.
I've gotten too good at being these things. Am I seen as a person anymore? They aren't masks, though.
This is one of my favorite parts. My favorite. This is where she gets to talk about what the masks mean. Are you guys ready for this?
All right, let me ask you about there where he's saying
Illuminating
he's
testimony.
aberrant and it's not a mask. Can you explain, or did you, Alex, discuss with you what he meant by that?
He discussed with me about masks often.
That sentence makes no sense.
All right, and can you tell me what he would tell you about masks? Or not tell me, tell all of
You guys
us.
ready?
Yes.
Are you ready? Okay. What do you guys think? Oh, masks. What a obscure topic. Like what possibly could someone, help me understand, Ezra, please, what he meant by masks and what someone might be, what the metaphor is here.
What he told me about masks is that he often seen others and he often felt himself that he had to put on a mask to present himself a certain way so that when he was out in public or when he was at work, he would put on a certain face. And often,
Like when people talk about putting on a mask, you mean like that type of mask? Like the mask you put on your face?
he felt that it was always hard to always have to wear a mask with certain people.
I know, right?
Right.
Exactly.
In the same essay,
right?
I'm
Yes.
going to go to one more
You
area.
know what that sounds
All
like
right.
to me? That sounds like the best Ezra could come up with, because I think she's way out of her depth trying to make sense of these writings. I mean, who knows, dude? Alex was clearly a deep thinker, and that's obvious, right? He could have meant he could have understood masks in a way that maybe we've never thought of, right? But like Kit Smith's, you're right. Like the way that Ezra just described it is just like normal everyday life. Like what? And that's what Alex meant? I just don't I don't know. That sounds like an Ezra definition,
Right, and I'll direct
Not
you
an Alex- not
over
an Alex
to
definition.
the words "my touch." Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, why don't you read that?
My touch is a request. Feel nothing but me. Let me give death a face to you. Has my body ever taken someone's from there and gave it back different? I remember holding her with my coat, warming her already too human face. Did it consume her as she did me? Or was my futile attempt to possess but kindling? I am not warm, but I can offer myself to your blaze.
Okay, I'll ask you to stop there. Again, did Alex discuss with you what he meant? And I want to ask specifically about where he says, "Let me give death a face to you." Did he talk about that with you?
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
Her answer.
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual was as death. It's a hard thing to just outright and say.
Clearly. Let's hear that answer again. That's one of my favorite answers of hers on this episode, I think. You gotta love that, right? Like, thank you, Ezra. Thank you. Oh man, they should have practiced that one more.
With you.
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual was as death. It's a hard thing to just outright and say.
Okay. I want to ask you about the sexual aspects of your relationship with Alex during this time, meaning late October, November, December. All right. So during this period of time, can you tell us some of the
Do you have a crystal ball? Because we're about to hear about candles in just a second, I think.
I know it's very intimate, but some of the
It is.
details of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex
between you and Alex Woodward?
Alex and I, when we began our relationship,
That was, sorry, Miss Vishny. Can we hear that again? That's insane. That, like, why do we need 50 billion definitions of the words? Like, why? Again, is she just trying to procrastinate from the inevitable? Like, what's happening?
Of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and Alex Woodward?
Alex and I, when we began,
That is wild. That is so funny. What is happening? Let's hear that one more time.
Of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and Alex Woodward?
Alex and I, when we began our relationship, sex was very vanilla, I could say.
What does vanilla mean?
Well,
just in case people haven't heard that expression.
What vanilla means is that it was your average sex. It was missionary. You're what a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Okay. And during this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to explore himself and things he might want. And we started
You guys are so funny.
practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay. First of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual position from that Alex told you he preferred?
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone, as he informed me.
As he informed. I'm sorry, Miss Geriatric infant. Ugh.
Were you face to face during sex?
No, rarely.
Okay.
She's like, I didn't even know who I was having sex with. It could have been him. It could have been Jason. It could have been John Hanson. Could have been somebody else. I don't even know because I was never seeing their face.
What position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would often express this desire for it.
And were there objects he would use that impaired your sight at all?
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
You enjoyed?
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle, or he preferred it to be absolutely dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
So I thought it was here. Maybe it's somewhere else about the blindfolding. I have a thing. Couple things. Her wording here, let me back it up. There's a weird wording, but also we saw pictures of Alex's bedroom. Guys, remember those pictures, right? There was a bookshelf with a bunch of books and a mattress on the floor. Literally, he didn't even have a bed frame. He had a mattress just on the floor. I don't remember seeing any candles in those pictures, first of all. Second of all, again, this feels to me like a Miss Vishny suggestion. Very geriatric, right? Oh, candles, right? Like what? The only reference I can make to this is In the Room, which I know, Kitswitz, you're familiar with, which is it's my favorite B movie. But one of the funny jokes about that movie is there's this whole thing with the candles. It's like Tommy Wiseau has this idea that like that's what you do when you have sex. You light candles. That's romantic. So there's like 50 bazillion candles. It's just like you just laugh because it's just funny. It's like all these candles, and you're like, no one would ever do that. I think one candle I would find hard to believe for Alex to have, but that's just me. But let's see if I backed it up enough because there was something funny about her answer here.
And
were you
Hold on.
That it was your average sex. It was missionary. You're what a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Okay. And during this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to explore himself and things he might want. And we started practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay, first of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual position from that Alex told you he preferred?
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone, as he informed me. And
were you face to face during sex?
no, rarely.
Okay, what position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would.
I mean, you just know that the terms prone, vanilla. Again, these to me all sound like attorney suggestions that would try to for the jury, right? But again, I feel like this is almost offensive. The jury is probably like, dude, we aren't that dumb. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just seems like it's overkill, man.
Often express this desire for it.
And were there objects he would use that impaired your sight at all?
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle, or he preferred it to be absolutely dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was interesting and exciting, and I also...
So far, all we're hearing about is he liked to have it somewhat dark or soft light. What was what? Yeah, like Kitsmith made a good point that that's like, isn't that normal? Like what normal people do? So I don't really know. Like so far, we haven't really heard anything. What did she say? Mysterious and exciting? Like I don't know what she's. Anyway.
So felt I am very visually impaired without my glasses, so I get a little uncomfortable at times without them.
So let me ask this. Did Alex refer to you as a boy?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know why he referred you to you as a boy? Did he tell you why?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to go ahead. Again, there's a limited purpose.
Yes, this is for her feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has been out there quite a bit already in front of the jury. All right. What were your feelings, or what did he tell you about him referring to you as a boy?
Well, as our relationship progressed, I told him about how I identified in the past as almost strictly masculine. And he preferred that I presented myself in a masculine way. He often told me how confident I looked and how much he was attracted to me because he could call me a boy, his boy, and present that way.
Did you present yourself as a male to Alex?
Yes, I did.
What about the word boy specifically? How did you feel about his use of the word boy?
The word boy specifically.
Now, you guys, I want you guys to remember this part because this is going to be, I need your help in how the heck you reconcile this with something she's going to say later towards the end of this episode. I don't know how you reconcile this. Okay. Just wait, we'll be getting there pretty, like, I don't know how you reconcile some of these things, even just in terms of this type of shit, okay?
First it was gender, as you can call it, but then the word became more possessive. I was his boy. It felt objectifying at times.
And what do you mean by objectifying?
I felt as if I was an object, that I was not Ezra McCandless, essentially, but I was just his boy.
Judge, I need a break. I'm sorry. I would like to take a short break. I need to take a short break.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
I've never seen an attorney do that before. Have you guys?
And so we'll excuse you for that. All rise.
Ms. McCandless, you have referred to some essays from a book called Personal Notes and Research Ideas in the Quest to Understand.
Yes.
And
No objection.
I inadvertently, I didn't realize that the original was not in evidence. So I'm showing you what's been marked, oops, as Exhibit 698.
Yes.
Is that the orange notebook that contains those essays you've testified about?
Yes.
Thank
No
you.
objection to its submission, Your Honor.
All right. And what's that, Exhibit 698?
Yes.
Exhibit 698 will be received, again, subject to court's pretrial rulings.
Now, I'm also been showing you what was previously marked as number, I believe, 653. I just want to make sure. And this is a copy of the book, the original of the book called Extra Scriber.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to please turn to page 32 in this book. Or maybe I'll do it for you just to make it. So first of all, are there page numbers at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
All right. On page 32, do you see a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
For anyone who's wondering, so in the thumbnail, the way that I got the book that's there with and there's a picture of there's a journal entry with a doodle, was I paused the testimony at the moment where you can see the journal the best, and then I took a screenshot. It's literally from right up in this, within this like 1 minute time period here of looking at the journal. That's how I did it.
That doodle.
Sorry. This doodle is a dog.
Okay. Who drew it?
I did.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when you drew it?
I drew it when we were together sharing a cup of coffee, and he was writing and I was reading as he was writing.
All right. And then turning to page 41 in the journal, is there a doodle at the bottom of page 41?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's a bug of sorts.
All right. And then turning to page 181. At the bottom of page 181, is there another doodle?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's
Here's the doodles. Here's the point of the doodles, I think. I was thinking about this. It's to prove that she's not just making this all up and that she actually was there when he was writing. Now, in her testimony, she's like, we discussed this, and as he was writing it, we discussed it. I mean, it seems like more like he was writing, you know, and she was like doodling on the corner of the page because waiting for him to finish so he could talk to her, whatever. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, she's doing a doodle and he's writing this philosophical stuff, right?
Bug.
But it shows that she was there, I guess, right?
Of sorts.
All right. And then turning to page 181. At the bottom of page 181, is there another doodle?
Yes, there is.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this yet again when we were spending time together, and he was explaining to me, and we were talking back and forth about this essay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions about your doodles.
Thank you.
In Extra Scriber. Okay. All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 651. Is this another journal of
Yes.
Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
And just what's the name of that journal?
This journal, it's notes, October 19th, 2017 through Dream Tree, Simple and Elegant.
And turning to the first page, is there a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Did you draw that?
Yes, I remember when he asked me to read this, and I drew a pumpkin with some hearts.
Page 25. Is there a doodle on page 25?
Yes, a cat.
All right, page 27.
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
Page 32.
Yes, this is a fox.
And page 35.
Yes, there's a doodle.
All right, and were all of those doodles drawn when you were with Alex Woodworth? At times he was talking about the pages on the journal?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you this book. Let me try and get the whole book in. Oops.
bearing in mind that I'm not great at this. Okay. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously been marked, I think, as exhibit number 654.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Søren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling.
This particular book, did Alex discuss this book with you much?
We discussed it often, and we discussed it the most during very intimate moments of our relationship.
I want you to explain to the jury what you mean by him discussing them during intimate moments in your relationship.
This book was the book he would read from as we were having sex, and he would read passages from this book.
Was there another book he also read passages from when you were engaged in sex with Alex?
Yes, he would read from Caputo.
Do you know what the name of that book is?
Hoping Against Hope.
I think that we were talking about Alex referring to you as boy a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Did he also write about that in his journals?
He did, yes.
I think we were talking about boy, and I'm going to show you a journal entry and ask you what the name of that entry is.
Yes. When I Lost Myself, November 29th through 30th, 2017.
Is it fair to say this is a pretty long essay?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked at the handwritten compared to the typed, and are they the same?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many typed pages are there in this essay? I guess I should ask you that first before
Yes.
I go to it.
There are 31 typed pages.
Do you mean there are 5 typed pages, number 27?
Oh.
31?
Yes.
Is that a mistake?
I was reading the bottom number.
Okay.
Instead of counting, but there are 5.
Okay. I'm not going to go through this whole essay with you.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing that's in the essay. Okay. On the second to last page, or page 4 of the typed version of the essay, can you please read that?
Yes. I do not mean to say that he is irrational for not running away with me. Rather, I mean his hopes for a potential. I fail to understand his love for an abusive partner, at least in ways specifically understand the desire for stability. All the more so because of his friendships are mediated by this relationship. To give up his current partner is to risk losing his friends. Furthermore, I understand his feelings of guilty. This issue is my lack of sympathy. I do not see what there is to feel guilty about. He cannot do as he wants, and thus there is no love. If he did as he wanted, even without doing evil, the relationship would end. There is no love. Love is not happening, and yet he loves. I do not understand, but still I hope to be understanding.
Did Alex Woodward discuss this journal entry with you?
Yes.
And that particular part which is referenced, what did he say to you about that?
Well, when he was writing this very long journal, he pointed this out, that he had been writing about me, and I noticed that instead of saying as you might she or her, he was saying my masculine pronoun, his, him. He was talking about kind of his desires for our relationship and how he desired for my other relationship to end.
Was there a particular phrase that Alex, a philosophical phrase that Alex frequently used?
Yes, he would often say to me, love and do as you will.
And in your mind,
Yes.
what, in your mind, well, first let me ask you this. What did Alex say that meant to him?
He said to me, in what I took from what we talked about, that this love and do as you will was a way to say, I will do what I want, I will love who I want, I will do what I need to do in love. and that essentially is he will take what he wants.
Okay. I'm showing you an essay about Love and Do What You Will. What is it called?
Dirige et quod vis fact.
Do you know what language that is?
I believe it's French.
Okay. Regardless of what language it is, because I don't know, do you know what it translates to?
Love and do as you will.
All right. What's the date that this essay was written?
November 9th, 2017.
By this time, and is it the same as the typed handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. By this time, was your sexual relationship with Alex, had you had sexual intercourse by this time?
Yes, we had sexual intercourse by that time.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole essay.
Yes.
But I'm going to ask specifically about this third paragraph and where it says, please forgive me. Okay? Can you read that part, just those two sentences?
Yes. Please forgive me for moving like you. You who are so alive. I profane the very breaths I take, an undead hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a heart.
And the next sentence?
I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you.
Okay, and then I'm going to move down to the end of the page. Okay, I'm off the screen, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get it on the screen because when I look down, it looks like it's on the screen, but it's not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, this last paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. I was further contaminated, this all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you, and you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I.
Did Alex talk to you about what he's referring to when he says, I had to become the monster? I had to escape the monster I became with you?
Yes.
What is that?
In this conversation, we discussed how he felt, how we were continuing our relationship sexually, intimately, how he wearing the masks to everyone else.
And what do you mean by masks? And you just explained that.
Wearing the masks as to seem a certain way with everyone, let's say out in public, but underneath the mask, there was a lot hidden.
All right, I'm going to ask you about one other line in this essay. This is near the end of the essay.
Yes.
And again, we're not going to read the whole thing, but I just would ask you to read the top sentences.
I am still afraid of myself, afraid I will come out again and hurt someone.
Now, when he said that, did you discuss what he meant by he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
Yes.
Okay. And continuing with that paragraph?
Oh, boy.
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Nelson wants to say something. Why don't you tell the jury what he said to you about him saying he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
What he said to me about this in our discussion is he said to me how he was afraid he was going to take all. He was going to be greedy in the sense that if he wanted something, he was going to get what he wanted.
I'm going to refer you back to an earlier part of the essay, more in the beginning, that I forgot to read you, or
Yes.
forgot to ask you to read.
Yes.
So let me just make sure I have that on there, where it says, I've half-heartedly.
Yes. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin. the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct.
Okay. Now, did he discuss that with you specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
What he told me about this is that in our relationship, I expressed a lot of my anxieties and my uncertainties with my previous relationship, continuing relationship with Jason. He was expressing to me that he knew it was causing me anxiety to pursue this, to keep pursuing this relationship and what we were doing. And he told me that at this point it was that he didn't really necessarily care anymore, that he was causing this anxiety, that he was going to reach out anyways to me, that he was going to continue our relationship because that's what he wanted.
Now, did there come a time where Alex cut his wrist?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There had been a time when I received some messages from Alex saying that he had harmed himself. He was asking me if I could drive him to a pharmacy or to help him out with this. And Jason at the time he asked me about it, and I told him Alex was hurt and Jason wanted to help. So I had gone over to Alex's house to help him, and that is when I seen what had happened, and Jason had patched him up, as he said.
When you say you saw what had happened, can you please describe that to the jury?
What I saw had happened was he had slit his wrist, and he shown me that he had to use a t-shirt to kind of stifle the bleeding. And it was just a very ugly gash from what I looked at.
At a later date, did Alex tell you, first of all, at that time, when you were there with Jason, did he say, if you remember,
Yes.
what he said about cutting his wrist?
What he said to me about cutting his wrist is that he felt he was feeling depressed again, and that he felt like he was feeling dead inside.
Did he tell you that in front of Jason, or did he tell you that at a later date?
He told me that not in front of Jason, but kind of to the side. He pulled me to the side when we were talking.
And again, I'm showing you another essay by Alex Woodward from exhibit number 697. What is this essay called?
This essay is called Between Two Hands, January 20th through 22nd, 2018.
Is it the same as the handwritten version, the typed version?
Yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to read a small portion of this larger essay. And I would ask you just the second paragraph. Can you read that?
Yes. Should I confess that I have a large gash on my left wrist, a self-inflicted wound that had severed nerves and nearly cut through tendons? For me, one hand can only feel and move in a limp, numb way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes, definitely.
Did he literally mean that his left hand couldn't move anymore?
He could move it. He just said it felt different.
Okay. And is he referring in this essay, did he tell you that he was writing about the time where he had cut his wrist?
Yes.
And what did he specifically later tell you about cutting his wrist?
He told me he had done it kind of in a painful response to my rejection.
Later on in this essay, after he says limp, numb way, can we just go to where it says one of my hands? Yeah,
one of my hands has quit its status, almost as lib as corpse proper. It is no longer proper. It is a shameful and an advertising of my own lack of well-being. The reversibility of hands is gone. For me, one hand cannot feel. It is inactive, but it cannot be felt either. It is unpassive. I love you.
What does it say? I love you, Ted?
Yes, but
Do you know what Ted refers to?
There's no Ted, no.
Okay. And let me ask you, again, when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point? In terms of if he discussed it with you?
When he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb.
I mean, I was thinking it was interesting was that one passage where he's saying about, I mean, it seems like he's talking about, I was referring to a hymn. I think it was like, it was a couple minutes ago, but I was like thinking to myself, what if he actually had like a male lover, right? And I was just like, but that's interesting because he says Ted there.
And strange to him.
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly were his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N. And lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right, let me talk to you specifically about lamb.
Yes.
What did he tell you he meant by his lamb?
As we were intimate, he would tell me, and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice. I was his lamb.
Did that have a specific reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes, we discussed this deeply. The sacrifice that, or what is shown on the book is the story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, right, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison between the lamb that Abraham substitutes for his son and calling you the lamb?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
As he would say to me that Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered me his lamb, his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of...
It's like they're making him out to be the murderer, right? Like she's the sacrifice and he's the murderer, but it's like he's the one that's dead, right? I don't know. It's weird.
Not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son.
Cece, this is the last part. This is the very last part. We have 10 seconds, if that.
S-U-N. Was he referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for...
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina, the sun, the blaze, the warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun, S-U-N.
There it is. So the thing is, that is interesting to me is that, like I was saying earlier, I don't know how you reconcile that, if that's true, with how he called her his boy, if that's true, right? Like Ezra was saying earlier, how, he liked her better being masculine. He liked her better as a boy. I understand just calling someone a boy, but she said he preferred her being a boy, right? Like he preferred that. So then how do you reconcile that with the vagina part, Right, exactly. Yep. So I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, I would think that would, if you're really oh yeah, a boy, wouldn't that what's the right word? suspension of disbelief, right? Like once you get to the vagina, it's like, oh, right, it's not a boy, right? And wouldn't it be like, I don't know. Kate Smith says she's not too hung up on the contradiction. You know, I still want to know who Ted is. I mean, that's interesting because he's very intentional with his writing. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. There had to be reference to something or someone, right? So I don't know. I mean, it would have made more sense if she's like, oh yeah, he also called me Ted. You know? It's like, yeah, he wrote this about me, and then it says Ted at the end. Who's Ted? Oh, I don't know. Well, you know, it would have made more sense if she said Ted was another name for her. So, so that's it for this episode, though, guys. And on the next episode, we will finish Ezra on direct, and then we will have Ezra on cross, and that is one of my favorite things ever. One of my favorite cross exams ever. So. Yeah, I totally understand what gender fluidity is, but that's as like Ezra being gender fluid, right? But her claim was that Alex liked her as a boy, not as fluid, but as a boy, like affirmatively, right? You know, like he preferred her that way. That's just what she said. And so, you know, boys don't have vaginas, right? I mean, you know. Like biologically, you know, I understand gender fluidity, but again, I don't know, to be like saying it's the son, I don't know. It just seems like something that you would say if you really, in a way, kind of celebrate a female, right? Or like, like if you're celebrating a female, if you actually like that part of the female body, right? You know what I mean? So, but yeah, after that part, I think they're almost done with the journal parts, and then they get into the actual stuff, like what happened with John Hanson and the murder and everything else there. So, and then we have Cross, and Cross is the best. So, I have the BK hearing scheduled for tomorrow, but again, I scheduled it and I wasn't sure how long it was going to go. I might actually try to get the next Ezra episode up for tomorrow instead. We'll just see. Because I do have most of that kind of already ready. So, not all of it, but most of it. So, and then we will also take a look at the presentations that I've referenced with the hipster business adjacent and the crime scene hipster business. Right. Part of humanity. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Liking our bodies. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and that's a great point, and that's why I feel like it's really kind of unfair that so much of this is coming in the trial. I mean, you know, like her testimony on the stand thus far has been entirely made up of Alex's journal entries, right? Again, not Ezra's journal entries, Alex's journal entries, Alex's essays, Alex's writings. You know, it's just I don't know. Yeah, the timelines are in the Discord in the Ezra thread, CC. And you know, that's not everything, but it's to me what I think is probably the most important in terms of what we've heard so far. Things that seemed to be important from every witness that testified to, right? So yeah, so that, and I think it is helpful, you know, there's the visuals in there, and you know, so yeah, those are there in the Ezra thread. So do check those out. But y'all, I'll see you guys tomorrow, either for the BK hearing or for I might, like I said, have the next episode done. So thanks so much for being here, everybody. Thanks for being a squirrel. Y'all are the best. Love you guys, and see you guys on the next one. And I'm going to roll the outro.